Preface to The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Preface. Of late years, my enemies have driven me to conclude that fixed truths are stumbling blocks to the consummation of established usages and modernized human life. Whenever I have advertised a lecture, sermon, book, or apparatus of a useful scientific character, I have had only a few patrons. But when I made an impression by my advertisements that I was going into the veriest mysteries of human nature, was going to teach the public how to enjoy the feeling propensities without danger of exposition, was going to shake the devil by his horns and knock particular thunder out of ordinary things, I have always had an abundance of customers. Therefore, I have drawn a heavy picture in the novel before us. And whilst all phases of humanity are portrayed, I think I have not overstepped the modesty of nature, nor left anything undone to satiate all classes of people. Whilst sensation, history, comedy, and tragedy loom up truthfully, and I hope to the satisfaction of all who admire either devil or nature and nature's God. To furnish the reader with a diet that is palatable to his omnivorous taste, and yet to smother the most unpalatable though healthful dishes by his favorite hash, is the aim of this novel. By doing so, I am persuaded that the reader may learn, sooner or later, that the viand which was most distasteful was after all the most needful and desirable, and then he will distinguish truth from error, or a natural from an unnatural life. This done, and the masses will return to truth, nature, sound sense, and solid logic. I have also dramatized this novel, and I hope and pray that my labors have not been in vain, but I trust that millions may be saved from all sorts of misery through this feeble effort to entertain and instruct the people. The Author. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 1. The Hero Rescues the Heroine. In one of the oldest settlements of Pennsylvania, where nature has developed many curious phenomena and where beautiful mountains, hills, groves, and valleys abound, was born in an humble Christian family a son whose goodness, greatness, and peculiar power amongst men were Herculean. This humble but heroic son of toil was an outgrowth, as will be seen from the indomitable passions, love, and barbarous cruelty which he possessed. His parents were uneducated, though sincerely pious, orthodox, religious people who did not believe in education, therefore opposed schooling, deeming hard physical labor and devotion to gaining an honest living the extent of their zeal and ambition. However, the hero of our plot could not and would not see things in this light, but he saw a mirror in nature which overshadowed the valley of life and death, and he concluded to go through life in a natural manner, enjoying all the God-ordained manifestations and blessings, or fight like an indomitable fiend to win the victory or die the death of a martyr. Victor Juno was a God-loving youth, an admirer of the beautiful, the natural, a lover of the fair sex, an admirer of pristine loveliness, and an adorer of handsome babies. He beheld in his mind's eye, whilst quite a youth, what very few people ever see during a lifetime, namely, that all the world is a stage, and all the men, women, and children simply actors, who play a farce, tragedy, or Cupid's melodrama. He was a worshipper of the latter, because he looked upon a normal or godly human life as being a boon that should vouchsafe unto man one continual round of pleasures, joys, and delights, hooped together by a living love for the immutable Creator and his creatures, Adams and Eves in Eden gladness, surrounded by angels and baptized with talismanic darts of celestial love. To him such a world and such a life was worth living and dying for, and he despised the rational creatures who could not aid in the advancement of this soul-enchanting and body-beautifying cause. In his childhood he sought, by day and by night, the means whereby the hallowed ends, which he beheld in the mirror of nature, could be attained. Bred and reared amongst the illiterate and uncouth, with no opportunity to obtain a necessarily liberal book education, he strove to obtain from nature what others sought in collegiate tuition. And whilst he meditated almost continually over the wonderful works of the Creator, he became the more enamored with the bountiful goodness of the beneficent Most High, and beheld in the normal Elysium of nature the mirror which radiantly illumined the soul with effulgent joy and delight. To the high blue firmament he vowed to live a pure and healthy life, eschewing all useless and injurious habits, and as long as God gave him breath, he should not cease to promulgate and agitate the fundamental principles upon which humanity must depend for succor and salvation. Moved by intuition instead of man's tuition, he grew up to manhood, and whilst having been thrown among his fellows who did not comprehend nor esteem his Cupid God, he saw that his Elysium of nature was beneath par, and that his life most surely should not be the one which he saw unfolded to his senses in early childhood, as the design of the unchangeable Creator was being marred, and all living human creatures were acting a farce or tragedy, whereby they laid traps to catch each other, fearing that being too natural and generous they might become too happy, and thereby lose the boon of salvation. One day, as our hero was seated by the roadside of the celebrated Wissahickon, suddenly a two-horse equipage was driven along, and when the horses took fright, ran up an embankment and upset the magnificent coach. Quick as lightning, Victor Juno appeared upon the spot, when he found one horse lying flat on his side and kicking with fury, while the other beast stood trembling with fright. The coachman was lying about 6 feet aside of the coach, and all that he saw was an old grey-bearded sire's face, who was entangled somehow under the upturned equipage. The moment he saw Victor, he cried vehemently, "Young man, for God's sake, save my daughter!" Victor Juno, being very courageous, at once began cutting the harness away from the horses, but how to undo the traces of the kicking horse without help from anyone was more than mortal strength and ingenuity of one man could accomplish. However, he soon contrived to so entangle the kicking horse in the lines that one foot was fastened, when he vigorously grasped the other foot in his Herculean hand and held it whilst he leaned over and cut the traces. But just as he did so, the horse sprang to his feet, and throwing the hero about 20 feet vigorously against a fence, fractured his arm and scarified his handsome face severely. The horses ran furiously away. Victor sprang back to the coach, and with the strength of a giant rolled the equipage aside, which relieved the sire. But, oh horror, there was the most gloriously beautiful daughter from whom the sire prayed for a safe deliverance, dead to all appearances. Quickly Victor Juno raised her to his arms, and being a physician, took a small vial from his pocket and placed to her lips a few drops of unfermented vegetable liquid, which immediately caused slight signs of life. "Sire," cried Victor Juno, "shall I take the liberty to do my utmost, I am a physician, to restore your daughter?" $10,000 and an everlasting indebtedness to you, sir, for her restoration," responded the old gentleman. "I'll save her without dollars or indebtedness, or I am not a normal naturalist," ejaculated Victor Juno. The hero now speedily removes the jewels, satins, and silks from her swan-like neck and Venus chest, and applies his powerfully magnetic hand upon the nape of the neck, and, centering his giant will into his fingers, sends messengers of grace to the nervous centers of the prostrate form of the loveliest of her kind. And in a moment Miss Lucinda Armington opened her eyes, and gave a benignant look into the fiery and heaven-inspired eyes of our hero. And thus the life of the one became the joy and resurrection of the other. Victor Juno was, however, considerably embarrassed when he found the long-sought idol of his great soul lying in his arms, with her beautiful, curly, disheveled hair hanging over her bare shoulders, and he apologized in the most affable manner possible for the position and inopportune condition in which he found her. She said, "Where am I?" "Here, safe and sound, in the hands of a most skillful physician, my darling," cried the father. Victor Juno bowed his head gracefully in acknowledging of this compliment, and said, "It is a joy to serve my fellows, and more particularly when danger threatens the pure and innocent angels of our souls. With your permission, fair lady, I will now leave you for a few minutes, and go to my home and send my coach to convey you to comfortable quarters." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 2 The Solemn Oath of the Conspirators. In the year 18-something, there arose in the city of Philadelphia a monstrous agitation and strife among the religious classes, in which war to the hilt was carried on for 10 or 12 months. But finally the money power conquered, the orthodox classes having possession of the filthy lucre. In sooth, the same selfish and bigoted spirit that makes people orthodox makes them also penurious. Because there is neither progression nor generosity in orthodoxy, therefore these kind of people believe in hoarding up and retaining their hoardings, whether in stereotyped religious rites or lucre. Whilst, on the other hand, the progressive and generous thinkers do not place so much value in religious ordinances nor in lucre, hence become poorer in purse and selfishness, but richer in mind and spirit. The leaders of a similar bloody conspiracy that is now breeding consist of 3 persons: Rob Stew, John Peer, and Nancy Clover. Rob Stew is a man of robust build, with a smooth tongue whose eye can sparkle like an angel's when endeavoring to dupe anyone, but flash fire and fury when cornered or disappointed. He is what the New Testament would call a Judas Iscariot, a viper, scribe, hypocrite, and Pharisee. A man who can dissemble and adapt himself to any kind of villainy, who goes about praying and exhorting, claiming to be a chosen vessel of the Lord. A domineering and self-righteous saint, whose exterior humility deceives thousands, and when one listens to his public prayers and exhortations, he feels as though Brother Stew really was a holy saint without blemish. It is probably this power to dissemble that deceives almost everyone who comes within reach of his influence, that gives him an immense sovereignty over the people. Nearly everyone who knows him or knows of him believes Deacon Stew to be a perfect saint, who could not be guilty of any evil act. But as we pass on, it will be shown that he has 2 sides, one of which is well hid under a smooth exterior. Joe Peer is a very finely organized man of medium size who is the beloved of the fair sex, a minister of the gospel who presides over the former, Deacon Stew, but who is nevertheless the submissive tool of Rob Stew. Reverend Joe Peer has many refined, tender, and noble feelings, but being one of those milk-and-water creatures who has no mind of his own, nor enough talent to succeed in life without someone to keep him stiff in the backbone, he is just the miserable though useful instrument in the hands of a Judas, like Deacon Rob Stew, to aid in proselytizing millions to the faith of blue-stocking orthodoxy. Nancy Clover is a finely formed female of profound talent and wheedling capacity. She has the faculty of love and power immensely developed, in addition to a mountain of self-deceit, which makes her bold and dauntless. Moreover, she possesses almost a talismanic power to make everyone fall in love with her, whether man or woman, and she always plays upon the lute-strings of affection of those whom she wishes to control, before she attempts to use her love of power over them. Reverend Joe Peer deems her to be a goddess, and even old Deacon Stew is under her gigantic influence. Still, the latter often combats vehemently with Sister Clover, and whilst the charming sister permits the saintly Judas to frequently digress from the even path of orthodox piety, she nevertheless frequently, in secret, admonishes him until he feels ashamed of himself, and Sister Clover well knows that this is the only way to hold the old deacon in her power. For it must be evident to anyone, if you will be made to respect a person, you must look up to such a one, and Nancy Clover fully understands human nature, and also knows how to torture and hold in subjection everyone she takes a mind to wheedle. The leading conspirators, in company with a few of the faithful, are now in private conclave, plotting the destruction of Victor Juno's influence with General Washington Armington, the millionaire and father of Miss Lucinda Armington, or, if it be necessary, to murder him privately. At any rate, he must cease the agitation of his melodramatic reform, or the orthodox doctrines will lose prestige with the people. They met in Tabernacle Hall on a rainy night, Reverend Joe Pier in the chair. After the meeting was called to order, Deacon Rob Stew said, "Mr. President, I have a very important matter to lay before you this evening, which requires immediate action without fear or favor, and I hope that the Brotherhood is ready to use any means to accomplish what I shall have to propose. Should there be any chicken-hearted brothers or sisters present, I move that they be expelled, or swear renewed allegiance to the form of our beloved cause." Here he was interrupted by a surly fellow, who disputed the deacon's right to be so rigorous and mighty as to demand the expulsion of any member of our cause for the purpose of consummating any of his cherished secret plots, which evidently had a close connection with the love-scrape he had with Miss Armington. "Stop, Mr. Grumbler!" ejaculated Deacon Stew. "You are a suspicious and faithless fool, who is not to be trusted with any important work of our cause. I move, Mr. President, I say emphatically, Mr. President, that Brother Grumbler shall at once leave the room, or, if he go not voluntarily, then he shall be expelled by force." "I will leave this matter to the majority of the Friends," said the President. Nancy Clover rose to the floor and said, "Brothers, I am grieved at your silly conduct. Are we not a unit? Does not a house divided against itself fall, and shall we quarrel amongst ourselves whilst a dangerous enemy is entering into our family, who, if his course is not summarily checked, will destroy our influence and beloved cause entirely? I repeat, brothers, as you love one another and our common and holy cause, cease these worthless bickerings and remain a unit, remembering that he who holds out to the end shall be saved." This lofty speech of so good, pure, and faithful a disciple as the beautiful sister had a tranquilizing effect, and the whole membership became a unit. "As each member is ready to act his part in the contemplated plot of our worthy deacon, I now call for the question and plans of Deacon Stew," said the President. The deacon arose and spoke as follows. "Beloved saints, our cause is just and holy. Moreover, as we are the elect and chosen vessels of the Creator, it behooves us to use any means to keep innovators and reprobates away from our path. First, we shall use moderate but effectual means. If, however, they fail, or if we even entertain a doubt of failure, we shall, secondly, drive the bullet or dagger to the inner recesses of the heart of the defiler of the Brotherhood. There is a man in our midst who has always held sentiments antagonistic to and dangerously at variance with our common and holy cause, who has gained great influence in the family of our most heroic and wealthy co-laborer, I mean the family of General Armington. This innovator, by some act of his, has obtained access to the heart and home of the General, and aims to obtain the hand of Miss Lucinda Armington, which, should he be successful, would ruin our peace, comfort, and safety in all time to come. I am informed that this vile innovator is a very magnificent-looking young man, who can proclaim with a Demosthenic tongue and charm even the most devoted disciple of our faith. In sooth, he has already turned the heads of our staunch Armington family, therefore we are compelled to work very cunningly and deeply, keeping our noble and heroic general in the dark until we contrive some mighty plan for the certain ruination of this Victor Juno, a romantic name for the intended husband of Miss Armington. By the heaven above me, and I invoke the powers that be to aid me, I'll trap him, and make him rue the hour that sent him to set his foot in my path. Brothers and sisters, do you comprehend our condition, and do you swear renewed allegiance to our cause and the work I propose? If so, say each one of you, I will, and raise your left hand toward heaven, whilst you place your right hand upon your beating heart, and pronounce the following solemn words after me, repeating each his or her own name. I, Rob Stew, solemnly swear to keep perfectly secret all the plans, acts, and operations of the cause of our sainthood, and should I divulge anything or neglect to do the portion of the work assigned me, I agree to have my upraised left hand burned into cinders, my right hand, which now clasps my beating heart, cut into fragments, and my heart torn out by its roots. Moreover, should I fail to do as before stated, I hope to have my soul cast into outer darkness, where there shall be weeping, wailing, and gnashing of teeth forever, and where the devil and his boon associates shall hiss at me, and pour pestiferous reptiles with envenomed darts upon my sensibilities, lashing and torturing me beyond the expression of language. This do I voluntarily swear, and hope for no other destiny should I fail in the fulfillment of each part of our sacred covenant. So help me God. Brethren and sisters of the sacred tie, you have renewed your vows, and I can now confide my bloody plans to your heads and hands. Therefore, we shall at once dispatch this sacrilegious innovator, whose very name curdles my blood and fits me to such bitter business as would cause the devil to quake. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 3. Deacon Stew raves at Lucinda's love for Victor. Victor Juno, after arriving at his home, discovered that his right arm was excruciatingly painful. He dispatched his coach to the spot where the dreadful accident happened to General Washington Armington and his lovely daughter Lucinda, requesting his coachman to serve them to their liking, and telling the latter to make an apology to them for not accompanying the coach, as unavoidable circumstances prevented his attendance at that moment. He sent for a brother physician, who discovered a neglected compound fracture of Victor's arm, which was already swollen to alarming dimensions, and lest he instantly retired to bed, mortification might end his days suddenly. Notwithstanding this most painful condition, which was brought about through the humanitarian act of saving and restoring to life the angelic form of a creature whose very existence was a gigantic balm of Gilead to the lacerated body of our hero, and in a half-delirious state of mind, he felt like leaping mountains to raise prostrate female forms, and to become blessed with hymeneal joys of the most glorious character. But his imagination soon forsook him, and a raging fever, accompanied by the most violent deadly delirium, ensued, which lasted a fortnight. It may be interesting to learn that Victor Juno was a perfectly sound man of magnificently formed dimensions, erect in stature, 6 feet in his stockings, and, in fact, he was almost godlike in every feature. His face was of the Roman cast, with a most happy and indomitably energetic and affectionate disposition. He possessed a full, round, and well-proportioned forehead, with eyes black and like sparkling diamonds. Nose, mouth, chin, cheeks, and complexion in the image of God, or after the acme of perfection, the whole central globe of the soul surrounded with Hyperion curls, which hung gracefully over the superbly shaped head, and his trunk and extremities harmonized with these features. Victor Juno had many warm friends, although there were few who dared, in such perilous sectarian times, stand by him openly, which he regretted very much. But yet he was most hopeful of living down all opposition and conquering every element of strife. However kind, loving, and generous he was toward friend and foe, he possessed the faculty of hardening his manly heart toward everybody if such was necessary to gain a natural end. He reasoned thus: would it profit a man if he gained the whole world and lost his own soul, his own manhood and self-respect? And why should not we be willing to sacrifice the few and the good of the few for the many, and for the improvement of the race of mankind, for the perpetual good of a godlike and fixed law-abiding race? Our hero was truly a man, and we fear we shall not look upon his like again. He loved the sinner, but despised his erroneous ways. He would not prosecute anyone for money and worldly glory, but would slay millions for justice and principle, and he taught as one having authority, and not as the scribes, hypocrites, or Pharisees. The weakest point of his character, to live amongst haughty sinners, was his wonderful benevolence, which caused him to confide too much in what people said. He believed everybody was honest like himself, until he had gone through the fiery ordeal of martyrdom, when he turned his heart into adamant and treated everybody as a viper and hypocrite. But notwithstanding all his doubts and suspicions of adults, he had a never-failing faith in nature and nature's God, and looked always lovingly and confidingly to little children. For, said he often, of such is the kingdom of heaven. This latter quality still proved that the man was a genuine naturalist, who lost nothing by the storms through which he had passed. But yet he lost faith in adults, whilst he continued to cherish the pure and innocent of God's heritage. The family physician of Victor Juno had his doubts about the recovery of our hero, until the second week, when his symptoms seemed to become more favorable. At this time, General Armington had learned for the first time that the savior of his daughter's life was lying in a dangerous condition, which was caused by the Herculean and humanitarian efforts the noble Victor made in behalf of the family of the general. When the latter instantly repaired to the home of the delirious man, and asking it as a particular favor to see the hero, was by special favor admitted to his bedside, when, in apparent agony, he was compelled to listen to the recital of the love he bore and pain he underwent for the daughter of General Armington on the occasion of the accident. The general at once desired to render any assistance in his power to alleviate the precarious and painful state of Victor Juno. The nurse thanked the general, but said that his physician did all for him that was possible, and he thought that a change for the better was apparent. At least, so said the skillful doctor a few hours previous. The general returned to his home to his daughter, who was also lying on a bed, suffering of severe nervous prostration, and who should be sitting by Miss Lucinda Armington's bedside but Deacon Rob Stew, who did his utmost to exhort and encourage the fair damsel who was the apple of his evil eye. General Armington related all he had seen at Victor Juno's bedside in the hearing of his daughter and Deacon Stew. The latter sat with eyes and mouth wide open, however with a distressed look on his face, and upon close inspection by an expert it would have shown that a fiendish expression passed spasmodically over his harrowed phiz, whilst he observed with what great interest, grief, and sincere sorrow Miss Armington listened to the story that her father was relating. The deacon saw that betimes Miss Armington was enchanted, especially when the father related what Victor Juno said of his daughter's rescue, whilst, on the other hand, she looked downcast when her father spoke of Victor's dangerous condition. The deacon, Judas-like, hid his feelings thoroughly from the gaze of either the general or his daughter. The latter, however, always felt uncomfortable in the presence of Deacon Stew. In fact, she despised the man, but after all respected him on account of his high position in their church, as also for his religious graces. After carefully listening to the general's recital of what occurred, as well as to the praises which General Armington gave in behalf of the noble Victor Juno, the deacon said in the most solemn manner, General, I am deeply grieved at the sad story of this young physician, as well as being sorrowful to find your noble daughter sick after such a providential escape. It is my heartfelt prayer that all may come right very speedily, and I hope it will." "Thank you," interrupted Miss Armington. "I am sure the excellent young gentleman who has been so brave and unselfish will soon be restored to health, for God would not permit such a noble benefactor to pass away so early, whilst he is capacitated to do mountains of generous acts towards his fellows." "Daughter, I am delighted to hear you express yourself so gratefully and kindly toward this heroic gentleman, for you seldom have anything favorable to say of the male gender," responded General Armington. To these sentiments the Deacon ironically replied, "Certainly Miss Armington could not well feel otherwise toward a man who saved her life, for he must be a brave and worthy creature." "Thanks, Deacon Stew," she said. "I am not ungrateful. Moreover, dear father, I feel that we should employ the best medical talent to save Mr. Juno from a tedious and protracted illness." "You are very thoughtful, my darling," responded the parent. "I think the Deacon is about the best judge who is skillful in the medical profession. Moreover, Brother Stew, you would be the ablest man to select a good, pious doctor, as I believe greatly in the virtue of grace, which, you know, must be attended with heavenly results." "General, your wisdom and Christian worth and valor charm me, and whilst you were speaking, my mind was directed to a plan, or rather to a very eminent Christian physician, who never fails in the fulfillment of anything he undertakes. That is, if it is in the power of sinful mortal to perform," responded the jealous and hypocritical Deacon. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 4. Pat O'Connor, Blarneys the Deacon. Whilst Deacon Rob Stew was conjuring up a lot of shrewd deviltry, and preparing himself to win to his heart the fine Lady Armington, another scene was being enacted in the house of General Washington Armington. Pat O'Connor, a peculiar disciple of the Roman Catholic faith, was conspiring with Judy McCrae, both servants to General Armington, who hated Deacon Rob Stew with a bitter hatred, and their cunning plots to oust his deaconship were novel, and proved equally effectual when the time arrived for the fulfillment of their conniving. As Deacon Stew was preparing to leave the bedside of Miss Lucinda Armington, Judy McCrae was relating to Pat O'Connor what a fancy the Deacon had taken to her young lady, stating that Miss Lucinda despised the old hypocrite, when the following dialogue was held between the twain. "Ah, Judy, darlin', and ye mane that dirty old blackguard is in love with the purty Miss Armington?" said Pat O'Connor. "And sure I do," responded Judy McCrae. "Be me soul, I'll trap him, the squally old hypocrite," said Pat. "What will you do to him, darling Pat? Be careful of yourself, for the master believes him to be a perfect saint," replied Judy. "Ah, and ye never mind, but send the old curmudgeon through the side door, when I'll plaster his nest for him. Mark, you keep dark on the matter," said Pat. "I'll do it," responded Judy, and passed toward the bedchamber of Miss Armington. And who should she meet but the General and the Deacon, on their way to the library? They conversed for a moment, when Judy McCrae repaired to the library door and knocked, and upon being asked in, she said that Miss Lucinda desired her father to go to her as soon as possible, when the Deacon was shown out by Judy through the side door, where another hypocrite, the faithful coachman Pat O'Connor, was busily at work, who placed himself in such a position as to accidentally run against the Deacon whilst the latter turned the corner of the house. Pat knocked the pious Deacon under his chin with the top of his head, sending the lover of Miss Armington reeling like a lightning-struck bull. And no sooner had the Deacon recovered his balance than Pat humbly apologized. "Ah, murder, your honour, and I didn't mane to do it. Will you please to pardon an awkward Irishman? I was a-pulling up a big stone out of the ground when I slipped, and fallen, struck your honour," said Pat. "I will pardon you for what you could not help doing," replied the deacon. "Thanks, many thanks. But, your honour, how have you found Miss Armington?" said Pat. "Very much better, Pat," responded the deacon. "Your honour, please, if you should not consider me impertinent, I could tell you something you ought for to know," said Pat. "Certainly. I would not consider it impertinent for you to tell me what I ought to know, but I would be very grateful to you for telling me, and if it is of any value to me, I would cheerfully compensate you for it," replied the deacon. "Your honour, please do not mention compensation, for I would sarve you cheerfully if I thought you would keep it a secret," said Pat humiliatingly. "Most certainly I shall keep anything secret that you propose to tell me as confidential. But what is it you have to tell me? I am anxious to know it," ejaculated the deacon. "I will tell your honour, if you think it not too bold and foolish, and if your honour would hold it as silly, what I shall tell you, and you'll still keep it secret, will you?" said Pat, looking sheepish. The deacon responded impatiently. "Pat, I have told you before that I would not divulge your secret, so speak it out like a good man, without hesitation." "Well, your honour, I have learned lately that the Miss Lucinda Armington be's desperately in love wid you, and she be's—" "Your honour will keep my secret, will you?" stammered Pat. "Yes, yes, most profoundly secret. Go on and finish what you have to say," almost furiously ejaculated Deacon Stew. "On me soul, you will keep your own counsel on this matter?" mumbled Pat. "Patrick, you insult me by your prevarication. Speak straight out, and don't be silly," said the deacon. "I will, your honour. And do you think it, Miss Armington be's in great distress because you do not ax her to marry you?" said Pat. "I am confounded with delight," meditated the deacon, and continued aloud. "Pat, how do you know all this? Who told you?" "Ah, and don't me darling Judy McCrae tell me all about it. Yes, and what's more, the old gentleman wants his daughter to set her cap for that Mr. Juno chap, what has saved me young lady when me horses run away wid me and almost killed us all. Now, your honour, that young man be's a great man in the eyes of the General," said Pat. "Curse that Juno," meditated the deacon, and mildly asked Pat, "Do you think Miss Armington loves Mr. Juno?" "Well, your honour, you must know that she love your honour. But then she be a faithful daughter, and should the General persist in the encouragement of Mr. Juno, she might turn her affections from ye to him," said Pat. The deacon was almost frantic with delight about Miss Armington loving him at last, but again he was in agony about the General being favourable to this infernal Victor Juno. In sooth, the Irishman's conjuring proved effectual in creating in the deacon renewed ambition to gain the hand of Miss Armington, whilst his determination to destroy Victor Juno was becoming more desperate. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 5. The Bloody Conspirators Poison Victor Juno. We shall now be necessitated to go back to Tabernacle Hall on the rainy night where the bloody conspirators were laying their first plans to destroy Victor Juno's influence with General Washington Armington and family. It will be remembered that Deacon Rob Stew, Reverend Joe Peer, and Nancy Clover were the leaders of the sectarian ring, who had sufficient influence, cunning, and craft to wield whatever power they saw fit to exercise over the orthodox religious classes of all denominations. For it must be again remembered that although sectarian denominations seem to hate each other, nevertheless, when any innovator attacks one sect, or part of a sect, or its tenets, they are all a unit to subdue and quiet the aggressor. Deacon Stew, whose blood had curdled in his veins on account of Victor Juno having gained access and a most dangerous hold upon the affections of General Armington, who already had urged his daughter to receive the attentions of this rude innovator, and as the deacon was himself convinced, from what he saw with his own eyes at the bedside of Miss Lucinda Armington, when her father related what he had seen at Mr. Juno's house, called for vigorous action, therefore, proposed that one of the most trustworthy physicians belonging to the cause be apprised of the necessity to attend instantly at Tabernacle Hall, to receive instructions to attend this Mr. Juno in consultation with the family physician of Mr. Juno, at the request of General Washington Armington and his amiable daughter Lucinda. The President, Reverend Joe Pier, said, "Beloved Saints, we certainly have arduous duties to perform, and they are of such a character as to cause me to tremble in my boots, unless the most zealous followers of the craft are selected to enact the work now in contemplation. I should be happy to hear the plan of operation laid before this meeting by Deacon Stew, whilst Mr. Grumbler will be dispatched to summon either Dr. Toy Pansy or Dr. Lewis Williams to come with him instantly to this hall." Deacon Stew took the floor and said, "It gives me much joy to be able to propose an effectual plan for the speedy and safe removal of that enemy to God's elect. I have been chosen by General Armington to select a physician for this man Juno, and if we can induce, with perfect safety, either of the physicians whom our worthy President just sent for, to slyly administer some fatal drug to this great admirer of the heathendom, I am convinced that our task will be easy, sure, and sound. Whilst the brother physicist is in consultation with Mr. Juno's family doctor, we must evince a monstrous anxiety to restore the sick man speedily, and propose that if his prayers and attentions will do anything toward saving him, nothing shall lack on his part to accomplish the work of convalescence. Moreover, the entire religious brotherhood, sisters included, should be exhorted to pray for the restoration of the worthy hero who saved the lives of General Armington and daughter. And the members shall be solicited to call upon Mr. Juno continually, and be thankful to God that this noble youth had the courage to save the beloved brother Armington and daughter, whilst, of course, they will lament his sickness that was caused by this generous act of Victor Juno. Beloved Saints, it is always wise and better to pray much, long, and often in public, as it shuts up the eyes completely of many worldlings, and, in fact, makes some or most of our own members and other Christians more respectful to and confiding in us." Sister Nancy Clover rose and spoke as follows. "The noble and indomitable Brother Rob Stew has given us all that could be desired, even from an angel. Therefore I rise to say amen to it all, and may the power that always shields the elect stand by and see this holy work speedily executed." A knock at the door interrupted the sister, and upon opening it, Mr. Grumbler and Dr. Toy Pansy stood ready to walk in and take seats. The President said, "Brother Pansy, we are delighted to see you with us upon such short notice." "At your service, brethren," responded the doctor. "What is your pleasure?" "Dear Doctor, we have a most important little job for you, which requires perfect secrecy and great shrewdness. Our worthy President has selected you as the most trustworthy and able physician of the Brotherhood to do what has been planned by us," said Deacon Stew. "Brethren, I am highly complimented, and I assure our most excellent President that I appreciate his confidence, which he has so liberally placed in the skill and trustworthiness of my humble self, and I assure him that, if it is in my power, I shall perform whatever task is assigned me. So help me God," responded Dr. T. Pansy. "May the blessing of heaven continually abide with so faithful a disciple," said the President, and continued, "Deacon Stew will give you your instructions privately, and should you refuse to comply, after listening to the requirements demanded of you, I shall be happy to learn your objections, and whether you accept it or not, you are sworn to secrecy until death." "Certainly, Your Reverence," said the doctor. "Deacon Stew will now conduct the doctor into the anteroom and explain his work," commanded the pious Reverend and President Joe Pier. The deacon related to Dr. Pansy what the reader already knows, only he exaggerated everything, and got the doctor to swear particular allegiance to him in this work of deviltry. Fearing that he probably might need him to dose Miss Lucinda Armington for the purpose of bringing her to terms of connubial submission should any part of his program fail. The doctor seemed to be highly pleased with all that the deacon proposed, and showed himself as one of the most ambitious disciples of the elect to purge the brotherhood of all innovators, because allopathic physicians are hand in glove with orthodox saints. The doctor was conducted by the deacon to General Armington's house, but was told that the latter must be in total ignorance of the plans in consideration. The general received him kindly, and at once offered to conduct him to Victor Juno's residence and bedside, whilst Deacon Rob Stew was to summon Victor's family doctor to meet him forthwith. A consultation was soon held, when Dr. Toy Pancy solicited to be ordered by the family physician to remain that night with the sick man, as the latter must be worn out. For this great kindness the family doctor was truly grateful. However, he deemed his patient much better now, being conscious of all that transpired, yet Victor was very feeble and dangerously ill. Dr. Toy Pancy returned to his own office and prepared a slow poison, which he took with him in the evening for the purpose of administering portions of it to Victor Juno during the night. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 6. The Serpent at Lucinda's Bedside. Miss Lucinda Armington was a beautiful young lady of medium size. She had heavenly blue eyes, a brow like an angel, and altogether the face of a seraph. Her form was slender, but magnificently cut, a bust of wonderful symmetry, and beautiful arms and hands. Her hair chestnut brown and beautifully curly, whilst her disposition was that of benevolent and frank character, which would curl or entwine itself around everyone, of either sex, who came in contact with the fair damsel. She loved the beautiful in nature, and adored gentlemen who were governed by principle instead of policy. In other words, she was the facsimile of Victor Juno in sentiment and spirit. After she had learned of the deep interest that Victor Juno took in her, his unselfish acts in rescuing her and her father, and when she knew that he suffered so excruciatingly on her account, she seemed to get well almost at once. She said to her father, a few days after his recital of the condition in which he found the young hero, "Father, why should not I be equally brave and determined to save Victor Juno's life as he was to save mine?" "My darling, I should be pleased to see you use every effort to do so," responded the father. The day that General Armington accompanied Dr. Toy Pancy to Victor Juno's house, Deacon Rob Stew, after sending his servant for Victor's family doctor, went to visit Miss Lucinda Armington and said, "Miss Lucinda, I hope you are pleased with my selection of a physician for your courageous young savior, Mr. Juno." Almost sneeringly and savagely he uttered these words, which caused Miss Armington to start and ejaculate, "Deacon, I am very much indebted to you for going to so much trouble. Had I known that it would have inconvenienced you so much, I should not have spoken of a physician in your presence as I did. Then father would not have thought of burdening you to select an eminent doctor." "My dear Miss Lucinda, you do not understand me. I have not said, nor felt, it was the least trouble to serve you or this young gentleman. But when I spoke, an idea, not pleasing, concerning another matter entirely, flashed through my mind, which caused me to express myself a little emphatic, which I humbly pray you to pardon. For you must be aware that we are all sinners. But thank God that His grace is abundant toward His elect," humbly responded Deacon Rob Stew. "Your apology is accepted, and I am glad that I have not asked too much of you. But when I come to think, It was not my intention to have you select a physician, but it was Father's doings, who has such unfeigned confidence in your worth and goodness," said Miss Armington. "I appreciate this compliment, and shall endeavor to merit it if God is willing," replied the deacon. After exchanging many words with Miss Lucinda, the overrated deacon departed, but accidentally met Pat O'Connor again, just as he was leaving the piazza, when the deacon said, "Pat, how do you find things today? Have you heard anything lately of this Mr. Juno?" "Surely your honour must know more than I does of what am going on in this house, or at Mr. Juno's place. You're a cunning gentleman. Bejabbers, ye make hay, I believe, while the sun shines. "Will your honour have the graciousness to keep my secret away from Miss Armington?" said Pat. "Pat, never fear me, but to convince you of my trustworthiness, I will tell you a great secret, if you promise to hold it sacred and will serve me," replied the deacon. "Ah, murder, your honour, don't be a placing me on equality wid your holy self. I am only a poor working Irishman. Howsoever, I can keep secrets, I warrant ye, and if I can sarve ye, will do it without thanks," said Pat. "I believe you, Pat, and as you confided in me without solicitation on my part, I will now return the compliment, and tell you that I hate that Victor Juno. He is a heathen, a heretic, and an impudent innovator. And although, good Pat, you and I do not agree in religion exactly, yet we are Christians, whom this Mr. Juno tries to undermine and ruin by his worldly notions. Therefore, Pat, will you help us to put him where he belongs?" questioned Deacon Rob Stew. "Well, your honour, I bees at your service to do anything that bees not too indacent, but I am a-tinking where this Juno chap belongs. Will your honour please tell me?" said Pat. "Why, sir, he belongs to the ground from whence he came, and I have a plan at work that will place him forever beyond stepping into my, or your path," ejaculated the deacon in reckless anger. "Ach, holy Moses," meditated Pat, "I smell a mighty big rat, or I'm no man," and said, "Your honour knows what's best, and I will be sacred and sarve ye in any manner. But here comes Judy McCrae, so good day to your honour." "Judy, darlin', and I have a secret to confide to your bosom, could I but fail certain that me darlin' could keep a dreadful secret," said Pat. "Why, Pat, ye spakes like a crazy man. Do ye think I've become a traitress and a vagabond, and have ye lost faith in your Judy?" angrily said Judy. "No, me darlin', be my soul, ye are accusing me wrongly. Howsoever, I have a monstrous secret to tell ye, and if ye promise to keep it good, I will give it ye, and I want ye to help me worry the matter out," said Pat. "And sure I'll do it all as ye please, dear Pat," responded Judy. "Open your eyes then, Judy darlin', and listen. Do you know that old hypocrite Deacon Stew be's meaning harm to the brave young lord Victor Juno?" said Pat. "You do not mean that," replied Judy. "Mane it, begorra, I knows it. But I'll fix the dirty old blackguard, or I'm no man. Judy, darlin', will ye help me to watch the squally curmudgeon?" said Pat. "Certainly I will," responded Judy. "A blazing idea strikes me mind, and that be's, we must tell Miss Armington of the attempt this Deacon be's making, to murder Victor Juno," said Pat. "Murder Juno?" ejaculated Judy. "Yes, bloody murder, just now a-breeding." "You get Miss Armington to consult with ye and me, and do it quick," said Pat, as though new danger fired up his soul. Judy McCrae was a faithful nurse, who would have willingly lost her own life for her mistress, and she was already aware that Miss Lucinda Armington loved Victor Juno. Therefore she hurried to find her ladyship, to bring her to Pat O'Connor, for the purpose of giving her the news. Miss Armington said, "Judy, what does Pat want with me?" "Och, my sweet lady, and he has a parcel to tell you what will make your blood freeze," nervously replied Judy. "Tell me, what does he mean?" said Miss Armington. "Indeed, and I couldn't tell you, because I do not know much about it," responded Judy. "Well, Judy, "I'll go with you in a moment to hear what Pat has to say," said Miss Armington. They passed out together to consult Pat, who bowed profoundly to Miss Armington and said, "Do the lady desire to learn of the deviltry that am a hatchin'?" "Yes, Pat, I am curious to know the news," replied Miss Armington. "Your ladyship," said Pat, after suspiciously looking all around, "I could not tell you here, but let us go to some sacred place, when I'll teach you a wonder." "Come then, let us go into the library," responded Miss Armington. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 7. Nancy Clover, failing to captivate General Armington, becomes revengeful. Sister Nancy Clover is a deep maiden lady, who speaks seldom unless she sees a sure chance to make an impression in her own behalf. General Washington Armington is the idol of her soul, and although the general is not a marrying man, being a widower of nearly 50 summers, she has had a hope of capturing him without much trouble. The general has always treated her with more than ordinary respect, probably on account of her zeal in the work of Christianity. But he himself was no hypocrite, but a sincere believer in and follower of orthodox religious creeds. General Armington was a liberal Orthodox saint who looked upon every religious sect with charity, love, and respect. In fact, it made little or no difference to him whether a man was a Presbyterian, Methodist, or Catholic. So long as he had faith in Jesus Christ and led a good moral life, he esteemed such a one as his brother. Nancy Clover understood the views of the general thoroughly, and, as she was very conceited and delighted in controlling everyone, thought that it would be an easy task to bring him to terms after a seasonable time had passed after the death of his wife. But Nancy found that she was shamefully mistaken. Therefore, her love of power was aroused to its highest bend, and she determined to conquer or die. She meditated as follows: "I have done everything in my power for the last 2 years to get General Armington to propose to me. I have courted the society of his hateful daughter Lucinda. I have endeavored to make him jealous of others, after he paid me more than ordinary attentions, but all failed to cause the least impression on his mind. Now I see but one effectual way of bringing him to my feet. I must cause the ruination of his daughter's reputation, and whilst I will link her fall with this innovator, Victor Juno, I will kill 2 birds with 1 stone, by causing a widespread prejudice amongst the saints of all denominations against both of them, and at the same time I will prove the most sympathetic bosom friend of both the general and his despicable daughter. This may seem to be serving God and Satan, but as long as the elect cannot sin, and as long as I can wheedle the entire brotherhood, I am safe. Truly, my unsuspicious and innocent general, I'll turn your head around this way, and you shall see the hypocrisy of others, whilst you will be hated and suspected by many saints, who, however, for your money and position's sake, will do you homage. Yet I will prove to be your only reliable friend. And when your family troubles bow your head, and those in whom you most trusted have proved false to your knowledge, I still will show my fidelity to yourself and daughter. But beware when the tigress once has the opportunity to close her teeth upon her prey, how she will make the huntsman who fails to respect her life howl." At this moment someone gently knocked at the door, and on opening it, one of the servants announced that Reverend Joe Pier was in the parlor, desiring to see her. "What does he want?" asked Nancy. "I cannot say, my lady," responded the servant. "Tell him I'll be there in a few moments," said Nancy, and murmured to herself, "That stupid mushhead is continually boring me. I wish Satan had him, the poor lovesick fool. If ever anything can disgust one, it is to have a saphead like Joe Pier trotting after one, for whom one has neither love, fear, nor respect. Well, well, he may be of some valuable service to me, and I shall take advantage of this visit and use him to accomplish my purposes, if it kills him. The silly dunce seems to be happy when I give him one kind look. But, after all, I pity him, because he loves me as I have loved General Washington Armington. But, do to him what I would, he could never have enough wit, courage, and spirit to revenge himself on me. Thus we are alike in loving what we cannot get, but unlike in revenging our wrongs. I will conquer or revenge myself, whilst poor Joe will fail to conquer me, and, instead of revenging himself on me, undoubtedly will conclude, parson and hypocrite-like, that it was the will of the Lord. After all, I despise these mush and milk saints, who possess neither manliness nor valor. But I must go to Cozy and smile around my dupe. He may become tired waiting. Sister Nancy Clover now entered her parlor, where the Reverend Joe Pier meditated over the future, when he should possess this richly adorned establishment, with the jewel of a woman as its presiding genius. "Good morning, Brother Pier. You are an early disciple of the Lord. I hope I have not kept you waiting. I was just completing my devotions and heavenly meditations when the servant informed me of your presence," said Nancy Clover. "My dear sister, you have always been a pattern of sainthood, and I often think what a glorious world this would be if we had more sisters like your noble self," responded the Reverend Joe Pier. "Thanks, Brother Pier, for the compliment, but I assure you that I always seek to do my duty as an humble follower of the lowly Redeemer," ejaculated the influential and revengeful Nancy Clover. "By the way of changing our conversation, may I ask, what is your opinion of General Washington Armington as regards the fancy he has taken to Victor Juno? Do you not fear that the general will be carried away from the faithful if that innovator is allowed to get well and continue to hold converse with the generous and unsuspecting general?" said Joe Pier. "Indeed, Brother Pier, my peace of mind has been much exercised about this matter, and I fear and tremble when I think of the abyss over which our beloved and truly pious general is inclining. We must exhort all the religious denominations to unite in carrying out some of my plans, which I shall ask you to weave into your sermons, as well as go amongst the members personally and exhort them of the danger that is brooding," said Nancy Clover, with a double meaning. "Oh, angel sister, you do me so much good by your deep and holy thoughts. Will you please give me your plans of operation?" responded Joe Pier. "Certainly, with pleasure, dear brother. But listen, someone is ringing the bell," said Nancy Clover when a messenger arrived from General Armington. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 8. Lucinda in Disguise Saves Victor's Life. In the library of General Washington Armington, Pat O'Connor was relating to Miss Lucinda Armington, in the presence of Judy McCrae, what he had learned from Deacon Rob Stew about putting Victor Juno where he belongs, namely, to the ground. Pat continued to relate what the reader already knows, and added his own conclusions and plans. Said he, "Miss Armington, after having your promise to keep this entire matter sacred, and also your promise to relate to Mr. Juno the danger what threatens him, with his promise to keep it secret, I'll just unhitch me soul of the burden of me heart," said Pat O'Connor. "Well, go on, Pat, and let me hear it," responded Miss Armington. "Milady, you know ye and your father asked Deacon Stew to get a doctor for to trate Mr. Juno, and I had my ideas rubbed up that this Deacon Stew what loves your lady and hates Mr. Juno, because ye love or respect Mr. Juno more than he likes to see. I mean that Deacon Stew has played ye and your father false by getting a tricky doctor what will poison Mr. Juno. said Pat, with great agitation. "Oh, Pat, you surely cannot think that of Deacon Rob Stew. He is a good Christian, and would not do such a foul act as to employ a murdering physician," ejaculated Miss Armington, with an internal shudder. "By my soul, Miss Armington, may I stop to believe my own senses if it ain't the truth," said Pat earnestly. "But, Pat, how do you suspect or know all these things?" responded Miss Armington. "Good lady, only keep secret, and I'll tell you. That day when Deacon Rob Stew was at your bedside, when ye asked your father to employ a doctor for Mr. Juno, I told Judy McCrea, who told me something about him what strengthened me suspicions, that I wanted her to send Deacon Rob Stew out by the side door, when I runned accidentally against his honour, which made him speak to me. I humbly apologized, and asked him about Victor Juno in a manner what made him believe I hated Mr. Juno, when the old curmudge—" "Beg your pardon for forgetting myself," stammered Pat, when Miss Armington interruptingly said, "Go on." "Well, your ladyship, I was a-going to say, Deacon Stew spake confidence to me, and said, 'Pat, if I could trust ye, I have a job that would make you rich.' I suspected this deviltry when I blarneyed him, and what you think, he unbosomed the dirtiest plans of his hypocritical heart to meself, and I thought, bejabbers, Pat, here be's a way to larn sacrets that will be of sarvice to me lovely mistress, when a swore with one eye shut and a mental reserves to lead him into the field of battle. He told me enough to conclude that he meant to poison Mr. Juno, and me plans air that ye secretly go to Mr. Juno's house and keep an eye on that doctor chap," said Pat. "Oh, Pat, how can I believe or do all this?" gloomily responded Miss Armington. "Be me soul, I've told ye only what am good truth. Ye can ax Judy McCrea here, what can tell ye I'm speaking only the truth," ejaculated Pat. "Faith, me sweet lady, Pat O'Connor spake the holy truth so far as I knows," responded Judy. Miss Armington was in great distress, and soliloquized as follows, after she excused herself, and was left alone for prayerful meditation. "O Lord, what shall I do? I cannot let father know of this conspiracy to murder Victor Juno, nor can I allow them to poison him, since I can save him. How shall I manage this matter? Oh, how must I act? Great powers above, guide my distressed soul aright. I have it! I have it! I will go in disguise to the house of Victor Juno, and request to see him as an old aunt of his. I understand he has an only relative, and that is an elderly aunt. I'll personate her to the people in his home, and when I once reach his bedside, I'll manage to make him understand me. This will be his salvation, although it may prove my ruination." Miss Lucinda Armington waited until about 7 o'clock in the evening, when she dressed herself in some of her mother's old clothes, which she had preserved from her death, and quietly left by the side door, thinking that she would not be seen so readily by leaving the house by that direction. It must be remembered that this was the door through which Deacon Rob Stew mostly visited the house of General Armington. She made her way to Victor Juno's residence, and as she rang the doorbell, Dr. Toy Pancy drove up, and also stepped upon the step, waiting for the door to open. Presently a very polite male servant received them, the doctor passing to the patient's room direct, whilst Miss Armington, in her disguise, was politely invited into the handsome parlour, which embarrassed her very much, causing a singular shudder to come over her system. The waiter noticed that the lady was somewhat nervous, hence he did not speak for a moment, when Miss Lucinda Armington said, "Mr. Victor Juno lives here, does he not?" "Yes, ma'am, at your service," responded the servant. "Will you have the kindness to inform him that his aunt desires to see him?" said Miss Armington. "Yes, ma'am, but he is very ill. However, he may desire to see his aunt. I'll go to him," responded the servant. Miss Armington now had a flash of horror fly across her mind, thinking, "Oh, gracious heaven! Should I be detected? Monstrous! Should this servant know the real aunt, and go to Victor Juno, or Dr. Toy Pancy, and announce the fact that a lady is in the parlour who says she is Victor Juno's aunt, but that she is not the aunt that he knows, when Victor probably might be strong enough to state that he has only one aunt, or something to that effect. Oh, my head! I think I had better leave at once, because should Dr. Toy Pancy find out who I was, or even suspicion of a mysterious person being in the parlour, he would be on the alert, and hence my mission be a failure, and most likely father, Deacon Stew, and all the rest would discover that something was not right. Never was I in such misery, never was I so undecided what I had better do, and should anyone come to me now, my face would be a mirror wherein guilt and confusion could be plainly seen. I must compose myself. Hark! I hear a step." The door opened, and the same polite servant returned, saying that Mr. Juno would see her in a few moments; moreover, that the housekeeper would come to the parlour in a few minutes. She begged of the servant not to send any one to her, as she would patiently wait until Victor was ready to have him, this servant, conduct her to his side. When Victor Juno heard the announcement that his aunt was in the parlour, his countenance brightened up, and he solicited the doctor to permit his aunt to sit by him this night, and hinted he had better leave, which he did, although reluctantly. The servant then conducted Miss Lucinda Armington, the bogus aunt, to Victor Juno's bedside. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 9. Victor and Lucinda Betrothed. When Miss Lucinda Armington presented herself at the bedside of Victor Juno, he seemed to have known what was coming. He therefore spoke first, and said, "I feel as though an angel from on high, in disguise, was sent before me," and took both her hands into his transparent ones, when she replied, "Mr. Juno, I hope you will pardon me for appearing before you in this peculiar manner." "Certainly, my brave young lady. I feel from my inmost soul that you are here on a mission of mercy. And if it were possible, I would relate to you what I saw in a dream last night," said Victor, with a deep and exhausted sigh. "Mr. Juno, please do not exhaust yourself. But if you are not too weak, I will relate to you why I came here, and in this disguise," responded Miss Armington. "Speak, oh speak, sweet lady. Your presence electrifies and strengthens me, and I am quite well enough to listen to anything that your charming voice may relate," quite vigorously said Victor Juno. "Friend Juno, I beg your pardon, Mr. Juno," stammered Miss Armington. "Dear angel, use the former, and believe me that my very soul is yours, and I feel assured that by your presence this hour, and in this disguise, that your heart beats in unison with mine, or you would not be thus," most affectionately spoke Victor Juno, looking worlds of love into her soul-enchanting eyes. "May you never doubt my sincerity and motives, but still I am almost a perfect stranger to you," ejaculated Lucinda. But Victor interrupted her, and said solemnly, "My beloved lady, why should you feel in the least embarrassed or backward in the presence of a man who would lose his life 10,000 times to give you one meagre joy?" "Speak no more, dear friend. You have indeed saved my miserable life, at triple the danger of losing your own. Therefore I would indeed be an ingrate to withhold anything from you," modestly responded Lucinda. "Thanks, many thanks, for this delicious candour. And will you now be kind enough to relate what you spoke of? And after doing so I will tell you my dream," said Victor. "Oh, I have some horrible things to tell you, which may not be any benefit to your shattered nerves, but there is a greater danger overhanging you than my story can produce, should you be kept in ignorance of what I know. You will therefore find that my presence at this hour, and in this awkward disguise, may save your precious life, which, if such will be the case, will at least repay you for the great services you have done me and my father," said Lucinda. "Beloved angel of my soul, why do you mention what I did? You certainly cannot deem me so selfish as to hope I laboured for compensation," sadly responded Victor. "Oh no, certainly not. I did not mean that, but—" Hesitatingly she continued, "I suppose it was—" "Love," ejaculated Victor, "that prompted the wholesome act. Say so, sweetest lady, and I'll believe you." "Yes, sir, indeed it was," she said, softly but earnestly. "My soul is rejoiced that my never-ceasing affection for you is reciprocated, if I may be so bold as to esteem myself so blessed," responded Victor. Lucinda modestly bowed her head, and said, "This, truly, is the happiest moment of my life." Instantly Victor drew her toward him and kissed her affectionately, after which he said, "My darling, I should be pleased now to listen to the horrible things of which you spoke." "I will tell you, but hope you will see the necessity of keeping the whole matter a sacred secret. Otherwise ruination might befall us both," said she. "No, darling. Have more faith in my Cupid God. But let me not interrupt you any more," responded Victor. "Well, my noble friend, you will see the good of being cautious about making known my visit, disguise, and story," said Lucinda. "Of course, sweet love, I shall be perfectly silent, especially as you desire it, even if I saw it was better to make it public," ejaculated Victor. "Thanks, blessed Victor. But to the point. I have a faithful servant at home who has overheard a secret plot to murder you, and that by people whom you have never injured, and of whom you would not think that they could be guilty of such dark deeds," said Lucinda. Victor interrupted her and said, "My darling, allow me to ask who these parties are, and whether your servant really is reliable." "Yes, good Victor, my servant is reliable. Moreover, there are a train of circumstances of which I know, that convince me of the existence of such a plot. And further, when I tell you all, you may be able to conjure up some matters that happened in this chamber, by which you also will know the truth of what I shall relate. My father is a good, honest man, and a great admirer of yourself. I make this remark because when I tell you my story you might conceive the matter in such a manner as to cause an impression on your mind that dear father had something to do with this vile work, because you certainly must know that Dr. Toy Pancy was employed by father and myself," said Lucinda. "What say you? Dr. Toy Pancy?" ejaculated Victor. "Yes. Dr. Toy Pancy is a villain, who has evidently been trying to poison you whilst he was sitting up with you at night, without your own family doctor knowing anything about it," said Lucinda. "Indeed," muttered Victor, and meditated a moment, then said, "I can now know why he was so uneasy and anxious to be alone with me. Surely my dream was not all a dream. But then I have again interrupted you before you have finished your story. Please go on and tell me all." "I will, dear Victor, but you may not clearly understand why myself and father would send you such a villain of a physician, unless I explain to you how he happened to be selected. I myself first proposed to furnish you with additional medical aid, and my father and Deacon Rob Stew sat by my bedside when I asked father to employ a doctor for you. At once father said to the Deacon that he, the latter, was best acquainted with physicians, and would ask it as a special favour if Deacon Stew would select a physician. The Deacon did so, and this is the manner in which Dr. Toy Pancy came to your bedside," said Lucinda. "But, my beloved angel, how could such a course cause Dr. Toy Pancy to have designs upon my life?" exclaimed Victor. "You may deem me immodest, but, nevertheless, as we have become so well acquainted, and love each other, I may tell you that Deacon Rob Stew has been suing for my hand the last year. But I hate his advances, and have always rejected him, yet have never been rude to him, because I always esteemed him a good Christian, until I learned that he connived with Pat O'Connor, our coachman, to murder you. Pat, Irish-like, suspicioned this wolf in sheep's clothing, when he dissembled and acted as though he also hated you, knowing that the Deacon detested you because you are his successful rival," said Lucinda. "Is it possible that Dr. Toy Pancy and Deacon Rob Stew attempted to take my life? Surely, I will remember that I had grown weaker the few days that Dr. Pancy was by my side, and my family doctor remarked several times, in the presence of Dr. Toy Pancy, that he could not clearly comprehend why I should not get stronger instead of weaker. My arm is nearly well, and I seem to see it all now. And it is you, my most precious darling, who saved my life. But now I'll have an eye on those vile conspirators, and I see the necessity of secrecy, as you asked it," responded Victor. "Dear Victor, I am exceedingly happy to see you so much better, and able to protect yourself against the danger which threatened your precious life. But please tell me your dream, when I must go home," said Lucinda. "Well, I dreamt 3 or 4 times last night you were by my bedside, as you are, and that we had pledged our mutual vows of love. But every time that we wanted to consummate our nuptial ties, some obstacles were thrown into our path by deep designing enemies. This was all I remember of it, but oh, the horror and despair that I felt was almost unendurable," exclaimed Victor. "It was, of course, only a dream, yet a very peculiar one, to say the least. "And I shall be in continual dread of these men, who certainly have commenced in earnest," said Lucinda, when a knock at the door interrupted their conversation; and when Miss Armington opened the door, the servant stood trembling and stammering. "Oh, good lady, the house is surrounded by an army of men." Chapter 10 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 10. Foul Conniving of the Bloody Conspirators. The bloody conspirators have met again at Tabernacle Hall. Reverend Joe Pier in the chair. Nancy Clover took the floor and said, "Brothers, as no one but the faithful and elite are present, and as it will benefit you all to know my plans, which, when you are acquainted with them, may open the door to some new operations," the President ejaculated, "Dear sister, I have been almost dying to learn your plans and operation as you proposed them the last time we met, when General Washington Armington's messenger interrupted us." "Mr. President, I have a word to say which will aid a speedy conclusion of plans," exclaimed Deacon Rob Stew. "Brother Stew, our noble sister Nancy Clover has the right to the floor," interrupted the President and Reverend Joe Pier. "Pardon me, dear sister, I did not intend to be rude, but thought if I could hint it to you ere you speak that I discovered Miss Lucinda Armington leave the General's, her father's house in disguise last night to go to Victor Juno's residence, you would be better prepared to draw your plans up in speedy order," said Deacon Rob Stew. "Thanks, valiant Brother Stew, you verily have done me a service, and as I am now prepared to give you my plans and operations for consummating this holy work of purging our cause of all unfaithful members, apostates, and innovators, you will remember that we have one common interest, and if we cannot gain our individual points, we nevertheless are a perfect unit in obtaining our combined ends. I find that several of those whom we love and respect are being led astray, and would rather play falsely toward us than adhere to the principles we espouse. Firstly, then, General Washington Armington is in dangerous hands while surrounded by this Mr. Juno. Therefore we must devote time, money, muscle, and brains to break the link that binds the General and this Juno together. The best plan is to cause a sanctimonious anxiety for the General amongst all religious people. That done, then our united attention must be earnestly exercised to ruin the reputation, in the General's mind, of Victor Juno, who has escaped us, and is now beyond reach of the plan that was laid for his death through the faithful brother Dr. Toy Pancy. Secondly, we must generate a hue and cry that Miss Lucinda Armington has compromised her reputation by injudicious familiarities, having in disguise and at an improper hour visited Mr. Juno's residence. Thirdly, that having failed in our first attempt to forever quiet Victor Juno, we must now work more amongst the masses of saints of all colours than aim directly at the life of this vile innovator, and by setting up a howl amongst the brethren, setting forth the great danger to our cause, provided this man Juno is not quieted or degraded. This our next best step. What thinks Brother Stew? Said Nancy Clover, whose words sank deep into the hearts of all present. Deacon Rob Stew now arose and spoke as follows. Beloved saints, I have listened with great interest to our valued sister's glorious plans of operations, and have come to the conclusion what she does not know is not worth knowing. Let us therefore act upon her plans, and to do so effectually, each one must be assigned his or her portion of the work. Otherwise we might cause the chains to clank to our disadvantage, by drawing attention to matters with the same persons, and thereby cause suspicions. I mean that each one shall know in what field he is to operate, because we shall have to influence the standard medical fraternity, the editorial fraternity, the municipal ring, the moral, literary, charitable, and religious organizations, such as the Young Men's Christian Associations, Sabbath schools, Bible societies, tract, and the numerous charitable societies. And I propose the following order of work for our members. Reverend Joe Pier among the editorial and municipal rings. Dr. Toy Pancy among the standard medical fraternity and druggists. Sister Nancy Clover among the charitable and literary associations, and I will take to the tract, Bible, Sabbath schools, and Young Men's Christian associations. I would also here relate what I did last night, after I learned that Miss Lucinda Armington repaired in disguise to Victor Juno's residence. I called 20 of the faithful to disguise themselves and join me to surround the house of Victor Juno, and getting Dr. Toy Pancy to arrive also at such a moment as to force his way accidentally into Mr. Juno's house, and go directly to his bedroom for the purpose of detecting whether this reputed aunt who visited her nephew, Mr. Juno, last night was not the veritable disguised Lucinda Armington. I concluded, should we find her there, we would abduct her and take good care that the wretched apostate would never more come between us and our enemy, but from some cause or other we missed our prey. You were not very sharp, said Nancy Clover. Well, as bad luck would have it, they were apprised by Mr. Juno's servant that we were surrounding the house, before Dr. Toy Pancy could enter the house, which evidently caused Miss Armington to escape. But how she got through our lines as we besieged the house is miraculous, responded Deacon Stew. How do you know that she escaped? Why may she not have been hid away somewhere about the immense mansion of Mr. Juno? Did you search the house? Said the President, Reverend Joe Pier. No, sir, we did not search the house at all. But when I found that Dr. Toy Pancy failed to find her, or the bogus aunt, I drew my comrades aside and directed them to scatter a little, until I would go to visit General Washington Armington's residence, and announce to the General and daughter the precarious condition in which Mr. Victor Juno was found when Dr. Toy Pancy returned to his bedside. And behold, her ladyship, Miss Lucinda Armington, was aroused from her own bed, as though nothing had happened. This caused us to disband for the present, exclaimed Deacon Stew. The reader will remember that Miss Lucinda Armington was by Victor's bedside the moment Dr. Toy Pancy entered the front door, but she at once ran downstairs and out at the back door before the disguised conspirators dreamt that their presence was detected, and before they had taken their proper stations as besiegers, she had fled. Victor Juno, although not a dissembler, for the lady's sake at once feigned to be awfully ill, and called for Dr. Toy Pancy and his family physician. Dr. Toy Pancy was told by Victor Juno's civil servant that something very horrible was breeding around this neighborhood. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 11. Shrewd Expose of Cosmopolitan Rascality. The work of sanctimonious deviltry, as well as the melodramatic acting, was now about being commenced on both sides, and as Victor Juno was about restored to comparatively good health, sent his agents to lease the Philadelphia Walnut Street Theater for Sunday evening preaching, which aroused the bloody conspirators to renew efforts to conquer him by either disgracing or killing him. Victor Juno advertised in all the daily, weekly, and Sunday newspapers that he should preach next Sunday evening in the Walnut Street Theater on the rock upon which the church split, in which he should advocate the running of the streetcars in Philadelphia on Sunday. This announcement was hailed by the great majority of the people with delight, which was proved by the immense crowd of the elite and humble that filled the theater from pit to dome, whilst from 5,000 to 10,000 ladies and gentlemen could not gain admission. This popularity was excruciatingly nauseating to the bloody conspirators, as well as distasteful to the more generous and sincere religionists. However, the latter would not have thought of interfering or menacing Victor Juno, although violently opposed to having the streetcars running on their holy Sabbath, had not the bloody conspirators thrown firebrands amongst the denominational cliques, who were thereby persuaded almost to a man that there was violent danger in the atmosphere, or the good Reverend Joe Peer, Deacon Rob Stew, Nancy Clover and company should not have warned the believers. There were now various elements at work. The sincere but misled followers of the flock were in wonderful earnestness. The medical clique also were so bitter that their sincerity to destroy the influence of, or Mr. Juno himself, could not be doubted. The editorial staff laid back until they could learn who would win, for they cared not a whit for either party, on account of principle or love for their hobbies, as they styled their causes. But they were after the filthy lucre and high positions among men, whilst the worldlings rather relished the battle that was breeding in the air. The latter are always in the majority, and they are also ever ready to investigate anything that is not too indecent or inconsistent. Still, they are not a class, under existing morbid civilized life, to be relied upon for succor, because, having been misled and humbugged from infancy to old age by the professed saints, medical lights, political honorables, and lucre-grubbing editorial cliques, as a natural consequence, are equally suspicious of innovators. Moreover, the people, not being educated in sound human science, do very little or no thinking from beauty upon the fixed laws of nature and nature's God, hence are naturally suspicious, irreverent, and recklessly impious. Therefore, reformers always labor under very unfavorable circumstances, which is the reason that all genuine reformers are only appreciated many years after they have gone beyond this shoal of tears. The staunch and sincere followers of the sectarian churches are afraid of reformers. The standard medical profession is too dignified and learned in potions and fine classic terms to be annoyed by rude naturalists, or less scientific charlatans. The bloody conspirators, claiming to possess ownership by might if not by right of everything, entwine themselves around the hearts of the unsuspecting and innocent, whilst they swear allegiance to orthodoxy in medicine and religion, and bitterly detest innovators. The newspaper fraternity and municipal rings neither fear nor hate orthodoxy or liberalists, provided the pile of stamps is balanced. But when the precious jingling stuff inclines one way, then they behold more respectability, decency, and godliness on that side of the house. With the foregoing illustration of the position of Victor Juno, the reader may be able to realize the unenviable state of a heroic reformer. But the power of the bona fide natural Christian, or normal man, is immense over the weak minds of a sickly nation, as will be seen by the way Victor Hugo holds the entire community uneasy, causing thousands to quake in their boots. He takes his enemies by storm, and rends asunder the sophistries of century-born customs, which shakes the foundations of falsely erected houses, until amazement stultifies the human mind. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 12. Victor Juno's Scathing Sermon in the Theatre. Note: the reader must peruse each of Victor Juno's discourses, or he cannot understand the plot. Beloved friends, I will speak to you this evening on "The Rock upon which the Church split." I have nothing new to offer, but as Shakespeare says, "Old things wax new when lovers grow cold," and I argue that the love for a natural Creator, who has made everything for our pleasure, joy, and perpetual bliss, has grown very cold. In sooth, God and nature are esteemed vulgar monitors, if we accept the actions of the professed saints as criterions to go by. The Old and New Testaments teach sound logic, when we have the key to unlock the meaning of the mandates of this Bible. It is very much a book like the arithmetic, and as long as it is read by everybody, without anybody having the key by which alone a natural or scientific religion can be discovered, the Church of God, which is composed of all the wonderful works and fixed laws of God, will be continually split into new isms and schisms, and each stupid sect, in error bound, think they the only road have found to paradise complete. There exists only one Church, namely, the Holy Catholic or Universal or Natural Church of God, and Jesus Christ was the naturalist who established it. There are no such things in God's or Christ's or nature's vocabulary as churches. Moreover, a church is not a house made of bricks, mortar, wood, and cushioned seats, with gilded candlesticks and gaudy or plain features, blasphemously dedicated to Almighty God, as commonly called, by the Pharisees and blind leaders of the blind. But a church, or the church, is composed of law, order, principle, heavens, earth, air, and all the multitudinous little injunctions of the Creator, with Jesus Christ's simple, pure, and resolute mind at the head, representing himself as the chief cornerstone, whilst the Holy Spirit is the motive power that incites the mind to a full understanding and bona fide appreciation of the Creator's fixed laws. Hence, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are in one work, or are actually one, and yet three distinct heads or principles. Therefore, the Church cannot be dedicated by man who is born and bred in false relations to life. It is the height of presumption to talk such stuff, but man can dedicate, or consecrate, or devote himself to the Church if he chooses to repent of his bad habits, and is willing to seek and find wisdom inside of God's fixed laws of life and health, both of body and soul. Knowing, therefore, what the Church of God is, we can soon behold what split this hallowed natural institution, namely, reading the Bible without first understanding the science of human life or laws of nature, hence not being able to cipher out the meaning of God and nature. One must understand the multiplication table before he can use the arithmetic to advantage. So also one must comprehend a true anatomy and physiology before he can understand that the Bible and fixed laws of nature and nature's God agree. Beloved friends, having given you the key to the Bible, namely a knowledge of the science of life, and having shown that God's kingdom suffers violence through ignorance of his fixed laws of life, therefore this ignorance is the rock upon which the Church split. Let me reiterate that the bigoted sectarian and partisan spirit is given preeminence over God and nature. God makes the beautiful natural country, but sinful man makes the city. The latter is composed of the abuse of the Creator's goodness, is a heap of brick and mortar, like the sectarian brick and mortar churches, but has no keen conception of Christ-like sympathy for the poor, the fallen, and the leprous. No, those who should be cared for, who should be raised, healed, and saved, are made the tools and serfs of the lucre kings, who, Pharisee-like, can ride to their gilded brick-and-mortar churches, or anywhere else, in handsome coaches on Sunday. But the poor laborer, who is the bone and sinew of the city, is not allowed to have his carriage run through the streets of this immense city on the only day of rest. I say the street cars shall be made to run on Sunday in this great heap of brick and mortar. Friends of free, noble America, are you going to allow the meanest monarchy on earth to rob you of your inalienable rights? I mean the sectarian money monarchy. Are you going to stand by, rubbing your bloodshot eyes, and blaming God for the miseries and serfdom you suffer, whilst cunning, craft, hypocrisy, and the most cruel deceptions are continually practiced upon you by these false interpreters of the Bible, who would have you dance to their fiddle or see you suffer the veriest slavery? but withal howl of freedom and American liberty? Why, my dear friends, there are leaders at the head of these misled enthusiasts who would enter into any foul conspiracies for the purpose of gaining their pharisaical ends. The bloodiest conspirators of all ages are at the helm of this sanctimonious work of deviltry. They crucify Christ anew, and connive to slay the faithful follower of truth, because they, claiming to be the chosen people of the Lord, think they own heaven, earth, man, and his liberty to serve God. Was not Jesus Christ arrested on the Sabbath day for doing good, the same as these modern vipers arrest all men who desire to think and act as they deem it right? Did Jesus ever use trickery like this to subjugate sinners? Did he delight in domineering, lucre grubbing, and sanctimony? Nay, nay, but he pronounced the following terrible woes upon such scoundrels. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayer. Therefore ye shall receive the greater damnation. Ye fools and blind guides, who strain at a gnat and swallow a camel. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? With Jesus Christ, God and nature, I cry aloud and spare not him who sets himself against the fixed laws of an unchangeable Creator, and I exhort and pray you, instead of God, to rise up as one man and slay the hydra-headed monster that would stay the stream of a God-ordained piety. I ask you to lead natural, physiological lives, returning to nature, truth, and sound sense, and unless you fight for principle and justice, you cannot expect salvation. I live to hail that season, by gifted men foretold, when men shall live by reason, and not alone by gold; when man to man united, and every wrong thing righted, the whole world shall be lighted, as Eden was of old. At this moment the meeting was interrupted by dirk knives being thrown from the galleries at Victor Juno, when a terrible riot arose. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 13. Lucinda abducted and imprisoned. The house of General Washington Armington was besieged by visitors from the sainthood, and although the faithful Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrae were not suspected of either knowing anything of the troubles that were breeding, or of being participants in the diabolical work of overthrowing the sacred temple of the elect, yet, truly, they were in secret conclave with Miss Lucinda Armington, doing bold acts, whilst the sincere and bloody conspirators were trying to inveigle the general into a plot to discard Victor Juno. Deacon Rob Stew said, "General, are you not afraid that your beautiful daughter will get a bad name by associating with Victor Juno? Because, my dear brother, you must know that an immense odium is attached to that man." "I cannot see what he has ever done to cause such gossip about the brave young hero. I certainly admire him very much, and shall stand by him until I learn of acts by him that are unmanly," exclaimed the general. Pat O'Connor has such long ears that he was overhearing this little conversation, and he at once said, "Me lady, that divil of a Deacon is putting mischief in your father's head, but I'll stop him straight, if ye want me to do it." "I do, Pat, if you can do so in a judicious and effectual manner," ejaculated Miss Armington. "Bedad, lave that to me, and I'll rattle his mutton for the old hypocrite," said Pat. Pat now hurried to the library, where the general and deacon were secretly conversing, and impatiently knocked at the door, whilst he almost simultaneously cried with a loud voice, "Me honoured good mashter, I was told by a gintleman on the street that you were violently callin' and sarchin' for me. Here I be's at your sarvice." General Armington told him to come in, when Pat rattled off a lot of Irish that might have done homage to a king, whilst he bowed profoundly to Deacon Rob Stew and said, "May it plaze your honour if I say to ye that the worthless people are assaultin' the Howly Saints. I mane your frinds, way down by Jabob's plantation, and the Riverend Joe Pier and Miss Nancy Clover told me to ax ye, should I see ye, to come home quickly, for they belave a riot am a breaking out." "I'll hasten, General, if you'll excuse me," exclaimed the deacon, frightened lest Victor Juno was arousing the people to do great violence to the believers. "Good mashter, I have somethin' to tell ye, if I thought ye would not think me too bold," said Pat. "Not at all, Pat, go on and tell me," replied the general, recklessly, with however more than ordinary anxiety. "Wal, ye may not belave me, but sure as life be in me, the Deacon, what just lift, is no friend of me mistress Lucinda. Because I heard him spake to a stranger the other evenin' what was not true nor kind to spake of a nice lady like Mistress Lucinda," said Pat. "What was it, Pat?" demanded General Armington. "And sure, good master, he said to the stranger, 'Well, brother, I have discovered that Miss Lucinda Armington is a fast young lady, because she visited Victor Juno in the dark night,'" exclaimed Pat angrily. "How does it come, Pat, that he would make such a remark in your hearing? He knows that you live with us, and would not utter such words in your presence, fearing you might tell us. Where was this?" indignantly ejaculated General Armington, who thought, "Pat, you are either lying, or the deacon is a hypocrite." "Good mashter, belave me, and he said that very ting. But it was one dark night, whin I heerd many noises along the rood as I was a comin' home from Judy's father's," said Pat without hesitation. "Surely, Pat, I cannot understand this, but I will see by and by what it means," responded General Armington. Pat now sought his Judy and Miss Armington to tell them how he worked the deacon's mutton. He said, "Och, be me howly Moses, but I worked the dacon's mutton. I just made him belave that there's a fight down by Jabob's plantation, atween his howly saints and the worthless people, and mind ye, he belaved every word of it, and clared right straightway from your noble father. Whin I told your good father what will cause him to look to the old curmudge, excuse me, I mane hypocrite," jocularly said Pat. "We must be very cautious not to expose our secret workings, or our plans will prove futile, and dear father might then be turned against Victor Juno," sadly responded Miss Armington. "But have ye heard of the riot last Sunday evenin' at the Walnut Street Theatre? The dirty old Deacon, I's sartin, were at it every bit," said Pat. "Oh, yes, I have learned from a friend who was there that these bloodthirsty conspirators had sent some detectives in citizens' clothes, as well as had sprinkled throughout the theatre some of their own disciples, for the especial purpose of breaking the peace, so that the mayor could find a legal cause to arrest Mr. Juno. But they were unable to cause the audience to be clamorous. Hence, toward the close of his discourse, several threw dirks from the galleries toward Mr. Juno, which missed him, thank God, but sank deep into the boards of the floor all around him. And as soon as the people saw this outrage, they made for the scoundrels who were seen throwing the knives. The enemies of Mr. Juno were too few to stand a battle, therefore the apparent riot was soon calmed. But the mayor and bloody conspirators were afraid of the people, who were well pleased with Mr. Juno's sermon, otherwise he would have been arrested," said Miss Armington. It was now getting late in the evening, and the general having retired to bed, Miss Lucinda Armington, Pat O'Connor, and Judy McCrea were still talking over these exciting times, because Miss Armington had now no trustworthy friends, amongst all her many elite acquaintances, in whom she dared to trust, only her faithful servants were left her. These humble but cunning Irish lovers grew in Miss Armington's esteem to a wonderful degree of respectability and moral worth, when she compared them to all her pious friends, who were now determined to have her desert Mr. Juno, or they should desert her. However, death would be preferable to unfaithfulness to her betrothed husband. At last the servants also retired to rest, but Miss Lucinda remained in the dining room alone, meditating over what she should or could do to be of service to her beloved Victor. After sitting for an hour in a meditative mood, she thoughtlessly opened a door that led to the fine garden, and whilst thinking only of Victor, she found herself walking under the magnificent trees, which were interwoven with shrubbery, and, oh horror! Suddenly she felt something thrown over her head, which was the last she remembered that night. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 14. Victor Abducted and Imprisoned. The bloody conspirators worked hard and faithfully to influence their people, besides throwing baits and firebrands amongst those who were in less reputable pursuits, such as rum, tobacco, perfumery dealers, and patent medicine vendors, showing plainly that if Victor Juno's teachings were accepted by the people, there would be an end to orthodox creeds, and medical doctors, medicines, rum, tobacco, toilet articles, and the 1,001 fashionable make-ups and unnecessary artificial paraphernalia would be useless, and the manufacture and sale of these articles would totally cease. Therefore, the thousands of people who make a good livelihood at these trades would lose the means of making a living through such doctrines as Victor Juno advocated. This kind of logic was convincing to those who cannot see God in natural things, but who are born, bred, and educated under artificial logic, artificial habits, and as Victor Juno says, they live by art, doctor by art, and expect to fly to glory on golden wings. The bloody conspirators are not idiots nor simpletons, but deep, cunning villains, who understand all about the power of God's holy laws, and whilst they are not able to teach sound doctrines, they can nevertheless comprehend what such doctrines imply when presented to their senses by the true naturalist. Therefore they are envious and jealous beyond endurance of the man who dare present sounder and holier teachings than have been advocated and followed by themselves. Here, then, is a bugbear that must be removed at all hazards, and, as the followers of the sectarian creeds are not so wide awake and apt to comprehend good and evil as the bloody conspirators, the latter find it no trouble at all to control and wheedle these sincere and innocent followers of the believers. Hence, in one short week, these 4 bloody conspirators, Reverend Joe Pier, Deacon Rob Stew, Sister Nancy Clover, and Dr. Toy Pancy, have the whole religious community in a blaze of earnest zeal for the rescue of sinners from the infidel and heretical teachings of this vile innovator, who thinks nothing of preaching his profligate doctrines in a playhouse on the holy Sabbath day, there to urge on the masses of worldlings to violate the holy Lord's day by running the streetcars on the Sabbath. The following Sunday, the great majority of ministers preached special sermons on this man Juno, denouncing him in the most severe terms that it was possible for them to utter and seem saintly. They urged their people to use every means to destroy the influence of this sacrilegious innovator, and also requested their Sabbath school teachers to command and exhort their pupils not to go where Victor Juno was, nor to dare to read or touch any of his books or advertisements. Any reasonable free thinker, who does his own thinking, may at a glance behold the power that these bloody conspirators were wielding. but this was only a drop in Victor Juno's cup, and truly thus, bad begins, but worse remains behind. Deacon Rob Stew failing to impress General Washington Armington favorably when he had a secret interview in the general's library with him, and having it from the general's own lips that he should stand by Mr. Juno until he saw improper acts on the part of Victor Juno, caused the bloody conspirators to abduct both him and Miss Armington, and announced to the general that Victor Juno had eloped with his faithful daughter Lucinda. They telegraphed to Pittsburgh and later to Chicago, to their sectarian equals, to send telegrams back stating that a Mr. Juno and the handsome daughter of General Washington Armington were seen in those places, thus having bona fide proofs to present to the general's own eyes that his daughter was seduced and carried away by this ruthless person. When the general received this sad news, he was almost paralyzed with amazement, but Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrea, who had been faithful servants for long years, whispered earnest comfort into the general's ears, and even exposed some tangible deviltry of some of the pious clique. However, Pat was too wise and cunning to open his secrets too far to anyone, because he had unbounded confidence in Victor Juno, Miss Lucinda Armington, and a just God, therefore felt certain that everything would turn out right in the end. The general was between two fires, as he was inclined to believe the bloody conspirators. In fact, they gave him convincing proof, but, on the other hand, he had too much faith in his beautiful and affectionate daughter to believe that she would play so wickedly, and he also believed what Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrea whispered to him. At any rate, he was persuading himself that his fair daughter was not the girl that the saints made her appear, and he made up his mind to remain unprejudiced, but wait and watch. He set himself to work to learn when Victor Juno left his own house, and, by applying to Mr. Juno's civil male servant, the latter told him that his master was last seen going down Chestnut Street about 11 o'clock in the evening of last Thursday. On that very Thursday night Miss Armington also disappeared, so, according to this statement, they left or were disposed of at the same time. Victor Juno was not a suspicious man, but rather believed that people were more honest than their actions proved, and, on account of his immense benevolence, he very readily trusted those whom he should have shunned, and by so doing he was very easily led into a perfect trap. As he turned the corner of 4th and Chestnut Streets, he spied a gentlemanly-looking man coming straight toward him, who bowed profoundly and said, "You are Dr. Victor Juno, are you not?" "Yes, sir, that is my name," responded Dr. Juno. Hereafter we shall preface Dr. Juno's name with Doctor. "Mr. William T. Josephs, of Kingsessing, sent me in great haste to bring you to his residence. His daughter is very ill, and he desires your services," exclaimed the stranger. "I should be happy to go, but how shall we go? At present my carriage is not home," said Dr. Juno. "Mr. Joseph's close carriage is waiting at a friend's in Walnut Street. I am to bring a male servant with me also, and whilst he was packing up his duds, I proposed to go direct to your office and ask you to get ready to go, and I thought by the time the driver got around to your office, you might be ready to jump in, and thus we should not lose any time," interposed the stranger. "Certainly," said Dr. Juno. "But, doctor, as I have found you here, if you have the kindness, you would better accompany me down to Walnut Street, where we can get into the carriage and stop at your office on our way out there, if you choose to stop there," interposed the stranger. "I will do so, nor is it necessary for me to stop at my office, but we had better hurry to Mr. Joseph's, if his daughter is so sick," said Dr. Juno. "Thank you, sir. Here comes the carriage already," responded the stranger. The gentlemanly man, whose face was somewhat familiar to Dr. Juno, motioned to the driver to drive to the curb, which was in a rather illy lit part of the street. The driver jumped from his box, opened the carriage door, When the male servant stepped out and Dr. Juno was politely invited to step in, the stranger and pretended servant following, the driver closed the door, and off rolled the vehicle. All were silent, but in a few moments Dr. Juno felt some strange sensations, and looking around the carriage, saw what seemed to be a bundle of clothes, which he thought was the servant's wardrobe, when suddenly, as they turned a dark corner, he was vigorously grasped and gagged, and bound hand and foot, so that he was entirely powerless. The carriage was rattled along speedily, turning an innumerable quantity of corners, until, after driving for what seemed an age to Dr. Juno, it ceased to rattle, having struck a country road, and after continuing straight ahead for what seemed a long time, a few turns were made when the team was stopped, and in great darkness he was roughly seized by 4 men and carried into a damp apartment, and dumped on a hard cemented floor, when a voice said, "Have you got him safe and sound?" "All right," responded another brutal voice. Then they all departed, and the last that Dr. Juno heard of them that night was the rattling of several immense keys as they locked the doors. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 15. Reported Elopement and Seduction of Lucinda by Victor. Sister Nancy Clover had been spreading secretly amongst her circle of saints the delightful gossiping news that Miss Lucinda Armington was not what she ought to be, having been too intimate with this roux, Victor Juno. And, of course, since both Dr. Victor Juno and Miss Lucinda Armington disappeared at the same time, the entire community believed that an elopement was certain. A great deal of sympathy was felt and expressed for General Washington Armington, and whilst many saints innately rejoiced at the calamity that had befallen the general, they nevertheless were free with their expressions of pity for the poor misled daughter, whilst they denounced to General Armington's face this profligate son of toil, whose outgrowth was plainly to be seen in this ungrateful act to his benefactor and intended father-in-law. The general would not allow anyone to say anything cruel of his daughter or Dr. Juno, because he believed them innocent of crime. He soliloquized thus: "Why should my faithful and loving daughter elope with Victor Juno, or why should he desire to do so as long as I encouraged their union?" Whilst the general was thus in deep meditation, Deacon Rob Stew was ushered into the library of the former, where the general sat with downcast countenance. "Good morning," cheerfully said Deacon Stew. "Good morning," coldly replied the general. "My dear brother, do not take this elopement so seriously to heart, for I have rather good news for you." "What is it?" interposed the general, impatiently. "Why, sir, I have just received a letter from New York, from a faithful brother, who says that he saw a lady and gentleman answering to the description of Miss Lucinda and Dr. Juno take passage on a vessel for Liverpool last week," responded Deacon Rob Stew. "Indeed, sir, I don't believe it," said the unsuspicious general. "Don't believe it? What reason have you to doubt it? Surely they have eloped." "Silence, Deacon Stew!" furiously and frantically ejaculated the general, and continued, "I believe that there is some foul plot at work to remove these innocent young people from my presence. They were not opposed by me in their desire to become man and wife. Then why should they elope, I want to know?" "General, you confound my ideas, but if you had not lost patience with me, I think I could set your mind at ease on this subject," said Deacon Stew, tremblingly and much frightened. "Well, sir, I am all patience. Speak," replied the general. Pardon me when I say that I am confident that Miss Armington was pure. But Dr. Juno did not desire marriage with your daughter. He had other designs upon the lovely and unsuspecting daughter of your house. And this is the reason that he eloped with her, very likely promising marriage," said the deacon. "Oh, horrible, horrible!" exclaimed the general. "Dear brother, please be consoled, and trust in the Lord," solemnly said the bloody deacon. "Oh, deacon, I have never dreamt of what you just insinuated, but I now feel that my poor child has fallen into the hands of a monster," exclaimed the general, with great tears in his eyes. "If you desire it, dear brother, I will do my utmost to arrest this demon. Or probably it would be as well for us to telegraph to Liverpool and request the authorities there to arrest him when he arrives," said the deacon. "No, good brother, I think I had better at once get ready and follow these truant children. I will take 2 good male servants with me, and start for Liverpool tomorrow, for I have no heart to live here whilst disgrace and ruination, yes, and probably desertion, may befall my dear child. Oh, daughter, daughter, what have you done? I have centered my whole life, soul, and spirit on you, and for you to be thus snatched from me is more than an old man can endure. God, oh God, aid and comfort my bleeding heart," exclaimed the heartbroken general. The deacon was internally spoiling with delight to think that his plans had worked so very excellently, and thought he, "When Sister Nancy Clover learns the real state of things, she will fairly glut over the success of our plot, and be doubly delighted at the distress of the general, and discomfiture of his hateful daughter. She will seek the general, and offer her saintliest sympathy and most energetic assistance. But when the general is gone to Europe, we shall have a clear track before us. Truly, won't I go to the proud, stuck-up, and apostate Miss Lucinda Armington's prison, and dictate my own terms of peace? Ha, ha, my caged bird, I'll save you the trouble of disguising yourself again for the purpose of acting the aunt, to spoil our holy plans. And as for the heroic and celebrated Dr. Juno, he shall feed on slim victuals, whilst a lingering death shall be his most certain portion this time. Yea, verily, and I shall let him know that it was I, Deacon Rob Stew, of the Orthodox faith, who instigated and managed his ruin for molesting the elect in our God-ordained work of Christianity." The deacon now repaired to headquarters of the bloody conspirators, to inform them of the state of General Armington's mind, whilst the general was at work making preparations to leave for Liverpool. He called Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrea to his side, and told him that he was going to Europe to seek his daughter, and as they had always been faithful servants, he should give everything into their charge, and he hoped and felt confident that they would prove faithful to him in his hour of sore distress. Here Pat could not hold his peace any longer, and, interrupting the general, said, "Fath, me good mashter, and may me soul rot if I don't be true to ye, and what's morer, I'll sake for Mistress Lucinda meself, and for good young Mr. Juno." "Pat, never mention the name of that villain, Juno, again, if you do not want to insult me," in great agitation responded the general. "Holy Saint Patrick, but me mashter is deceived by that old divil, Deacon Stew," meditated Pat, and said aloud, "Och, good mashter, your old servant meant no harm when I spoke of Mr. Pardon me, I didn't mane to spake that name again, but I'll do as ye plaze, and Judy will hilp me, won't ye, Judy?" said Pat. "And sure I will, wid all me heart," responded Judy. Pat and Judy now saw that the deepest kind of villainy was at work, and he said to Judy, "Judy, darlin', I sees, by me soul, that these dirty vagabonds have hided away Miss Armington and Dr. Juno, and may I sace to be an Irishman if I don't blarney them till I diskiver all their diviltry and find me swate mistress." "Och, Pat, and I pray St. Patrick that ye may not fail to do it, and I'll help ye do it if I die," earnestly said Judy McCrea. The general left the next day amid the sympathies of the many who bade him adieu and Godspeed. But he did not seem to care or notice anything, except his anxiety to get off as speedily as possible. No sooner had he departed until Deacon Rob Stew went to General Armington's residence to pump Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrea for the purpose of ascertaining if they knew or even suspected anything of the abduction of these young lovers. He said to Pat, "Good Pat, your master is now gone to Europe on a great mission of mercy to his poor child, and he told me to look after things whilst he is away. Of course, you are to have charge of everything." "So I taught," interposed Pat, a little surly. "But you must know that the general was in such a distressed state of mind that he did not realize the responsibility you had resting on your shoulders in his and his daughter's absence," gently and sympathetically responded the deacon. "Sure, your honour, ye are right, and I'd be a miserable divil not to belave ye had the good of us at heart," humbly said Pat. "Where is Judy, and what does she think of this elopement?" exclaimed the deacon. "What should she think of it, your honour, but that Mr. Juno be's a dirty blackguard," impatiently and indignantly said Pat. But, thought he, if only Judy will not come here now, because this old curmudgeon might smuggle some wrong ideas out of her innocence. At that moment Judy McCrea was heard in another part of the house, screaming murder at the top of her voice. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 16. Lucinda's Thrilling Prayer and Lamentations in Prison. On the night that Miss Lucinda Armington was abducted from the lawn of her father, there were great preparations being made at a celebrated insane asylum near West Philadelphia for the reception of 2 dangerous and incurable lunatics. For one of these insane persons an underground dungeon was being rapidly finished, because the physician-in-chief at the asylum was informed that this patient could not bear the light of the sun and constellations without disturbing the peace of his own and other people's minds. Darkness, total darkness, and perfect solitude were the only panaceas to quiet his nerves and cause a serene state of human conscience. Moreover, the sound of human voice proved an injury to this most peculiarly affected lunatic. Therefore an immensely thick wall and correspondingly heavy laded doors were constructed for such patients, which was a necessity only of very recent occurrence. In another portion of this same pious and generous Orthodox insane asylum, on the 3rd floor, was prepared an extra private, strong, but comfortable cell for a patient who could not endure human sounds, but was benefited by light and comfort. This cell was not accessible by anyone except the highest officials and Deacon Rob Stew. The latter was the most powerful man in the entire community of the elect saints. The physician-in-chief of this humanitarian asylum was a faithful brother of the faith, who fully confided in the little secret prayers and holy plans of the bloody conspirators, and all his assistants and servants, excepting one Irishman, were equally faithful. For convenience' sake, we will call this unfaithful to the faithful Jemmy, who was a man of strong sympathies for the fallen, depraved, and miserable, and whose honesty had no flaw in its composition. Jemmy was the most trustworthy servant in the asylum, and the physician-in-chief invariably commanded Jemmy to watch the other keepers and the help, making him a kind of superintendent or overseer amongst the many employees, and therefore the latter dreaded Jemmy, because whatever report of delinquency and disobedience he would make to the head of the place would be accepted as truth, from which no appeal would benefit aught. We might here state that Jemmy was a bosom friend of Pat O'Connor and a distant relative of Judy McCrea, who frequently visited Pat and Judy at General Washington Armington's residence. Therefore he had often seen Miss Lucinda Armington, and Pat on several occasions pointed out Dr. Victor Juno to Jemmy as being the accepted lover of Miss Lucinda Armington. Jemmy believed that their asylum was a model humanitarian institution, whose physician-in-chief and the managers thereof were the best men living, and, although he was a Roman Catholic, he believed that his employers were as near saints as Protestants could be. On numerous occasions he told Pat O'Connor that these gentlemen were very pious, being also continually devoted to acts of charity, and besides prayed and worshipped God zealously, which he, Jemmy, esteemed the highest attributes of Christianity, even if they were not Catholics. Pat, however, had less faith in such men, after he became acquainted with Deacon Rob Stew, who was the president of the insane asylum. Nearly all the leading Orthodox religionists, except the Roman Catholics, had an interest in this philanthropic asylum for the insane, and no doubt nearly all of them esteemed it a most Christian and exemplary institution. They had formed themselves into a guardianship, hence were privileged members of the asylum to visit every portion of it, except those few departments where incurable lunatics were confined, whose idiosyncrasies were of that peculiar character that human voices, etc., could not be endured by them. To these departments no one had access except the physician-in-chief, a few of the bloody conspirators, and the servants. Few of the latter were even permitted to enter upon these sacred parts of the asylum. The cells of these departments were seldom cleaned by anyone except the prisoners themselves, who, by a confidential announcement, we may say, were never too crazy or ill, from the onset of their incarceration, to do their own work. And these lunatics were fed through a peculiarly contrived apparatus, which prevented the waiter or keeper from seeing the patient. The basement cells were complete dungeons, where total darkness prevailed, but the third-story cells of these departments were supplied with a good degree of light. However, shutters were so constructed to the windows that total darkness could be produced in a moment, which seemed often necessary when peculiar examinations of patients were required. Many of the patients who were confined in these sacredly secret cells were females, who would not submit to certain tutorage on open terra firma, and who could be more thoroughly managed, subdued, and cured by total darkness, shielding the disciplinarian from unpleasant recognition, than by permitting the light of heaven to cooperate in the consummating of the holy work. It was seldom necessary to introduce instruments of torment into this department of the asylum, but solemnized religious worship, prayer, exhortation, and singing by the saints, was frequently introduced with signal success. It was almost beyond the conception of mortals how peculiarly zealous some of these bloody conspirators were in the work of subjugating those whom they loved with a wicked hatred. The female cells also had several secret doors to them, which were an auxiliary to the work of restoring sanity to the heads and hearts of the fair sex, who were victims to these sacred apartments of the elect. Miss Lucinda Armington first opened her eyes to consciousness, after appearing in her father's lawn on the night of her abduction, in one of these female cells on the third floor of this insane asylum. She could not imagine where she was, and for what purpose she would be in this unpleasant place. She rose from her neat little couch, and surveyed the tidy little apartment, which was neatly and very comfortably furnished, but withal there was an air of horror connected with the appearance of things. She examined the door, which she found was locked. Next she examined the floor and walls, but found them solid and sound. And as to the window, she could not examine it, because it was a skylight, situated directly overhead, and although there was a table, chair, and bed in the room, she piled them upon each other and managed to climb on top of them, but she was then a few feet too short to reach to the skylight. She replaced her furniture, and began to pound on the door, floor, and walls, but all sounded dead and dull, without the least response from anyone. Next, she screamed at the top of her voice, but to no effect, when she thought, "Oh, great heaven! Why am I thus confined in this living tomb? Can this be a prison? But why should I be confined in it? Where was I to my last recollection? Let me think. Oh, yes, I remember. Pat O'Connor, Judy McCrea, and myself sat in our dining room, conversing over the outrage that had happened to dear Victor at the theatre. And I now remember of having gone out into the lawn, when suddenly something nasty was thrown over my head, whilst at the same moment some strong hands grasped my body, and I knew nothing more. Surely I was then carried to this prison. Oh, horror! horror! What may, what will become of me? Great powers of glory protect me, and deliver me from my bondage. Who could have been so cruel as to abduct and incarcerate me thus? Great Lord, an idea flashes through my half-frenzied brain. It was the same bloody conspirators who tried to poison my beloved Victor that have sent me to this place. But what will they do with me? This is horrible, most horrible! Because anyone who is bad enough to have me thus abducted and imprisoned is also vile enough to abuse me and murder me, if that suits his pleasure and plans best. What, really, have I done to merit such foul treatment? Let me think. I have always been kind to everyone. I have no enemies that I know of. But now it flashes upon my distressed soul, I have stood by the side of dear Victor. I have conspired with Pat and Judy to save my beloved. Oh, darling Victor, save me now from the impending danger that awaits your unprotected Lucinda. My persecutors are monsters, or they would not tear me away from my dear old father, and from my dearly beloved Victor. God, if thou ever hearest the prayers of mortals, hear mine. Infinite and all-powerful Creator, I invoke thee, and all thy vitalizing influences, to stultify and deaden the head and hand that has brought me to this cruel place. I pray thee, Heavenly Father, to shield the just and faithful, whilst thou wilt confound the wicked conspirators who have sought to ruin and destroy me and mine. And, O God, look with compassion upon thy distressed servant, who would freely offer up her life, in purity and innocence, for the good of heaven's righteous cause. Moreover, I humbly pray thee, O Lord of hosts, send thy messengers of grace to guard and protect my beloved and heroic Victor, whose strifes and struggles, on behalf of his race, are Herculean. God, grant me this humble supplication, and thy name shall have all the glory for ever and ever. Amen. A terrible noise, as it were rattling of chains, unbolting of gigantic doors, and groans of the most horrible character, now disturbed the suppliant, and suddenly the door, entering her cell, flew open, when she beheld a man in disguise standing before her. She swooned away. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 17. General Armington searching for his seduced daughter in Europe. General Washington Armington arrived in Liverpool in 16 days, when he at once went to headquarters of the detectives for the purpose of ascertaining the whereabouts of Victor Juno and his amiable daughter, Lucinda. Having been informed, before he left New York, that his truant child and her paramour were seen on consecutive days to reside at the Hotel de la Breau on Grange Street, Liverpool. but on inquiry for such persons, a negative answer was given, because there were no persons, nor had been, stopping there that would answer the description in any way. This was a terrible disappointment to the general, and what to do was beyond his capacity to contrive. However, upon consultation with the chief of police, he was encouraged by the advice the chief gave him. Said he to the general, "You had better consult with Louis Kingdom, one of our foremost detectives, and although his price is extortionate, but if your people can be found, he can do it, provided they are on this continent." "I am fully persuaded that they sailed several weeks ago from New York to Liverpool, in the Scotia, and I was told that they had been repeatedly seen at the Hotel de la Breau. But, upon examination, I failed to ascertain of their whereabouts. However, as the man is a cunning rogue, I fear that he has bribed the proprietors of the hotel not to divulge anything concerning their appearance," said General Armington. The general engaged Louis Kingdom, the detective, to search for the elopists, and find his daughter if it cost $10,000. The detective said, "If they are on this globe, I will find them, and shortly." This assurance from so great an expert gave the general full satisfaction, so far as the securing of his daughter was concerned. But yet the general's mind was in one continually agitated and disturbed state. He endeavored to console himself by renewed devotion to the church, but whenever he approached the orthodox religionists, something seemed to warn him, and almost tell him, that this class of persons were the ones who caused all his trouble. Nevertheless, he continued to go amongst them, making many acquaintances, and very soon he received a long letter from Reverend Joe Pier, who consoled him amazingly, whilst at the same time a very pious deacon of his own faith called upon the general and told him that he was well acquainted with Deacon Rob Stew of America, who had very often mentioned the general's name to him when he was sojourning in America. The general took a wonderful pleasure in this English deacon's acquaintance, whilst the wily deacon was simply the co-conspirator of Deacon Rob Stew and the bloody conspirators. We will now call attention to the operations of the bloody conspirators, who had been holding several special meetings recently at Tabernacle Hall, for the purpose of keeping the general in Europe until Dr. Victor Juno was in his grave, or at the bottom of the ocean, where worms or sharks will devour his mouldering clay, as he endeavored to devour the doctrines of the elect saints. As for Miss Lucinda Armington, no one but Deacon Rob Stew seemed to care what became of her, whether she lived or died. Neither did they care a straw about the general, so long as they were safe from molestation by this Victor Juno. The deacon said, "Holy saints, I will promise you to take good care of Miss Lucinda Armington, so she shall be no trouble to the cause, nor to you personally. I have always loved the dear, innocent child, and take my holy word, I'll fix her to the advantage of all parties, and to her own satisfaction." "Surely our beloved and faithful deacon understands the charitable and nurturing business thoroughly, since I assure you he will do what pleases the Lord," said Nancy Clover. "But, brethren, we must contrive some plan by which we can banish all suspicion of the abduction business, should some one get wind of it, or the thing in any way prove a failure. You are all aware that I fear and tremble when I think of the bold work which we have taken into our hands, and although the elect cannot sin, still they are not infallible, else Victor Juno would have died at the hands of our faithful brother and doctor, Toy Pancy," exclaimed Reverend Joe Pier in an agitated state of mind. "Truly, good brother Pier, your remarks are wise and spoken in an opportune hour," said Dr. Toy Pancy, "for you must know that there are many infidels and atheists in this world who would delight in acting as spies for the purpose of betraying us to the people, and I am sure 1 ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Moreover, if all things turn out right, there cannot arise any injury from the exercise of extreme precautionary measures. Supposing this vile agitator and coarse innovator should escape us— Nonsense! Interposed Deacon Rob Stew in an indignant and boisterous manner. Patience, Brother Stew, I have the floor. Therefore, please let me finish what I propose to say, said Dr. Toy Pancy. Go on, exclaimed the Reverend Joe Pier. Well, I was going to say, supposing Mr. or Dr. Juno should escape us, he would undoubtedly be bold and daring enough to at once mount the rostrum again, and expose our conduct toward him, when the people would very likely join him and mob us, said Dr. Toy Pancy. Nonsense! You are a poor chicken-hearted dunce to reason thus. Have you no faith in God and in his elect? And do you suppose I have been idle all these days, and have done nothing to guard against such contingencies? You must take me to be a faithless fool. I have it in my power to ruin this Juno. Yes, a simple stroke from my pen will disgrace and quiet this innovator any time. But it must not be known publicly that I would stoop to undermine Republican liberties, because I am an advocate of Republicanism, and as you all know that the Republican party believes me to be a perfect saint, hence I hold them in the hollow of my hand so long as I can keep my secret acts away from them. We are told by Christ to pray and act in secret. Hence, I never throw such holy things before dogs, nor cast pearls before swine, exclaimed the holy deacon. A knock at the outer door caused all to remain quiet for a moment, until the sentinel should see who sought admission, when the physician-in-chief of the insane asylum rushed into the hall in an awfully excited state of mind, and said, "Victor Juno has escaped!" End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 18. Jemmy discovers Victor and Lucinda. It may be remembered that Pat O'Connor's wits were heavily exercised about this reported elopement affair. He could not see any philosophy in such an act on the part of either Dr. Juno or Miss Armington. Therefore he did not believe that they eloped, but he feared some foul play. And who but Deacon Rob Stew was guilty? Hence Pat endeavored to Blarney the Deacon so that he could get deeper into the latter's confidence. In fact, the Deacon never suspicioned Pat of infidelity to him, but thought Pat O'Connor was his tried, true friend. Pat knew this, and therefore he said, "Dacon, your honour, I have heerd sich talk aboot this Mishter Juno chap what makes me blood run cooled, but your honour will not spake agin of this matter, will ye?" "Certainly not, Pat, but will you tell me what it is?" asked the Deacon. "Och, be Saint Patrick, I belave that son of thy wicked papal started a talk that ye are the cause of Miss Lucinda, me mistress, eloped wid dem Juno chap, because ye would not ax her to marry ye," said Pat. "Is that what you have heard?" interposed the Deacon. "Yis, your honour, that's it," said Pat. "Sure, Pat, you have heard nothing more, and you do not believe that, do you?" responded the Deacon. "Howly Moses, your honour, I do believe that Miss Armington was mad wid ye, because ye would not ax her fur to marry ye, and fur to spite ye, she runned away wid dis Mr. Juno. Do ye mind that?" said Pat. "No, my faithful Pat, but as you are a true friend of mine, in whom I feel sure I could entrust my life, I will give you a little insight into this matter. But, Pat, you must be secretive, and not mention it to a living soul," responded the Deacon. "Howly Saint Patrick, I would not spake of it to the parson, and if it would smash me life into smithereens. Believe me, your honour," said Pat. "Oh, I do, good fellow. Well, Pat, Miss Lucinda Armington and Victor Juno did not elope, but they were abducted by some of the medical opponents of Victor Juno," ejaculated the deacon. "Abdoocted, yer honour! Bedad, and ye are sure on that, are ye?" said Pat. "Yes, Pat, I am sure of it," responded the deacon. "Howly saints! And ye know that me mishtress be murdered, and ye would not tell me mashter, but let him go to Europe fur to hunt his murdhered child? Oh, ye bloody curmudgeon, what do ye expect will become of ye?" furiously ejaculated Pat, who was now ready for a fight with the deacon. "Pat, you do not understand me," replied the deacon. "Begorra, and I do understand ye. Abdoocted, ye murdherin' hypocrite, and may the divil swallow ye whole body and soul if I don't tell on ye, and that this very hour, ye squally murdherer, for a helpin' to abduct me swate mishtress. And will ye tell me where ye have buried her?" exclaimed Pat. "Pat, you are crazy. Listen to me. She is not dead," replied the deacon, half scared to death, lest Pat might expose the whole matter in his excitable state of mind, for he saw Pat was ready for a fight. "Not dead!" exclaimed Pat, looking amazed, and continued, "How could she be abducted and be not dead?" "Now, Pat, calm yourself, and I will explain to you all about it. She is living, healthy, and will evidently be happy when I see her and offer myself in marriage to her," said the deacon. "Yer honour am not hoaxin', am ye?" exclaimed Pat, his countenance lighting up with delight. "Certainly not, good Pat. You evidently do not understand the meaning of abduction. Abduction means carefully taken away from danger," said the deacon. "Do it, yer honour? And I'm plazed it manes that. But, be jabbers, I t'ought it meant murdher," responded Pat. "Well, Pat, you are now satisfied, are you not? And you will keep the secret, for I promise you all will be for the best," said Deacon Rob Stew. "Yis, sure, I am your faithful sarvant, as ye plaze to have me," ejaculated Pat, good-humouredly and apparently satisfied. Pat returned to Judy McCrea, and cautiously told her that he suspected Deacon Rob Stew to be a dirty villain, when they agreed to watch the deacon's movements. On Saturday afternoon, Jemmy, the overseer of the insane asylum, generally visited Pat and Judy. The three were sitting in the dining room of General Washington Armington's residence, discussing the question of the day. Pat said, "Jemmy, ye have a fine plaze for the poor lunatic, and whin ye showed meself and Judy, darlin', the inner of the asylum, why did ye not take us to them other parts?" "Sure, I'd like to see all of 'em," said Judy. "Pat, it is not allowed to take strangers into the private departments," replied Jemmy. "Private divils, I believe that ye keep them places for to smuggle dacent people away," ejaculated Pat. "Pat, now do ye think we are cutthroats in our asylum?" angrily responded Jemmy. "Jemmy, dear," said Judy, "excuse Pat, for ye knows he bees much worried about the good darlin' Mistress Lucinda, who he belaves is smuggled up in that plaze." "Yes, Jemmy, will you do me one kind favor?" said Pat. "Certainly, dear Pat, I will," responded Jemmy. "Thin kape an eye on them private plazes, and ye may see me mistress in there," said Pat. "Pat, in faith ye are mistaken, but I'll do it and tell ye of it if I see anything," replied Jemmy. These three parted good friends, and although Jemmy could not harbor a thought in his mind that would reflect upon the virtuous conduct of the managers of the asylum, but, thought he, it cannot do any harm for me to peep around and satisfy my mind, and should I find anything wrong, I might help to right it, and should I find all straight, no harm is done. The following Sunday, Jemmy was ordered by the physician-in-chief to oversee the private departments, as the latter should be compelled to leave the asylum that day. This pleased Jemmy, and he took the first opportunity afforded him to see who occupied the cell on the 3rd floor, where Deacon Rob Stew recently visited so often. For sure, if Miss Lucinda Armington should be in the asylum, that is the place where she would be confined. With little trouble he unbolted the outside doors, which gave him an opportunity to peep quietly into her cell, and, to his amazement, there he beheld, reclining on the neat little cot, Miss Armington, sleeping sweetly. This almost stunned Jemmy's sensibilities, and he was now ready to believe anything and everything that might be said either of the asylum or of its managers. He quietly retired from the spot, and at once made his way to the basement dungeons, where, however, he could not peep, because there was no light in those cells, but he went to the door of the dungeon and tried to unbolt it, when he heard a peculiar noise in a distant part of the corridor, which scared him away from his intended design for the present. He went upstairs and found that they had brought a very crazy patient into the asylum, and after he was stored safely away, he got another set of keys and returned to the dungeon, and succeeded in opening the outside door, which gave him access to call the prisoner. He said, "Victor Juno! Victor Juno!" Then listened, when he heard a low, stifled voice reply, "Who calls me? I am Victor Juno." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 19. Deacon Stu Threatens to Shoot Jemmy. It will be remembered that on a preceding occasion, when Pat O'Connor and Deacon Rob Stew were in conversation at General Armington's house, Judy McCrae suddenly screamed murder in another part of the mansion, which disturbed the two connivers in carrying out their deviltry. Pat O'Connor, who was Blarneying Deacon Rob Stew, was delighted that something happened to distract the attention of the deacon's mind from the subject that was under discussion, and it may have been a godsend that Judy McCrae was caused to scream murder at the top of her voice. Pat and the deacon at once repaired to the spot, where Judy was imagining that she was being in a terrible conflict with bloody murderers. But they discovered nothing, except that Judy said she had been tired, and whilst reclining on a lounge fell asleep, and had a horrible dream. No one inquired about the dream, and even Judy herself seemed then not to care or think it of any moment. However, a few weeks later, Judy's mind one day was bewildered, and when Pat asked her what was the matter, she said that the dream she had a few weeks ago impressed her mind so strangely that she could not rest, but she could not tell exactly what the dream was like. Pat said, "Me darlin', can ye not tell your Pat what ye seed in your dream?" "Yis, dear Pat, the thing just come to me mind. I thought I was a-talkin' with the lovely mistress, when a dirty, rough man come along, and, throwin' a murdering cap over her head, what choked me darlin' mistress, when she could not spake, and I tried to help her, but me body was very stiff, and I could not do nothin' for her, when they took her off on a wagon," said Judy McCrae. "Darlin' Judy, why did ye not spake of it before now?" exclaimed Pat. "I have not thought of it, and I am sartain that milady be's in that place where Jemmy be's, over yonder in West Philadelphy, for I mind not that I seed her taked in the wagon to that place, and carried up 3 stairs, and put in a small room that looks as a prison more than an asylum," said Judy. "Ach, Judy, ye be's a-dreamin' just now," laughingly replied Pat. "No, Pat, ef ye love me, belave me, for I sees me swart lady just now settin' all alone by herself, a-weepin' as a child," said Judy, with tears in her eyes and sniffling as though she really was in sympathy with the poor young lady. It may seem curious, but it was nevertheless true, that the spirit of Judy was hovering around Miss Lucinda Armington in a clairvoyant state, and whilst Judy and Pat were talking over these matters, Jemmy, the overseer, knocked at the door, and being asked into the room, at once said, "My good friends, I have news to tell ye. I have watched my chance at the asylum, and when I was authorized to superintend the secret departments, I looked into one of the third-story cells, where, to my sorrow and surprise, I seen your lovely Mistress Armington." "Ach, murder, Pat, and have I not told ye so? But ye would not belave," ejaculated Judy. "Jemmy, bedad, ye confound me with sick news. Howsomever, I thought that your squally Deacon was up to any diviltry, and sure sartin he was the chief apostle in this work of Satan, and sure, it am quare that my darling Judy should be dramin' all about it," responded Pat. "Dear Jemmy, did ye spake to my lady?" asked Judy. "No, Judy dear, I only was wantin' to know if she were there. She were asleep and I peeped through the door hole," responded Jemmy. "Well, Jemmy, and do ye now belave me, whin I said them chaps were hypocrites?" said Pat. "Yes, dear Pat, I belave anything, after having seen Miss Lucinda Armington lying on a cot, tight asleep in that cosy cell. I would tell you that I have also discovered that Mr. Victor Juno be in the new dungeon, in the basement," replied Jemmy. "Bloody murder! Be me soul, ye knock me brains straight out by tellin' me all sich talk. Do ye mane to say that Dr. Victor Juno am caged up widin that cellar dungeon?" said Pat, half crazed and furiously indignant. "Yis, Pat, he is there, but he won't be long comin' out of it, if I knows it," exclaimed Jemmy. Jemmy, being a good, honest Christian, would not cooperate with anyone, or work for anyone, whom he found to be dishonest and criminal. Therefore he made up his mind to set Victor Juno and Miss Lucinda Armington at liberty, after which he would leave the asylum. But how to go about this without being exposed, and without danger to the prisoners' lives and future prosperity, was a puzzling question. He planned in various ways to cause the escape of Victor Juno, but always failed to see his way clear. However, he might furnish the half-starved man with better and more food, until he regained his strength, when a cold chisel and heavy hammer might answer his purpose. Besides, he might leave the bolts in Victor Juno's dungeon doors slipped, a few days previous to his attempt to escape, when he would not be working in that department on the time Victor should make his escape. This would remove suspicion from Jemmy. Moreover, he might furnish Victor Juno with a rope, which undoubtedly should be of great service to him. All this Jemmy did, and he informed Victor which way to leave the asylum, on what day and in the middle of the night as near as he could do so. Jemmy did not worry so much about Miss Lucinda Armington as he did over Victor Juno, because she had comfortable quarters. Besides, her father was in Europe. But Victor was in a dark, damp, sickly cell, where death surely would end his miseries in a short time, unless he was set at liberty. Moreover, his business was suffering by this most foul incarceration. When Jemmy had given Victor Juno all the trappings and information, he made an excuse to visit some of his relatives in the country, who were sick, and the physician-in-chief, being willing to grant any favor to his most faithful overseer, permitted Jemmy a week's leave of absence. As Jemmy was about quitting the asylum for the purpose of making his visit, Deacon Robstew entered the institution, and at once confronted Jemmy and said, "Come with me, instantly, and hesitate not, or I'll blow your Irish brains out with this pistol, you vile conspirator." End of Chapter 19. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 20 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 20. Lucinda nearly murders the Deacon in her cell. In the cell where Miss Lucinda Armington was confined, there was but one window, a skylight, which had shutters that could be closed in a moment by the keepers and managers. And when the man in disguise appeared before Miss Armington, and he saw that she swooned away, he suddenly darkened the cell by closing said shutters, thinking that she would be more readily restored and conquered in darkness than in light. Moreover, she might detect the disguised person if too much light shone upon him. He laid her on the cot, and when she came to, he said, "I have come to offer you freedom, and my heart and hand in marriage, and I hope you will not refuse me this request," said the disguised monster. "Sir, who are you that dares to insult me thus, and why have you darkened this prison cell? Are your intentions so dark and foul that you cannot present them in the light of day?" exclaimed Miss Armington. "I am a man of tender affections toward you, but as I have lately noticed you to conspire with a vile atheist, I felt it my duty to separate you from him until you have time to repent. Fiend that you are, do you suppose for one moment that a woman could or would yield to a man's wishes who can be guilty of so foul a deed?" interposed Miss Armington, and continued, "Further, I would like to know by whose authority and by what august power you have taken this outrageous task upon yourself to abduct and cast me into this prison. Dear lady, you are haughty. I really admire your high-toned spirit, but your desire to be stubborn or sarcastic will not profit you aught. Neither will you receive your liberty until you yield to my desires," said the disguised man. "Monster, have you lost your manhood? And how could you expect a woman to accept the proposals of a man or beast, which uses such criminal measures to gain the hand of woman?" responded Miss Armington. "Go on with your sophistries, but methinks you will be very glad to accept my offer. Now come, let us understand each other. I am handsome, rich, influential, religious, and only 15 or 20 years your senior," said the monster quite coolly. "You are handsome, rich, influential, religious, and only 15 or 20 years my senior. Why is it, then, that you cause total darkness in this cell, and disguise yourself? You should show your beauty, and give the woman of your philanthropic choice an opportunity to behold that handsome person, whose wealth, influence, and religion are so prominent. Indeed, your acts exhibit very holy attributes of piety. But as to wealth and riches, I have not the least doubt that by your demoniacal deeds you are capacitated to wring money from the thousands, and with its corrupting power influence whole communities of your equals in crime," sharply exclaimed Miss Armington, without fear or falter. "Hi-ho! But you are a philosopher, as well as a charming damsel. By my soul, I am taking renewed fancies for the jewel which I have found," ejaculated the disguised man. "Do you think, sir, that you can conquer me? Do you dare to beard the tigress in her den? You have brought me here, for some motive best known to yourself, and whilst you have not the manly courage to show me your features in the light, you may think that you have me in your power, and can badger and insult me as you choose. But I now warn you to beware how you provoke me, lest by some miraculous power I strike you to my feet, and bruise your venomous head," furiously ejaculated Miss Armington. "Sweet lady, you would not do all that at one time, would you, darling of my heart?" responded the intruder sarcastically, whilst he took hold of her arm. This latter act so enraged the helpless lady that she sprang to her feet, and quick as lightning made for the monster's head and face, tearing his mask and disguise from him with Herculean strength, whilst she dealt him blow after blow upon his mouth and nose, until the hot blood flew in every direction. He was not prepared for such summary chastisement, hence, before he knew what he was about, he was apparently helpless, and he humbly begged her pardon. "But," she said furiously, "go, leave me, or I'll murder you, before you will be able to gain help." He humbly responded, "I'll go. Give me a moment to collect my senses." "Go!" she ejaculated in a voice that meant a second beating. He instantly disappeared through a secret door, and as he was closing it exclaimed, "I'll be a match for you when I can call again." She ran to the secret door, but it closed and bolted, seeming like a wall of adamant. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Meg Turecek.
Chapter 21 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by whdemick. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 21. Victor's Vision in a Dream in His Dungeon. Dr. Victor Juno was left all night lying on the hard, damp, cemented floor of the dungeon, without removing even as much as the gag. But about 8 o'clock in the morning, several rough men came to his presence, when they removed the shackles and left him without saying a word. He asked them what was the object of this malicious conduct, but not a syllable was answered, and the men left him to surmise what was in store for him. He now got upon his feet. However, it was as much as he could do to stand erect without tumbling to the ground, and managed to stagger to the place where the men seemed to come in and go out. But upon closely examining it, he found nothing but a small offset and a rough iron door without a single aperture in its construction. He next followed the wall around, examining every inch from the ground floor to as high as he could reach, but, alas, nothing was detected except a roughly plastered wall, and after a long search for a spot from which air or light might be received, he found himself back again in the doorway. Now he laid down on the floor, stretching his hands and feet in every direction, trying to measure his prison house, and also for the purpose of ascertaining if any furniture or opening could be discovered. But, oh horror! Horror! Nothing but one blank, dark dungeon was surrounding this son of toil. He sat himself as comfortably as possible on the floor, inclining his back against the wall, and listened for what seemed to him nearly an hour, but all was silent as the tomb. He was getting thirsty and hungry, and he wondered if this was a plan to starve him to death, or what can be the object of this foul conspiracy to incarcerate him in this horrible dungeon. Presently he fell into his sleep, when he dreamed that he was traveling over the continent of Europe, where he met General Washington Armington, who was in terrible distress about the loss of his daughter Lucinda. The latter at once accused him, Dr. Juno, of being the seducer of his lovely daughter, and said to him, "Dr. Juno, prepare yourself to meet your god, for I am going to shoot you forthwith." "My dear general, you greatly wrong me. I have always treated your daughter with profound respect. Moreover, you forget that I have jeopardized my miserable life to save hers, and I would do so 1,000 times over for the fair, virtuous damsel. Why then do you accuse me of ruining your child? Have you no more confidence in me than that?" spoke Victor Juno to the general, to which the latter seemed to smile and walked away. Suddenly there appeared an angel before Dr. Juno, who had several beautiful emblems in his right hand, and the angel held up one of them and said, "This represents a youth whose wisdom excels his vanity, and who, if he prove true to his intuitive gifts, will be compelled to go through a fiery furnace for a brief season. But if he continues to trust in an overruling, just, and infinite God, will have this crown set upon his head." And now the angel presented another emblem, which appeared to look like a rainbow, inside of which hosts of cherubims were embracing each other, until the entire brotherhood of mankind seemed to be enchanted with the power and hallowed blessedness of the beneficent Creator of all things. In the left hand the angel held a dark ring, which had unsightly leprous spots upon it, and which poured forth fiery vipers. The angel said, "If you prove faithless and fearful, you will inherit this crown, which is prepared for all who flag and faint in the hour of persecution." The angel disappeared, and the prisoner woke up amazed to find himself thus. He continued a long time in the same position on the damp cemented floor, and meditated as follows. "I have had a peculiar dream, a beautiful dream, but what is there in dreams? Great God, since I am deserted by man, I thank thee for having permitted an angel from yonder realms of the blessed to come unto me, and direct me what course I shall pursue to accomplish my work. I shall heed the admonition, and bear patiently all that my persecutors can heap upon me, knowing that I am in the right. I must also be convinced that God will not permit me to die for naught. And what can it matter to the naturalist whether he is sacrificed in one way or another, only so that his beloved cause may prosper?" The man philosophized in this manner for hours, forgetting thereby that he was in a dungeon and powerless, but he imagined that he was growing stronger and of more moment hourly, until finally he changed his bodily position, when hunger and thirst seemed to overpower him. But presently he heard a noise. His prison gates were moving, and a keeper brought him a loaf of bread and a mug of water. Oh, how grateful to God and his persecutors was he for this little kindness, for, he thought, they don't mean to starve me, and I hope for a safe deliverance from this dungeon. And should I escape and see my beloved Lucinda again, I would be too happy. Yes, and I should preach to the people once more my beloved sentiments, and also inform them of my sufferings on their behalf. Truly, had I done as my persecutors desire all men to do, I would now be the successful pastor of some wealthy congregation, with plenty of wealth and more glory of men than any of the rest, because, with my knowledge of human nature, I could be the greatest hypocrite and saintliest Pharisee. But my zeal runs in an opposite direction, and I shall hold out faithfully to the end, and though my wounded soul bleeds to exhaustion. I have already suffered much for my audacity in presenting a purer and more Christ-like piety than the fashionable sectarian world upholds, but yet I have not endured what Jesus and his apostles had to undergo. This is a consolation, that there is a hereafter, where we shall be rewarded according to the deeds, not the blind faith, done in the body. It must not be forgotten that Dr. Juno had comparatively few friends who cared enough for him and his doctrines to put themselves out of the way for him, except Miss Lucinda Armington, who, however, was as firmly locked up in the asylum as he was himself, probably because they were so near to each other, yet unaware of the fact, caused them to be more buoyant than they would have been had they been far apart. Both of them felt certain that the other was being persecuted at the selfsame hour, because the bloody conspirators knew all about their love for each other, hence this persecution. Victor Juno loved her dearly. In fact, he worshipped the ground she walked on. But, notwithstanding all this, he was more deeply concerned about his cause of reform. He considered the improvement of the human race as preeminently of more moment than the happiness of the few, and as his religion convinced his mind that God was just, if man was unjust, he deemed it of little importance whether he suffered martyrdom or not. He was receiving no attention in his dungeon, beside a loaf of bread and a mug of water daily, which was no deprivation to a vegetarian like himself, although the bloody conspirators thought that he would soon sink and starve to death on such a regimen. But instead of that, he gained solid flesh, and when Jemmy had learned that he was a prisoner there, he increased the quantity and improved the quality of his food. Although Dr. Juno gained in flesh, he became more tender, and often felt prostrated, probably more on account of the vitiated atmosphere which he was bound to inhale than from anything else. One day, after he had been feeling particularly prostrated, Jemmy made this discovery, that Dr. Juno was a prisoner within that most terrible dungeon, and whilst Jemmy was cogitating what he had better do to save the benefactor, he overheard two jealous servants of the asylum say to one another that they suspected Jemmy of being engaged in a plot to ruin their reputation with the managers, and that they would set a trap for him and turn the tables on him if they could. They watched their opportunity to get a chance to speak to Deacon Rob Stew, who was their particular friend, as he was instrumental in getting them into the institution, because they were Protestant saints. And when they saw the deacon, one of them said to him, "Brother Stew, George and myself have discovered a deep plot, which is now being worked up by several of the Catholic help, which will greatly injure the asylum if it succeeds." "What is it, William?" asked the deacon. "You will not expose us if we tell you, for the Irish Catholics are wicked enough to murder us should they find out what we told on them," said George. "Never fear your deacon," responded the viper, feeling terribly nervous, because the guilty conscience needs no accuser. "Well, it is this. Jemmy, the Irish overseer, is trying to have all Protestant help removed from the various wards of the asylum, and have Catholics installed in our stead. He thinks that there are now some secret matters going on in this institution that could not occur were they to occupy the entire control of the prisoners," said William. "Great God," meditated the deacon, "can Jemmy know that Victor Juno and Miss Lucinda Armington are confined within these walls? I must contrive a plan to have him forthwith arrested and removed from the asylum, and also deprive him of his liberty, or I am ruined. In fact, the whole brotherhood would be disgraced. Never mind, Jemmy, what cannot I do to prevent my plans from failing, and your arrest and speedy conviction is a fixed fact." It will be remembered that Jemmy was arrested by the deacon himself, as he was leaving the asylum to visit his country friends. But, as the inauspicious moment would have it, Pat O'Connor and Judy McCree, excited and awfully indignant, met the deacon and Jemmy just as the latter twain were in angry consultation, when Pat blustered forth, "Deacon, your honour, begorra, I'll have satisfaction or I'll expose the whole thing." End of chapter 21. Recording by whdemick.
Chapter 22 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 22. Victor's terrific struggle with the night watchman. Although Jemmy aroused the suspicion of the managers of the insane asylum concerning Victor Juno and Miss Lucinda Armington's incarceration, they nevertheless did not for one moment suspicion that he had done anything to aid the escape of Dr. Juno. The only thing, then, that was to be done was to silence Jemmy from spreading the news. Neither were they certain that Jemmy knew of the imprisonment of these reported elopists. The physician-in-chief did not believe, would not believe, that Jemmy could be unfaithful to him or to the welfare of the asylum. Moreover, he had no access to any of the secret cells to ascertain who was therein confined. How, then, could he know anything about it? Deacon Rob Stew said he arrested Jemmy because George and William told him of a plot which would greatly injure the asylum, and he came to the conclusion that it was nothing long or short of an expose of the incarceration of Dr. Juno and Miss Armington. And what confirmed his suspicions was that Jemmy, Pat O'Connor, and Judy McCrae were very intimate friends. Moreover, when Pat and Judy came to the asylum in a rage, threatening to expose the whole ting, what other opinion could a guilty man arrive at, except that there was a knowledge afloat of the inner workings of this holy institution? The physician-in-chief requested that an investigation should be made forthwith. In fact, Jemmy should receive a secret trial by the Brotherhood, and if found guilty, should speedily be convicted in the Court of Sessions before a certain pious judge who belongs to the bloody clique, and who would rule out any evidence that would be favorable to Jemmy, misconstrue the law, and sentence him for life to the penitentiary. Whilst the secret trial of Jemmy took place, the time arrived for Dr. Victor Juno to make his escape. Precisely at midnight, Dr. Juno tied the rope around his stalwart form, and taking his cold chisel in one hand and the hammer in the other, he quietly opened the unbolted doors of his cell, and in a moment stood in the corridor without a thought of being unsuccessful in making good his escape. But he had to do some dreadful work before he was on free soil. He walked up a short flight of winding stairs, but his progress was impeded by a huge iron door. What to do was a puzzle, because it was so dark that he could not see anything, nor could he detect any bolt, lock, or hinges to this door, and it was utterly impossible to hew down the same. He, however, tried to find a place by which his cold chisel might be used to pry it open. Still, all attempts proved a failure. Now, what should he do? He placed his ear to the keyhole, which was the only aperture he could find, and listened, but all was quiet. He then soliloquized thus: I have gained a great point in getting out of my dungeon, but how to make my way out of this corridor is more than I know, which is in itself a perfect prison. I shall not be expected here, much less does any one but Jemmy dream that I have these implements of destruction in my possession. Truly, I might wait here until morning, and when the keeper comes, could easily dispatch him. But I do not desire to become a murderer. But wait, I have it. I'll prepare this rope by cutting it into pieces with this chisel, and as soon as the keeper opens the door, I'll grab and bind him. But if he attempts to create a noise, I'll be compelled to dispatch him like a bullock. But I shall tell him first to be silent, when I won't harm a hair on his head. But should there be 2 or 3 of them together, what then will best be done? I have it, surely. I will knock them all dumb with this flat cold chisel, and before they will be able to come to, I will have them bound hand and foot, and if I can, shall lock them in this corridor. Still I have nothing wherewith to gag them, and they might scream loud enough to attract others to aid them. Ha! I have got it. I'll drag them into my dungeon and bolt the door on them. That is, if I can find the key to it. I'll go and see if there is any key in either door, or if there are any means of fastening the same without a key. Here it is, an outside bolt. I will now return and wait behind the stair door until morning. But why could I not create some noise to arouse the night watchman? He might not be far away, and without hesitation unbolt the door to see what was wrong. I'll try a deep, distant moan by ventriloquism, as if some dungeon prisoners were very ill, and if this fail, I'll increase the sounds until I shall bring someone or more. He now groaned in a deep voice through the keyhole, and in a moment he heard someone approach the door, who seemed to listen for a few minutes, when he repeated his moan, throwing it into his cell. This caused the night watchman to unbolt the huge iron door, when he went directly toward Juno's dungeon, and opening the feed slide, placed his ear evidently to it to listen to the groans. Now was Dr. Juno's time to quiet his keeper, but he first quietly took the key which the latter let remain in the outside of the stair door and placed it inside of the lock, closed the door, bolted it, and pocketed the key. Then he quietly went in the direction of his dungeon, and before he knew what he was about, he struck his head against the keeper's, and quick as lightning they grappled, but being somewhat feeble, found that he had a pretty good match in the diminutive keeper. They scuffled about the place in a most terrible manner, one moment one being on the top, and the next minute the other, until Victor Juno got his hand into the long hair of his antagonist. When the keeper asked for mercy, Victor Juno could not continue to punish his victim uselessly, and as he felt nearly done over himself, said, "If I let you loose, will you promise me to be docile and perfectly quiet? I mean, make no noise." "Certainly I will," responded the keeper. But he was no sooner loose than he made for the stair door, thinking, "I shall lock you, devil or lunatic, up until you can be secured." But, oh horror! The lunatic had locked the door of exit, and what could he do but face the demon or scream for help? Victor Juno heard him scramble for the door, when he said in a low tone, "Sir, you are not as good as your word, therefore I shall be under the disagreeable necessity of compelling you to be silent." The poor trembling keeper interposed, "What do you want me to do?" "Sir, I want your promise to keep silent, and come over here and sit quietly down on the floor until daylight," said Victor Juno in a commanding and stern voice, which thrilled the scared victim, and although he had no weapon of defense with him, he nevertheless ejaculated, "If you come near me again, I will shoot or stab you. I have both a revolver and a dirk ready for action." "Indeed, sir, then I shall be compelled to beat your brains out with the huge hammer which I hold in my hand. So you see that two can play at this little game," exclaimed Victor Juno. "Tell me, who are you, and what do you want? You seem to be sane," said the keeper. "Yes, sir, I fear that I am too sane and powerful for you. But who and what I am or want here can be no affair of yours this night, so you better obey my orders, when not a hair on your head shall be harmed," kindly responded Victor Juno. "Great God, he's mad," thought the poor victim, and said aloud, "Did you bolt this door?" "Yes, sir, I did, and have the key of it in my possession," replied Victor Juno, and continued earnestly, "I say, will you obey me? Speak and act, or I'll send you swift as lightning into the next world." This caused the half-frightened keeper to scream "Murder!" when Victor made one leap in the direction of the voice and struck him in the temple with his fist, which caused him to reel and spin like a top. Thus Victor Juno sent his victim away into the dark corridor beyond his reach. Therefore he began to fish and reach for the sickened and scared watchman, cautiously dreading the pistol or dirk of which he spoke. After searching for several minutes, Victor listened with ears and mouth wide open. When he heard the keeper breathe cautiously, he neared the breathing apparatus, and when he was sure he was within the distance of arm's length, he reached for his throat, whilst he managed to grab him simultaneously by the shoulder and reeled him around, and with lightning velocity grasped his arms by the elbows and forced them together, when he took a piece of rope and bound them securely, and said, "Now, sir, I think your pistol and dirk won't avail you much, and I implore you to give them to me, or I'll handle you very roughly," furiously exclaimed Victor Juno. "I have neither pistol nor dirk," stammered the victim. "Then I'll send you to my cell." And no sooner said than he moved him along the corridor to where Victor's cell door was, and opening it, ushered him uncouthly forth into the cell and closed and bolted the same. End of chapter 22. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 23 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers by Simon Landis. Chapter 23. Thrilling prison scene between Lucinda and Deacon Stew. Miss Lucinda Armington was not visited or molested by anyone for several days after the disguised and whipped monster suddenly disappeared from her presence through a secret door. Therefore she had time for reflection. She thought almost continually about her beloved Victor. What was he doing, or where might he be at that moment? Oh, if she could only meet him once more, only for a short hour, how happy she would be. Her appetite failed her, and she could not sleep without continually dreaming the most horrible things, and her dear Victor would always appear in her dreams, who was surrounded by reptiles and vermin of the nastiest character, which did their best to bite and sting him to the heart, when he would weep and wail for assistance. And although she saw it all, and he begged her to assist him, she was entirely powerless, and could not as much as say a kind word to him, or keep these venomous pests away from him. After waking from these awful dreams, she always felt that her betrothed and beloved Victor was surrounded by fiends, or was even then undergoing severe punishment for serving God and man. She endeavored to console herself by scriptural passages, but she had not the nerve and faith that were necessary to face such martyrdom. Although she was not thinking of her own sufferings, but of the dangers and tortures that threatened dear Victor. Whilst in the midst of these meditations, early in the morning a private door opened, and Deacon Rob Stew stood before her. At first she felt like flying to him and embracing him, because he was an old friend of the family and good deacon. The deacon saw she looked kindly upon him, which made him bold, when he advanced toward her and said, "My dear Lucinda, I am delighted to see you, although very sorry to find you in this place." Like lightning, the thought flashed through her brain, "You scoundrel can disassemble beautifully," and her countenance changed to a frown, and hatred looked out of her determined eyes when the pious deacon asked, "What is the matter with my sweet child? Do not look so distressed. I have come to offer you freedom and my heart and hand in marriage." "Avaunt, you fiend! I know you now, and you need not dissemble and act the hypocrite any longer. I say, you better be gone, or I'll give you another beating that will leave worse marks than the one you now carry on your nose. Do you hear me? Be gone!" furiously ejaculated Miss Armington, who was fully convinced that the disguised man whom she had pummeled a few days before in this cell, and that in the dark, was this saintly deacon. He now flew into a passion, and said, "Miss Armington, how dare you insult me in this way? When I came to you in the kindest manner, and with the holiest intentions, you are an ingrate who deserves no better treatment than you're receiving in this cell, and I shall leave you in a moment, as you requested. But before I go, let me say that I am Deacon Rob Stew, and I would have you know that my power and influence is greater than any monarch in Europe. Therefore, beware how you insult and cast me off. You are Deacon Rob Stew, the powerful and influential saint, yes, and you were handsome before I destroyed your beautiful nose the other day, when I beat you like a howling cur." "You beat me like a howling cur," interposed the deacon. "When and how was that?" "If you don't leave me, I'll show you how," exclaimed Miss Armington, her eyes flashing fire and fury. The deacon rather winced, and feared that she might make another onslaught on his saintly carcass, when he changed the conversation and said very sanctimoniously, "My dear young sister, now come, let us be serious, and talk like Christians, not like sinners. For you must know that I love you, have always hoped you would become my wife. And had it not been for that profligate innovator Victor Juno, I undoubtedly would have remained foremost in your affections. May the curse of an avenging God fall upon your leprous tongue, and the spirit of unrest never cease to molest and torture your wicked soul, until you retract every word that you have ever spoken against that honorable gentleman. Yes, may God sow thorns and thistles in your path, that your body may be pricked and torn to pieces by them, as you have endeavored to lacerate mine and the noble victor's hearts by your bloody conspiracies against us both. You are a detestable villain, and I wonder that you are not afraid that God will strike you dead forthwith and send your loathsome soul into the regions of everlasting torment. Do you hear that? Now you have my sentiments, therefore leave me instantly, interposed Miss Armington, in a manner that meant mischief. I pray you listen for a moment to me, and then, if you're not satisfied, I will quit you forever. Downheartedly, said the deacon. Well, say on then, but no more insults. Remember that, responded Miss Armington. You blame me for things of which I am entirely innocent. I have never conspired against you, but I cannot say that much for Victor Juno. Accused falsifier that you are, would you damn your own hypocritical soul over and over by adding insult to injury? Interrupted she. Hear me through, said he. Before you become so severe, I do not wish to shield myself from any crime or sin that I may have committed on your behalf. What do you mean, interrupted Miss Armington, by saying that you have committed crime or sin in my behalf? My dear Lucinda, I love you, and love is blind to everything. It was this extreme affection for you, sweet lady, that drove me to commit acts that nothing else in the world could have driven me to do, sorrowfully said the deacon. I have never done anything to encourage you in that direction, and if what you say is true, of which I have my doubts, I pity you. But that is all the consolation you can ever expect from me. Even had I possessed any regard for you, the acts which you have committed against him, whose very footprints I love more than the entire existence of thousands like yourself, would have caused me to spurn you, indignantly ejaculated Miss Armington. Is there, then, no hope for me? I was told by Pat O'Connor that you only took to Victor Juno because I did not propose marriage to you, said he. Are you fool enough to believe what my servant told you? She exclaimed. Why should I not have believed it? Did you not always treat me kindly, and appeared glad to see me at your house, until that innovator made his appearance? Said Deacon Stew. Sir, if you desire my audience, even in this prison cell, cease to call my beloved Victor names, or I'll refuse to listen to you, proudly exclaimed Miss Armington, looking at him as if she really detested him. Well, proud lady, said he, I then shall be compelled to remove this beloved Victor from your reach, and unless you promise to lend me your ear and give me some hope, I shall cause his death. What? Would you become a murderer? Would you add this foul crime to your already blackened deeds done in the body? Avaunt, I say, or I'll tear you limb from limb, you miserable fiend, and save you the trouble or pleasure of injuring my beloved Victor. Most furiously exclaimed Miss Armington, who was now almost insane with fear and horror, lest her faithful betrothed should be made to suffer tortures on her account. She thought, for aught I know, he is now enduring the pangs of a lingering death, because I am sure that this vile deacon would be guilty of anything to gain his selfish and brutal ends. O Victor, Victor! May the infinite hand of Jehovah protect and guard you against the wiles, plots, and conspiracies of these bloody people. What have you ever done to injure them? What have you ever done to injure anyone? You are so noble, so benevolent, so very generous, and so zealous to improve your race, that I cannot see what benefit it is to a man to do good in this world." After looking upon her for a few minutes with dumbfounded amazement, the deacon said, "What are you thinking about, Miss Armington? Do you not feel well? If I have caused you pain, I humbly ask your pardon, and if my presence distresses you, I will leave you. But can I not hope for a little encouragement?" "No, you cannot, but you can drive me mad. And then you may be able to justify yourself before your brethren and the world for placing me in this cell. This may be the object of your visits here. So now then, please, leave me." When she fainted, dead away. End of chapter 23. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 24 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers by Simon Landis. Chapter 24. Dr. Victor Juno's escape from his dungeon. Jemmy the Overseer had a secret trial by the bloody conspirators, and upon the evidence given by George and William, who perjured themselves, Jemmy was pronounced guilty, and a true bill of indictment was found against him the next day, when he was tried in the Court of Sessions before a judge and prosecuting attorney who belonged to the bloody clique. However, it must be remembered that Victor Juno escaped before Jemmy's public trial took place, which confirmed Deacon Rob Stew's former suspicion of the guilt of Jemmy, and therefore additional witnesses were placed upon the stand. The night watchman, whom Dr. Juno locked up in his cell the night of the tussle, was a first-class witness for the conspirators, and of course Jemmy was found guilty of felony and sentenced forthwith for life to solitary confinement in the Eastern Penitentiary. This gave a quietus to the only man who really knew anything positive of the workings of the asylum, except Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrae, and when they learned how summarily Jemmy was dispatched, they very likely would be silent, lest they might be served in the same way. Deacon Rob Stew sought an interview with Pat O'Connor as soon as he had an opportunity, after he met him and Judy McCrae at the asylum, when he had arrested Jemmy, and said, "Pat, I want to know what you meant by coming into my presence in the asylum and ejaculating so furiously that you would expose the whole thing. The day that I arrested Jemmy the conspirator, was it you who was in conspiracy with Jemmy?" "Ach, me St. Patrick, your honour, should know me better than that," said Pat. "What did you mean when you said you would expose the whole thing?" responded the deacon. "Expose the whole thing," ejaculated Pat, and stammering, "Well, I was told by that Master Juno's servant that you had murdered me mistress Armington, and that Mr. Juno cammed home from visiting a sick person a long ways away. This is what was the whole thing, what I was saying I'd expose." "Pat, are you telling me the truth?" asked the deacon. "And may me soul cease to live if it ain't," solemnly said Pat, who, however, had other ideas. But he considered an ounce of policy might be worth 10,000 pounds of truth just now, and he knew well enough if the deacon had the least suspicion of him being informed of Miss Lucinda Armington and Dr. Victor Juno being, or having been, in their philanthropic insane asylum, he would cause his and Judy McCrae's arrest, conviction, and imprisonment, and although his Dr. Juno is at liberty, he had better not be seen in Juno's company, else mischief might befall him and his Judy. Pat was no fool in reasoning thus, and especially as the deacon looked determined and spoke very threateningly. Pat considered discretion the better part of valor. The bloody conspirators at this stage of proceedings had to make powerful efforts to stigmatize Dr. Juno as a wicked monster, an awful liar, for they felt certain that he would at once pounce upon the rostrum and expose all he knew. But the influence of all the religious denominations who believe everything the bloody conspirators say was immense, and by the hue and cry against Dr. Juno as the seducer, eloper, and deserter of Miss Lucinda Armington, he could be held up to such scorn and contempt that his practice as a physician would be utterly ruined, and few, if any, would dare to go near him. There was only one thing to be dreaded, his tongue in the rostrum, for the wicked and curious people will go to hear him, and he has a way of addressing them that convinces thousands that he is in the right. Now, something must be done to stop him from preaching in large halls or theaters, or they, the conspirators, would as sure be ruined as water runs downhill. They could easily prevent their followers and even the great majority of the worldlings from believing anything that Dr. Juno might say, so far as his incarceration was concerned. But when he gets a chance to preach or write for a paper, he argues in such a manner as to positively show his auditors and readers that his doctrines are sound, and prove to everyone that all the religionist views and teachings are antichrist and anti-natural, although the very hearers or readers who are convinced that his logic is correct nevertheless may not believe him to be an honest or truthful man. Hence, it is no trouble for the elect to say that he has been away with Miss Armington. If he should say that the saints abducted him or Miss Armington and imprisoned them in the insane asylum. Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrae made up their minds that they would remain quietly at home and attend to their business, and would positively not have any intercourse with Dr. Juno, but if the general would return, they would confide the matter to him. The general was still in Liverpool at this time, and as soon as Victor Juno had escaped, the bloody conspirators managed to write to him at once, and gave him the sore information that Dr. Juno had returned home, evidently having deserted his daughter, Miss Lucinda Armington, that unless they gave the general the first information of it, and someone else would do so, he might suspicion his faithful brethren and lose faith in their integrity. They told the general, in their letter, that they learned that Miss Lucinda was then in London, the mother of a little son, and that he had better direct his steps there, for she was evidently in poverty and great distress. The poor general went almost mad when he received the news, and concluded that he would go to London and diligently search for his misled child, and if he failed to find her in a certain period, he would sail for his home in America, for he felt as though his beloved daughter was near her own home. At any rate, he was nearly insane, and he would return to revenge himself on Victor Juno, and he would seek him, and with a loaded revolver pointed at Dr. Juno's breast, he would make him confess or shoot him dead. Whenever General Washington Armington made up his mind to do anything, he would never cease thinking of it until he had fulfilled his mental promises. He therefore went to London in company with his expert detective, but after a fortnight's diligent search, they gave it up as a failure. The detective told the general that he felt certain that neither his daughter nor Dr. Juno had been in Europe, as reported, but that he believed, and He claimed his judgment to be good, that his daughter was hid away not far from the general's own home. This coincided exactly with the general's own views. The latter therefore started for America, and arrived at his residence in a very brief season, where the faithful servants were found when he arrived. Pat O'Connor intended to confide what he knew at once to his master, but the general was in such an agitated state of mind that he would not give Pat an opportunity to say anything to him. The only thing he asked Pat was, "Is Victor Juno at his home?" "Yes," said Pat. "My God," retorted the general, and asked Pat to leave him. He now prepared a six-shooter, and at once set out to seek Dr. Victor Juno. He found the doctor in his medical office, where he accosted him thus: "Now, you infernal rascal, where is my daughter?" "That is just what I want to know." Anxiously but coolly. This so enraged the general that he presented his revolver to Dr. Juno's breast and fired. End of chapter 24. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 25 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers by Simon Landis. Chapter 25. Dr. Juno locked out of concert hall, which caused a riot. Dr. Victor Juno, after running the night watchman into his cell and bolting the door, had very little trouble in making his way out of the asylum. He unbolted the iron stair door, and after he passed through it, locked it again and pocketed the key, thinking that he might need it elsewhere. Since he now had the keeper or watchman stored away where he could not be heard should he scream with all his might, he felt almost certain that no one else was in that part of the institution, but, for fear there might be, he was cautious in his advancement, and although he put the keeper's hat on, he was too large to look like him. As he arrived on the first floor, where lights shone dimly, he beheld a man in the distant part of the corridor, who called to Dr. Juno. "Jeremiah, will you take charge of this ward for the balance of the night?" When Dr. Juno replied, "Certainly I will," the man instantly passed through a door and disappeared. He evidently mistook Dr. Juno for the legitimate watchman. The doctor now followed the advice which Jemmy gave him, and with a slight effort pried the only door open that was locked, until he reached the open yard of the asylum, and with his rope, chisel, and hammer, he readily scaled the wall, and in an hour he was in his office. Having been away for several weeks, he must at once begin his lectures again, and when he retired to his bed, could not sleep for thinking what he had better to do. He soliloquized as follows: "When I last preached in the Walnut Street Theatre, the Pharisees colluded together to create a riot, and failing in that, they influenced the mayor to solicit the proprietor of the theatre to not let me have it again, as a monstrous breach of the peace was threatened. Then, when I returned to my own small hall in the northern part of the city, and had immense crowds of people follow me who could not gain admission on account of my room being too small, the Pharisees were displeased with even that success, when they literally bought off all the daily newspaper proprietors, requesting them to cease taking a single advertisement from me, and even refused to insert my name for love or money into their columns. They thought, of course, that, if I was deprived of the use of the theatres, large public halls, and the newspaper advertising columns, I would be compelled to starve or leave the city, and now as I have been abducted and confined in that hellhole of an insane asylum, these bloody conspirators will make a handle of it, or at least in some way construe my absence into something that will speak against me. I have my own newspaper, the Sharpshooter and Antifoggy, which they dread awfully, and I have my own hall that will seat 300 people. But my hall is not large nor fashionable enough for the elite to enter it. At any rate, a small audience cannot be fired up and made enthusiastic like a large one. Hence, I will hunt around tomorrow and see if I cannot find some large public hall or theater that has not been bought off by the Pharisees. I shall go to see my darling Lucinda the first thing in the morning. She will be delighted to see me. The poor girl, I wonder if she dreams of the persecution that I have suffered. I'll ask the general to advise and aid me to get a large hall to preach in next Sunday evening. In the morning, Dr. Juno's servant told him what the report was about him whilst he was gone, that most of the people, who had been his former friends, really believed that he had eloped with Miss Lucinda Armington. "What?" ejaculated the astonished doctor. "Eloped with Miss Lucinda Armington? Great heavens! Has she been also away in my absence?" "Certainly. She disappeared the same night that you did, and has not been heard of since," said his servant. "This is monstrous! Oh, God, this is truly unendurable! Jack, leave me to meditate over this outrage," exclaimed Dr. Juno in agony. "I am confounded and scarcely know what course to pursue, but I cannot lose time in thinking. I'll go and see the general, and tell him all about my incarceration. But these confounded conspirators assuredly have turned him against me. Truly, I see it all. They have abducted dear Lucinda the very night that I was kidnapped, and very likely she is confined in the same lunatic asylum from which I escaped. What can I do to find her? I dare not be rash or imprudent in the matter, because these bloody monsters have everything their own way just now. Therefore I must work cautiously, but energetically." Dr. Juno looked around for a large centrally located public hall to preach in. He first went to Concert Hall, which was the largest and most fashionable place in the city, knowing that a new proprietor had it for rent, and verily he agreed to lease it to Dr. Juno for a year to preach in on Sunday evenings. Therefore he at once had his posters and circulars printed and distributed, and also sent his advertisement to the only independent newspapers, the Sunday papers, to which he always had access in common with the community at large. The moment it was noticed by the religious bigots that Dr. Juno was advertising to speak in Concert Hall on the following Sunday, they went to the new and inexperienced proprietor of the hall, and told him to prevent Victor Juno from preaching in his hall, or they would withdraw their patronage and operate against him, which would have literally ruined the proprietor. The latter therefore went to the mayor, and said to him, "Your Honor, I have leased Concert Hall to Dr. Juno for the purpose of preaching by himself, and the Young Men's Association, opposite, say that if I let him speak only one night in the place, that they will throw up their engagements for the winter and do all against me that is in their power. And this would surely ruin me, for the influence of the religious community is the power in our city. Now, sir, I have come to ask you what I had better do tomorrow." "Do? Close the doors against him, of course. But you have time to inform him today that he cannot have it," said His Honor the pious, or make-believe saint, Mayor M. "My dear sir, I have already informed Dr. Juno that he cannot have it, but he insists on having it, as he has paid for it, and has also freely advertised the same, which undoubtedly will bring a crowd tomorrow, Sunday evening," exclaimed the proprietor of the hall. "Ah, indeed, he defies you, does he? Very well, we will see. You bolt the doors as strongly as you can, and I will have a posse of police there to guard and protect you thoroughly," responded the excellent mayor. "Many thanks, noble sir. I shall follow your advice strictly," said the proprietor. When Sunday evening arrived, it rained heavily, being a settled rain, but notwithstanding this rain, and then no streetcars running on the Sabbath day, there was an immense crowd of people congregated in front of the hall. But the doors were closed, and a large force of policemen lining the entrance to the same. The people wanted to know what this all meant. The answer came from one of the police officers, that Juno was prohibited from preaching therein on this occasion. And as soon as this got noised throughout the 4,000 to 5,000 people that were patiently waiting to see the doors open, they became impatient and rebellious, and cried aloud, "Dr. Juno! Dr. Juno!" He got on a step and said in a loud voice, "The Pharisees are determined that you shall not be allowed to hear me preach to you. I have paid for the hall in advance, and you see the rest yourselves." Then an immense uproar burst upon the air. "Mob the police! Mob the police!" And a most terrible riot ensued. End of chapter 25. Recording by Meg Turecek.
Chapter 26 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 26. Thrilling and demoniacal plotting of the conspirators. The bloody conspirators had now increased their number of members largely, and a special meeting had been called for Wednesday evening, sharp at 8 o'clock, in Tabernacle Hall. Reverend Joe Pier, the president, in the chair, who called the members to order when the doors were securely locked, and business was commenced. Deacon Rob Stew was the first man who took the floor, and spoke as follows. "Beloved saints, I have a great deal to say to you this evening that is to be kept sacredly secret, and I therefore again assert that if there is any chicken-hearted brother or sister present, whoever it is, he or she may at once be removed. Will the President challenge the new members, who are not so fully indoctrinated into our plans and mottos as is necessary? Certainly, Brother Stew, I will do as you say, for you all know that I tremble when I think of the arduous work that it is our holy mission to fulfill. Therefore I order all the members to rise to their feet, and repeat our pledge after me," responded Reverend Joe Pier. After the terrible oath was repeated by each new member separately, the reader knows what that oath is, has read it in the second chapter, Deacon Stew continued. "Feeling again safe in confiding my bloody plans to your hearts and hands, I shall briefly state what I have secretly learned, and what I propose shall be done. I say shall, because I am ordained by the Church to see to financial and secular matters as well as to assist in conducting religious worship. Dr. Juno has again escaped us, which is the most unfortunate thing that could have befallen the saints, and he has already advertised to speak in Concert Hall next Sabbath evening. But I have fixed matters for him already, so that he will be locked out of the hall when his hour for discourse appears. I have managed this through the Young Men's Association, who have great influence with the proprietor of Concert Hall. But whilst this will deprive him from speaking on that occasion, it will not stop him from trying it elsewhere. Moreover, he has a small hall of his own, where he holds his physiological lectures to the sexes. But I am sure I have a plan in view which will entrap him, if it is rigidly carried out by our religious people and by the secret conclave. It is this. We must have the cry vigorously circulated, far and near, that Victor Juno is an awful roue, who is proved such already in public esteem by the reputation we gave him, by the seduction of, and elopement with, Miss Lucinda Armington. Therefore we shall hire a few fascinating single ladies, who must go to his medical office for professional advice, and endeavour to get him to make improper advances towards them, and if they cannot succeed, will, nevertheless, be willing to swear before a public tribunal that he insulted them. I do not think that such a plan will work successfully. But why not concoct some method by which we can either imprison or hang him? Said Dr. Toy Pancy. No, sir, your plan would be dangerous at present, for we dare not make too many bold attempts at his life so closely together, because you must all know that the people are looking sharply on, and when they should find out that this man was being too roughly handled, they might arouse the hue and cry, "Persecution and republicanism subjugated," which might cause mob law and rebellion, a thing we shall avoid by quietly, but cunningly, working in the way I have proposed. However, I have not given you my whole plans as yet. Dr. Juno is not a suspicious man, but a fearless dog. Hence, several married ladies should be hired to visit his medical office also, and seek domestic advice, and if they cannot induce him to make improper overtures to them, they must, nevertheless, go home to their husbands, and for this purpose we must select handsome women, whose husbands are already jealous of their wives, and who are not afraid to shoot him, and tell their jealous better halves that Dr. Juno grossly insulted them, and if they had not accidentally escaped him, they would have been ruined, said Deacon Stew. I have a still better plan, responded Dr. Toy Pancy. That is, a plan that is more likely to succeed, and will be far more plausible. It must be very certain that Dr. Juno needs money, for we have already impoverished him by our past course, and he is heavily in debt, which he dreads awfully. Therefore we should send some unprincipled females to him, with $500 or $1,000 apiece, to offer him for producing abortion on them, which, very likely, he would do. He is skilful in surgery, and should, undoubtedly, conclude that this would be an easy way of making large sums of money. This is the best plan, interrupted Sister Nancy Clover, and afterwards arrest him, and have him sent to the penitentiary for 20 or 30 years, which would ruin him thoroughly and forever, even though he should be pardoned by some weak-minded governor. Oh, holy Sister Nancy Clover, you are such a deep saint that my soul swells when I hear you sanction such safe and cautious plans, said Reverend Joe Pyer. I have still another plan, should he again attempt to speak in a large public hall, where we should fail to control the proprietor thereof, and you will all agree with me that it will succeed in convicting him for a misdemeanor that gives him 1 year in the county prison, and $500 fine. Dr. Juno publishes and sells several medical books. One of them is on the physiology of marriage, and we can readily cry it down as an obscene publication, and all we have to do is to apply to our good-natured and sincerely pious mayor, who will arrest him just before he steps on the rostrum to preach, and convey him to the central station, where, in some rude cell, he will stay until the following Monday morning, because there will be no officer there on Sabbath evening to give him a hearing or take bail. By the morning following, all the newspapers will delight in filling their columns with the arrest of Dr. Juno for selling obscene books and giving indecent sermons, said Deacon Rob Stew. Excellent, excellent, most excellent, exclaimed Sister Nancy Clover, and added, and I am sure, if we can once get him before a grand jury, he will be indicted forthwith, and our exemplary district attorney, Charlson, who is a member of several leagues of pious and republican orders, will work for his conviction with all his pious shrewdness, and we can easily manage to get Judge Sanctiblower on the bench, who will conspire with the district attorney Charlson and rule out all of Dr. Juno's testimony, misconstrue the law to the jury, and sentence him to the full extent of the law, and deem it a religious duty becoming the elect. Mr. President, and brothers and sisters, I am a tyro in this work of devilry which you are conspiring to carry out under the cloak of holy religion. Now, whilst I shall not violate my oath, which I have been compelled to take this evening, I nevertheless am not willing to cooperate with you in the fulfillment of this nefarious work, said Henry Gossamer, earnestly and with a derisive countenance. Great Mars! May I never live to see tomorrow if this wretched apostate shall leave this hall tonight until we settle his benignant conscience, furiously exclaimed Deacon Rob Stew. Such miserable devils as Brother Harry Gossamer should learn to understand upon what ground they stand when they enter our secret order. Sir, Mr. Rob Stew need not fear that I shall betray the holy saint, whom I now behold in his true colours." "Cease your sarcasm!" furiously exclaimed Deacon Stew, interrupting the speaker, whilst he continued. "Mr. President, I order this vile apostate to be at once arrested, tried, convicted, and sentenced by this court of secrecy, according to our oath. What say the brothers and sisters?" "Arrest him! Arrest him!" was the unanimous cry, when he was pounced upon by the entire brotherhood, who knocked him senseless to the floor, and cast him into their dungeon. End of chapter 26. Recording by Todd. Chapter 27 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 27. General Armington Turns Insane. Just as General Washington Armington fired, Dr. Victor Juno knocked the pistol aside, when the bullet barely grazed his skin. But the general, not satisfied, immediately attempted to shoot again, when Dr. Juno wrung the pistol from his hand, and said, "Now, sir, General, if I were the man you would believe me to be, I might, and most likely would, shoot you. But you cruelly wrong me, as well as your own faithful daughter. Great heaven! Could I only find out where she is!" exclaimed Dr. Juno, with great tears in his eyes, which fairly changed the general's ideas, when he asked, "Tell me, then, where have you been all the time, that no one knew of your whereabouts?" "I was kidnapped one Thursday evening as I was walking down Chestnut Street, and carried to the insane asylum in West Philadelphia, and cast into a most dreadful dungeon, and only made my escape by a miracle, through a faithful servant whose name I vowed not to mention. I believe that your daughter is confined in the same asylum," said Dr. Juno. "My God! You have opened my senses to an awful suspicion." "Yes, sir, and the very deacon who stands so high in the church, and who is also president of this asylum, is in love with your child, and very likely he is torturing her inside of those walls. But this is only a suspicion. I know nothing about it, and am sorry I have no chance to find out whether she is there or not. But it is only a matter of time," responded Dr. Juno sympathetically. "Oh, my dear son, this will set me crazy, for I now believe that I have wronged you altogether. I am sure of it, and feel convinced that we have all been wronged by the very people in whom I had the utmost confidence. But let me invoke you, young man, to remain steadfast in principle and honor, come what may, for the day of reckoning will come, and God is just and immutably impartial. Remember that," sadly replied the general. "Yes, sir, you are right, and I prefer death to dishonor. Moreover, principle with me is everything." I know it, but I have greatly wronged you, for which I ask 10,000 pardons," said the general, interrupting Dr. Juno, who continued, "Nay, do not ask pardon of me, because you have only done what any good father would do, and had you done less, I could not respect and love you as I now do." "Young man, you break my poor distressed heart. I have suffered 1,000,000 of deaths since last we have seen each other happy together. I mean my beloved daughter and myself. Lord, oh Lord, comfort an old, bereft, desolate man's soul in this bitter hour of sorrow. But where, oh where is my daughter, my daughter?" Which were the last sane words that General Washington Armington spoke. Dr. Juno called his servant, and requested him to join him in conducting the old man to his home, as he esteemed him in such a febrile state of mind as to be unsafe to let him go unattended. When they arrived at the general's residence, Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrea were thunderstruck to see their master in such a distressed state of mind, but they feared danger very much to have Dr. Juno found at their home. Therefore Pat proposed to send for Sister Nancy Clover, who was the general's best friend, and in whom the general always had wonderful confidence. Dr. Juno said nothing, but did not wish to meet Nancy Clover, for his heart throbbed when he heard her name mentioned. The doctor therefore left the house, saying to Judy McCrea, if his services were wanted, to send for him. She responded, "Yes, sir." The moment Sister Nancy Clover arrived, she said, "The General is insane, and he must at once be taken to the West Philadelphia Insane Asylum." "Och, murder!" almost audibly mumbled Pat O'Connor, and said aloud, "Your lady would not take me good master away from home, would ye?" "Why not?" indignantly responded Nancy Clover. "He is insane, and our asylum for such invalids is the proper place." Pat and Judy withdrew from the presence of the pious sister, when Pat said, "Judy, darling, what do you think over this doings? Be St. Patrick, I be dumb struck with this work." "Och, Pat and I be sick over this asylum. Just think, Pat darling, what these peoples may do to me master and mistress when they have them in that devilish place," said Judy. These faithful servants were in great distress to find their master insane, who should share the fate of his poor daughter, and what would become of the General's property, which was a puzzle to them, but very likely the bloody clique would become the guardians of the estate, and use his money under the pretence that they support him in their asylum. Thus they will become owners of the bodies, souls, and property of the Armington family. But, thought Pat O'Connor, "I'll expose the whole thing at the right places, and I will awaken my chance to do it." It may be necessary to say here that the riot which took place on the Sunday evening when Dr. Juno was locked out of Concert Hall was instigated by the interfering of these bloody conspirators, it having been the work of Deacon Rob Stew, and the police who were injured could blame no one but these vipers and their co-conspirators, the Mayor and Young Men's Association. They never tried to arrest or even accuse Dr. Juno for causing this riot, because they knew too well where their bread was buttered. Had Dr. Juno been arrested for causing a breach of the peace, which a former mayor tried his best to bring about on several occasions when Dr. Juno preached in the theatre, it would have turned in favor of the latter, as there were too many fearless witnesses ready to expose the dastardly outrage that was practised by those who claimed to be the city fathers and guardians of the inalienable liberties of men. There are times in the affairs of human events when even the religious bigots, however mighty they are, cannot master everything, and we prophesy that before half a century is gone, these bloody conspirators and false interpreters of the Bible and misrepresentatives of Jesus Christ, God and nature, will be looked upon as the offscouring of the earth, and greatest blasphemers of all the heathen ages. End of chapter 27. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 28 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 28. Dr. Juno arrested in his pulpit for selling obscene books. Dr. Juno was too wide awake to take to the baits which the bloody conspirators cast before him. He was not a lawbreaker, but rather a law-maker, and he practiced what he preached, which proved a perfect safeguard against such traps as were set for him, and therefore the only possible way to imprison or kill him was to use foul means. Several novel but unsuccessful plans were instituted against him. The conspirators connived with several policemen to shoot him some night, as it were, by accident. The following was the designed manner of making all things safe and sound. 2 policemen were to keep an eye on him, and when he would be called out some dark night, they should be pretending to be tracking a thief, and just as he leaves his door, they should fire at him with perfect aim, and shoot him dead in a mistake for a burglar, which would remove Dr. Juno and acquit the policemen, who would be lauded for their vigilance, whilst very few persons would regret the accidental death of Juno. The foregoing was the plot established and actually carried out by Deacon Rob Stew and 2 policemen. These public guardians of private citizens shot, as stated, 5 bullets, well aimed, one night at Dr. Juno, as he was called to see a patient. As soon as he left his doorstep, these policemen fired, and continued firing at him, whilst he took to running in the direction of his patient, until 5 shots exhausted their ammunition, but they failed to touch him. The neighborhood was aroused, and when the report spread, at 2 o'clock in the night, that a policeman had shot 5 well-aimed bullets at Dr. Juno, mistaking him for a thief, but utterly failing to hit the doctor, all sorts of sentiments were then and there expressed. His friends denounced these policemen, whilst his enemies abused them for being such poor shots. One officer did all the shooting, and he told Dr. Juno himself afterwards that he took special aim 3 times, and whilst he could 9 times out of 10 hit a 10-cent piece at 30 paces, he had been within 10 paces of Dr. Juno when he stopped to aim. This was a miraculous escape. The officer said, "Doctor, should I have killed you, I would have had no trouble to be acquitted, because I was sure you were a thief who came out of your house." Again Dr. Juno escaped miraculously, and the conspirators became superstitious, because nothing can kill this innovator. He was repeatedly annoyed by those who proffered their advice, but nothing insulted him more than to have anyone suggest how he should act or what he had better do. Inducements were next presented to him to leave the city. Even several $1,000s were offered him if he would leave the place for a year, but all such movements were treated with disdain, and the propounder felt cheaper than ever in his life, because Dr. Juno would reply to all such propositions, "No, sir, the Pharisees of Philadelphia require to have one fearless and competent man over them, who can expose their heinousness." It may be seen from the foregoing history of the antagonistic parties that neither of them were idle, nor did grass grow under any of their feet. Each was determined to conquer or die, which was a noble determination for the side which had right to back it. The religionists had the lucre, position, and 7/8 majority, which gave them immense power and influence, whilst the single-handed reformer, Dr. Juno, stood comparatively alone, and his only power rested in his oratorical capacity and tact in explaining fixed laws. Therefore the public rostrum was his power sphere to cause a successful battle with his opponents. He consequently searched for another large public hall, of central location, to preach in, and, as luck would have it, an old German theatre had burned down some months prior, which was rebuilt by a Jew, and at this time this new establishment was just being then inaugurated, and Dr. Juno succeeded in leasing it for Sunday evening preaching. As soon as the bloody conspirators found out that Dr. Juno had rented the magnificent new theatrical hall in Callow Hill near 5th Street, they sent a committee of 3 retired gentlemen to the proprietor of this hall to buy him off. They addressed him as follows: "Mr. S., we have learned that Dr. Juno has leased your magnificent new establishment for Sabbath evening preaching?" "Yes, sir, he has," said the proprietor. "Do you not suppose that if you permit him to preach in it, that it will ruin the reputation of your place?" "No, sir, I do not," sharply replied the proprietor. "Well, my dear friend," said the chairman of the committee, "may be you do not know the odium that is attached to this man." "No, sir, I do not, and I don't care as long as he has paid me my price, and so long as he continues to do so, I care nothing further what attaches to him or to you. Who are you, anyway?" indignantly exclaimed the proprietor. "We are a committee of Christians, sent by the Young Men's Association to consult you on this matter," said the chairman. "Sir, I am a Jew, not a Christian, hence I spurn your proposals. Good day," ejaculated the proprietor, and walked away. This ended the interference in that quarter. Deacon Rob Stew's course was now resorted to, so this committee of retired gentlemen saints called upon the pious and obliging mayor, and told his honor that Dr. Juno had engaged the magnificent new hall in Callowhill Street, and had advertised to preach there the following Sabbath evening. that they had been to see the proprietor to persuade him not to permit Juno to speak therein, but before they could finish their proposal he told them sharply that he was a Jew, and that Dr. Juno could have it as long as he paid his price for it, that they were just going to offer to pay the said price if he would not let Juno have it, when he said, "Good day," and walked away. That the only thing now left for them to do was for the mayor to send forthwith one of his detectives to Dr. Juno's office, to buy from him a copy of each of his publications, as he published and sold an obscene book, and if the mayor would have a warrant issued, after having said books, and direct his officers to retain that warrant until Sabbath evening, just before Dr. Juno should commence to preach, they should arrest him and lock him up all night in a cell in the central station, giving the particulars to the newspapers, which would cause a tumultuous hue and cry the following morning, which would turn the entire community against the prisoner. The holy mayor coincided with this plan, and, true as preaching, he had it carried out to the letter, and Dr. Juno was cast into a cold, close cell with a horse thief. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 29. The insane General Armington nearly murders the physician-in-chief. It will be remembered that when Deacon Rob Stew last visited Miss Lucinda Armington in her prison house, he tormented her until she fainted dead away, when he was frightened, for he really thought he had killed her, and although if she were dead he would not need to fear anything except Jemmy, who might be brought some day from his cell to testify in a court of justice, because politics change men, and, in sooth, men themselves are changeable. Therefore, he shuddered at the idea of having caused Miss Lucinda Armington's death. The deacon at once went to the physician-in-chief of the asylum, and told him that he had just visited Miss Armington, and he believed that she was dead. Although the physician-in-chief was in rapport with the bloody conspirators, and was in fact a member of the bloody clique, he did not know that the pious deacon had ever loved the girl, that he had been jilted by her, or that he tortured the poor creature whilst he made his frequent visits to her cell. The physician-in-chief rather thought that the generous deacon was kindly inclined toward Miss Armington. Hence, he did not dream of anything occurring through his, Deacon's, visits that was disagreeable to the young lady, whom the physician-in-chief was inclined to love, respect, and treat with more than ordinary kindness, because she was the daughter of his old friend and schoolmate, General Washington Armington, who was now really insane on account of this very daughter of his. The physician-in-chief instantly went to her cell, asking the deacon to accompany him, but he excused himself, fearing she might not be dead, and might cause an unpleasant onslaught on his deaconship. And when the doctor entered her cell, she was seated on her chair, looking somewhat stupefied, but seeming rational and talkative. Miss Armington at once asked him, "Doctor, why am I confined in this place, and why do you permit Deacon Rob Stew to enter my prison house to insult and torture me?" "My dear Miss Armington, I hope the deacon does not treat you rudely. Is it not your imagination only that he treats you badly?" said the physician-in-chief. "No, sir, I imagine nothing, but know of what I speak. He has insulted me awfully, and one time he came to me in disguise, and after making this cell dark, offered the grossest indignities, until he so enraged me that I beat him furiously, which may have seemed insane in me. But being in an insane asylum it must be excusable, because I might as well have the game as the name. This place is enough to make one crazy. But you will please inform me why I am incarcerated here?" exclaimed Miss Armington. My poor girl, your father ordered you to be placed here for your own good, fearing you would be led astray by that Dr. Victor Juno, who really is out of his natural senses, or he would not set himself against all the usages of society. He pitches into everything and everybody, and that shows that he is a lunatic who ought to be confined in prison or an insane institution like this. He will sooner or later come to grief, because you cannot find anybody who approves of his course of action," said the doctor. "Sir, you wrong him. He is a scientific man and sincere Christian, with a most benevolent heart. And you said that no one approves of his course of action. Let me disabuse your mind on that question. I heartily approve of all he does, and if some of the bigots, who claim more nicety than they possess wisdom, would attend to their own business and let him alone, he would make many sound bodies and expansive minds who would become members of the Christian Church. Yes, sir, he is in the right, and his persecutors know it, and the people, whom the Pharisees dread, also know it. The latter would gladly receive the natural teachings of Dr. Juno, but there are so many ignorant, bigoted, and self-righteous sinners in this world, who are envious, selfish, and jealous of a man who is so far their superior, that they would murder him for being what he cannot help to be, namely, a genuine benefactor and natural Christian," responded Miss Armington, greatly relieved. "You are quite a trumpeter for this Dr. Juno," rather sarcastically said the doctor. "I only speak the holy truth, which some of you cannot appreciate, nor dare you maintain it like my noble Victor," haughtily she exclaimed. "Indeed, I think your actions prove you to be as insane as he, and your own father evidently saw that, hence placed you in this asylum," said he. "Monster! Do you say that my father had anything to do with this foul act? Never, never! But I fear that my poor old father, and probably my dear Victor, are even now both incarcerated not far from here. You start! You know it then to be a fact! Oh, fiend! You also belong to those bloody conspirators!" she said in agony. "Miss Armington, you insult me, and I now see why the Deacon has been pronounced cruel and insulting by you. You first insulted him as you do me," responded the doctor. "Am I not your prisoner, your slave? Let me have my freedom, and you may offer me any insult you choose, and I will not retaliate. But to be thus innocently confined in a madhouse, whose inner walls are polluted by men of seared minds and blackened hearts, is more than mortal can bear without expressing the scorn and loathing that prompts the tongue of its victim to speed," ejaculated Miss Armington. "You then are of the opinion that we try to abuse and insult you, which certainly is not the case. As for Deacon Rob Stew, I cannot speak, but I assure you that, with my consent, neither he nor any one else shall abuse or insult you, and I would like you to feel more pleasantly toward me than you have expressed in your remarks," said the doctor. "I will think over the matter," she said, in a mood that was indicative of deep thought. The physician-in-chief bade her good day, and left the unhappy prisoner thinking about Deacon Rob Stew. What could he mean by abusing the dear, beautiful girl? Why should he visit her in disguise, and darken the cell? I am suspicious, and shall keep my eye on his saintship. After all, these pious deacons have their failings and passions like other men. But he shall not insult her any more. She is beautiful, and if I were not a married man, I should be tempted myself to make love to her, and undoubtedly this is what the deacon did when she refused his overtures and spoke lovingly of Dr. Juno. Confound it, I love the darling little minx myself, married or not, and it is a great temptation to have her thus in one's power. At any rate, I shall not allow the old deacon to insult her any more. I shall visit her soon again. The physician-in-chief called on General Washington Armington to ascertain if he was comfortable in his apartment, and learn also if he had any symptoms of sanity. He found the general perfectly crazy, talking continually about his abducted daughter, and fairly raved over the outrage of slandering Victor Juno. He said, "Yes, these devils wear the livery of heaven to serve the devil. They have abducted Dr. Juno and my beloved daughter, and now they ravish them both in their dungeons. Heaven above me, protect them, save them. Away, you murdering hypocrites! You shut up the kingdom of heaven against men, for you neither go in, nor permit others to enter therein. I see the beginning of your heinous end, and won't I laugh at your calamity when the tables have turned? Ha, ha, ha!" Just then the crazy general took notice for the first time that someone was with him, when he cried out, "Ha! You are one of them!" and sprang upon the doctor like an infuriated fiend. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 30. Harry Gossamer condemned to death. The bloody conspirators found Brother Harry Gossamer guilty of internal rebellion, perjury, and threatened exposure. They therefore sentenced him to death. Whilst the prisoner was confined in the dungeon, unlike open courts, they convened a court-martial, and in his absence tried him without any defense, because he as good as pleaded guilty to all the charges by his bold words to the brotherhood, and the principal speech that was made Deacon Rob Stew delivered. He said, "Brothers and sisters of the sacredly secret conclave, I am grieved at heart, as you may well know, that I am compelled to call upon you to pronounce a unanimous verdict against our apostate brother, Harry Gossamer, who had the reckless audacity to defy us, and threatened to leave the brotherhood, after he voluntarily took our solemn oath. And I consider it a most dangerous thing to permit any member to faint and flag after he or she has remained at our special meetings, and has listened to all our holy work. I therefore propose to act quickly, and, without prevarication, convict, sentence, and execute the sentence forthwith of Harry Gossamer, for the wavering disposition he has exhibited a few minutes since before us all. If we do not act summarily in such cases, we shall ere long find the rope around our own necks." "I do not fancy that," interrupted Reverend Joe Pier, "and therefore I hope to see this case instantly and permanently disposed of, because I shake in my boots when I think of the responsible work of piety we are compelled to perform." "I say," continued the deacon, "that our only salvation, individually and collectively, mark you, lies in visiting the penalty of death upon each and every one who falters in the performance of duty. Instead of Brother Gossamer standing up in our sacred hall and saying, 'I am not willing to cooperate with you in the fulfillment of this nefarious work,' he ought to have encouraged the brotherhood to go on, and if he did not wish to act in his capacity of an active member, should not have joined us. He is a chicken-hearted scoundrel, or a faithless and unprincipled dog, who shall not be allowed to bark and bite us if I know what I am about. Brethren, our holy cause demands, especially at this auspicious moment, most vigorous unanimous action, because we have our hands full. Look, for instance, there is Dr. Juno preaching publicly and privately in his own hall, and he shortly hopes to address immense crowds again down in the center of the city. Again, there is Miss Armington, who is as rebellious as the devil could make her, and although she is incarcerated where she cannot harm us now, yet, I fear, unless vigorous action is had in her case, she may do a deal of injury sooner or later to our sainthood. Moreover, all the pious denominations and worldlings must be watched and kept blindfolded, which, when we cast only a cursory glance at the immense work before us, we may see the necessity of being a unit inside of our secret conclave. Brothers, are you therefore ready to cast a unanimous vote in favor of dispatching Harry Gossamer this very night before we adjourn? I rise to ask our loyal and energetic deacon a question, if he will permit me to do so, said Dr. Toy Pancy. Certainly, Brother Pancy, go on, responded the deacon. Do you think, dear brother, that it would be wise to execute Brother Gossamer, who evidently thought that as long as we were all sworn to perfect secrecy, he could speak out his heartfelt sentiments? I know the brother thoroughly. He is an exemplary man, noble, liberal, and energetic. I wish to ask the brotherhood, with the permission of our worthy deacon, whether it would not be better to be lenient, and permit Brother Gossamer to make a defense. At least, let him make a speech before this court-martial. I object to it, interrupted Deacon Rob Stew. For if we are to be as lenient and slow to act as Brother Toy Pancy proposes, we might as well already consider our saintly work stopped, and run the risk of being mobbed by the advocates and followers of Dr. Juno. I say, brothers and sisters, we cannot entertain such propositions, and I now call for the unanimous vote of a conclave to a verdict of death in the case of the defendant, said the deacon, terribly agitated and ready for a fight to the hilt with anyone who would dissent from his views. The physician-in-chief of the insane asylum now rose to the floor and asked permission to say a few words. He said, Mr. President and holy saints, I claim to be a faithful laborer in the common cause which we espouse. But, as a Christian, I cannot join in a work that sends a man, who may differ from me, so summarily into the presence of his Maker. Brother Stew is an enthusiast, and although a noble and zealous worker, who has more influence than any dozen of our best men combined, we should remember that he can err as well as other men, and therefore he should take the sound counsel of some of us as old and faithful to our cause as he— Silence! ejaculated the deacon. You are an old drone. You are not now dealing with a lot of lunatics who are compelled to obey your mandates or even regard your charitable advice. If our lenient doctor-in-chief will point out one act of mine that was uncharitable toward any one of our cause, or that what I did proved an injury to any good member of the faith, whether in active service in the secret conclave or not, I will yield to him. I'll take you at your word, exclaimed the physician-in-chief. Have you not acted in an uncharitable manner toward our misled yet faithful sister, Lucinda Armington, not a year since in our asylum? Moreover, a word to the wise will suffice. Curse your trifling, and may the marrow in your stereotyped bones rot, for intruding into private workings of this conclave. What under the sun has the business of the insane asylum to do with this apostate? Mr. President, I emphatically say, in a mood that means work or death, Mr. President, I command you to order all dissenting harangues as being irrelevant to the subject in consideration. I demand this under the penalty of our solemn oath, and I add, if your beating heart is not to be torn out by its roots forthwith, you will heed my admonition and act determinedly. I say, speak. Yes, I agree with Brother Stew, and rule that all that has been said by those who differ with our worthy deacon is irrelevant to the subject under consideration, and this I order under the penalty of having the beating heart of each disputant torn out by its roots. So help us God, stammeringly responded Reverend Joe Pier. Nancy Clover now jumped to the floor, as if she meant mischief, and said, Brothers, I have listened patiently, and I see that unless you have a determined principle to be governed by, you won't agree to advantage. Now, I am not a woman of words, nor do I stand with folded hands to see those who ought to have one object in view, namely, the subjugation of innovators and advancement of the cause of the elect, quarrel, bicker, and bite each other without trying to stop them in their mad career. Is not our cause just? Is its prosperity not a mutual benefit? Why, then, fight over trifles like schoolboys? I say, do as Brother Rob Stew says, even if it goes against your beautiful tender feelings, else you may be compelled to take what will be 10,000 times worse. Do you understand me? Act in unison, and dispatch this apostate, who undoubtedly would betray us, especially since you have beaten and thrown him into our nasty dungeon." Sister Clover's neat little speech made the members a unit, and immediately Harry Gossamer was condemned to die. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 31. Harry Gossamer's heroic and thrilling speech before they drown him. The President, Reverend Joe Pier, ordered the sentinel to bring the prisoner, Harry Gossamer, before him that he may receive his sentence, which was death, however, with his choice of hanging or drowning. The President then addressed him as follows: Harry Gossamer, the brothers and sisters have convened themselves into a court-martial and have found you guilty of violating the solemn oath of our secret conclave, and you must know that the penalty is death. But the court unanimously agreed that you should not be treated to the full punishment as avowed in our solemn oath, but that you may choose between hanging and drowning. This favor was granted you because you have not done any mischief as yet. Otherwise, you would have had your left hand burned into cinders, your right hand cut into fragments, and your beating heart torn out by its roots. I am sorrowful and heavily grieved at this terrible state of affairs, but there is no appeal from this tribunal. Therefore, if you have anything to say, now is your time. The distressed and horror-stricken Harry Gossamer rose to his feet and said in a tremulous voice, I suppose I have deserved some punishment, but this I did not expect, nor do I merit it. Still, as there can be no appeal from this august and holy tribunal, I hope God will pardon you for this dastardly crime. I hope I am not intruding nor violating any more sacred pledges, so that your noble Deacon might have this humane sentence revoked and recommit me for trial, and then give me the full blast of the terrible and accursed oath that I was compelled to take. Go on, noble apostate, interrupted the deacon. We care little what you say to us, as long as you die before you can divulge any of our secret plans. May I then say what I choose without having my verdict changed? Asked the convict. Yes, sir, responded the Reverend Joe Pier. Hear me, then, said the prisoner. I've always despised hypocrites and Pharisees, and believed that they were the most blasphemous wretches living, thus agreeing with Jesus Christ, but I did not think that such a bloody, villainous, accursed set of vipers could breathe the breath of life, who were one tithe as wicked as the elated Deacon Rob Stew, Sister Nancy Clover, and the dastardly Reverend Joe Pier, a trinity that outvies the blackest imps of the infernal regions. When such perfidious monsters can rule a nation, then is doomsday near at hand, and I can die happy when I reflect upon the heinous crime I have committed when I became a member of this sacredly secret conclave, so sacred as to prefer to murder an innocent person in cold blood. Then that a noble hero like Dr. Victor Juno should be permitted to succeed in the amelioration and elevation of the human race, which could not harm anyone except those who are a scab upon society and a pestiferous stench in the presence of God and man. If you or your likes go to heaven, I want to go to hell, because the very sight of such loathsome vermin would destroy my happiness and turn the realms of the blessed into regions of despair. You all have my keenest contempt, and I am now ready to be sentenced to be drowned at once or later, if it suits your despicable natures better. Farewell, until we meet again, for we shall at a future hour see the glory of God by observing retribution visiting your worthless souls. Preparations were now being made to drown the apostate in the depth of the sea. He was gagged securely and tightly bound by cords, so that it was utterly impossible to be relieved. Then he was put into a large salt sack, in the bottom of which iron weights were placed, and this done, he was nailed up in a dry goods box, and instantly carried to the Delaware River in Deacon Rob Stew's charity wagon, which everybody almost knew, and when the same reached the wharf, the box was at once placed upon a speedy little schooner and carried to the ocean, where the box was quickly opened, and the salt sack, with its iron and human weight, dropped quietly overboard, which sank like lead. Thus was the sentence executed, and the sharks or worms of the briny deep would feast their carnivorous natures upon the carcass of Harry Gossamer, the apostate. The schooner immediately set sail for its own harbor, and the faithful sentinel rejoiced with 6 brethren and 1 sister of the sacredly sacred conclave. But they did not dream that a wakeful Irishman was watching the proceedings regularly at Tabernacle Hall, and when the deacon's charity wagon was being driven toward the wharf, Pat O'Connor smelled a mouse. He therefore ran in the rear of the wagon, and when he saw them remove the box to the schooner, he at once went to a friend who lived in a shanty about 10 squares down the Delaware wharf, who made his living by boating. And as good luck would have it, the boatman was just about anchoring his fastest rowboat. Pat O'Connor said to him, "Patrick, can I get ye to hire me your best and fastest rowboat, what one man can row?" "Yes, sir. Why, Pat O'Connor, is that you?" responded the boatman. "An' to be sure, it be myself a wantin' to do a leetle night work for myself," said Pat. He forthwith jumped into the rowboat, and sure as fate, there, just a little ahead of him, sailed a well-known pious vessel making good speed toward the sea. "Well," mumbled Pat O'Connor to himself, as he pulled his oars with ease, "I'll be at your bloody curmudgeon and see what ye are doing on the river this time of night." Pat O'Connor had no trouble to row as fast as the schooner sailed, and as the night was rather dark, there was no danger of him being seen after they had gone beyond the reach of the city lights. He therefore crept near to the schooner, watching it closely, for fear it might stop suddenly, when he might be detected. The ocean was tame, and therefore all things favored Pat. When the schooner had passed about a quarter of a mile from the mouth of the river, it stopped. So did Pat O'Connor's boat, and after turning something overboard, the schooner sailed off, and making a circle steered homeward. But Pat did not sail off, nor steer homeward just then, but he went as near to the spot as he could where the salt sack filled with iron and flesh was thrown into the ocean. And as fate would have it, Harry Gossamer got one of his hands at liberty before they reached the wharf, and he managed with it to get his knife out of his pocket. However, he was so tightly packed into the box that he could not open the blade until he was removed from the same. When thus liberated, he instantly opened the knife with his teeth of the lower jaw, and by the time he sank a few feet, he had his rope and salt sack cut to pieces, which gave him the use of his 2 hands, whilst his feet were bound until Pat O'Connor reached forth and drew him into his rowboat. End of chapter 31. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 32 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Reichert. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 32. Dr. Juno convicted, imprisoned, and attempts made to poison him. Dr. Victor Juno was compelled to spend that Sunday night in the filthy, cold cell with the horse thief, where he took an awful cold. But at 9 o'clock Monday morning he was brought before the presiding magistrate, although he waived a hearing and entered bail in $2,000 to appear at the Court of Sessions. In 6 days he was arraigned and tried before the pious Judge Sanctiblower, who conspired with the sanctimonious District Attorney Charlson to rule out all the evidence that Dr. Juno might produce. The District Attorney argued that all the evidence that could be relevant was for the Commonwealth to prove that this book on the Physiology of Marriage had been bought from Dr. Juno, and the book itself was to be given to the jury, which was composed of picked ringleaders from the saintly crowd, and the jurymen alone, unaided by experts or law or anything else, should decide if it were an obscene book or not. Dr. Juno had 20 experts in court. 8 of these 20 eminent physicians were professors of medical colleges. He also had over 200 additional witnesses in court. By the former he wished to prove the scientific correctness of the book, and show by the latter that the book had benefited them in various ways. But the district attorney objected to hearing any of Dr. Juno's witnesses, except the purity of character, which was proved beyond a doubt, and the august Judge Sanctiblower ruled to suit the district attorney. The counsel for the defence produced the following law points, but His Honour dodged them all, and gave instead his own opinion, viz. If the jury believe the defendant have in view the benefit of society, however wrong the ideas or objectionable the language, there is no malice, and he should be acquitted. Again, if the design of the book was to benefit society, it does not show malice to take measures to extend its circulation. Again, if the production was honestly meant to inform the public mind and warn them against supposed dangers in society, though the subject may have been treated erroneously, then, however the judgment of the jury may incline them to think individually, they should acquit the defendant. If the jury doubt of the criminal intention, then also the law pronounces that he should be acquitted. The few witnesses who were permitted to testify to the excellent character of Dr. Juno shrewdly worked in that the book in question had benefited them very much. And when such evidence slipped in before it could be stopped by the district attorney, the old pious Judge Sanctiblower would yell out, "That is purely a question for the jury to decide." The counsel for Dr. Juno then quoted the following law points. In a criminal prosecution for the libel, the defendant may repel the charge by providing that the publication was for a justifiable purpose, and not malicious, nor with the intention to defame any man. And there may be many cases where the defendant, having proved the purpose justifiable, may give in evidence the truth of the words, when such evidence will tend to negative the malice and intent to defame. Commonwealth v. Clapp, 4 Mass. 163. Again, the Supreme Court of the United States decided that whenever the author or publisher of the alleged slander acted in the bona fide discharge of a public or private duty, legal or moral, such communication is privileged. White and Nichols, 3 Howard, 267. Again, as the offence of publishing a libel consists of the malicious publication of it, which, as already stated, is in general inferred from the words of the alleged libel itself, it is competent to the defendant, in all cases, to show the absence of malice on his part. Roscoe's Criminal Evidence, 528. To all this and much more equally strong law points, Judge Sanctiblower paid no attention at all, because he told the Young Men's Association previously to bring Dr. Juno into the Court of Sessions, and he would fix him. The jury obeyed the judge and district attorney and, of course, convicted Dr. Juno, in spite of law, evidence, and their oaths to decide according to law and evidence. The judge then sentenced him to the full extent of the law for publishing an obscene libel, which was 1 year in the county prison and $500 fine. He was at once closely confined in a felon's cell, but the governor of the Commonwealth was a man of honour, and when a friend of Dr. Juno called upon His Excellency with a copy of the book on the Physiology of Marriage, and also a copy of the fully printed trial, the governor at once pardoned and even exonerated Dr. Juno, which set him free after having served 4 months of his time. Whilst Dr. Juno was incarcerated, the newspaper oracle of the bloody conspirators libelled him awfully. Also the minor daily newspapers howled dreadfully, seeing a chance now to gain some note at the expense of Dr. Juno. They called him everything but decent names. Had he been a sot, roué, brawler, glutton, miser, gambler, liar, politician, hypocrite, Pharisee, viper, or cutthroat, he would have been a decent man compared with the character the public press of Philadelphia gave this martyred man. And when Governor Golden pardoned him, the holy saints and newspaper scribes were overawed, horrified and amazed, for they believed that there was no power on earth that could induce the governor to pardon him. The bloody clique went repeatedly to the executive and requested him not to pardon Dr. Juno for the life of him. He himself told the person to whom he gave said pardon that the prejudice against Dr. Juno was immense, which he could not understand, and the governor said, "If there was not so much prejudice against the man, I would not pardon him, for prejudice is the child of envy, and not of crime." Dr. Juno was not in prison a week until the bloody clique sent their friends, who belonged to the prison society, to visit him in his cell, and they appeared very kind, giving him apples, figs, cakes, etc. The doctor did not trust these nice people. He therefore placed these articles aside for inspection, and upon examination he discovered arsenic piled snugly inside a lot of the figs. But the person who prepared them was not an expert, or, instead of having inserted the raw powdered arsenic into the figs, he would have steeped them in a solution of the poison. They again failed to murder him, and as soon as he told the prison keepers and inspectors that an attempt was made to poison him, they got very indignant and locked him up as tight as wax, and treated him awfully mean, which proved that at least some of them belonged to the bloody clique. Dr. Juno soliloquized as follows: "I cannot see why these people should be so determined to murder me. I have never done anything that would injure or demoralize them or their children. If I had kept a bawdy house, rum shop, gambling room, low concert saloon, political swindling house, or followed the 1,001 injurious, criminal, and fashionable pursuits extant, I would have been esteemed as a good fellow. But as I have opposed all these, and other unhealthy and unphysiological customs, and have proved by the religion that Jesus Christ established that my course was scientific and right, they have given me a mock trial in open court, and in the face of a republican country, have cast me into this prison for serving God, nature, and mankind. God forgive these degraded, wicked wretches, for really they know not what they are doing." When Dr. Juno was pardoned, he at once returned to his old work of lecturing, preaching, and practising his profession, and to his astonishment he did more business and had more intelligent audiences than he ever had before. This was a consolation to him, but a terrible disappointment to the saintly crowd, who now instituted more and worse plans of operation, and whilst Dr. Juno pursued the even tenor of his course, as if nothing had ever happened to him, the conspirators, in one combined effort, appealed to the state legislature to pass a law which would suppress religious liberty, and which movement broke their camel's back. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 33. Dr. Juno's First Sharpshooting Sermon on Ministers and Doctors. Note: if the reader wants to fully understand the plot of this story, he must carefully peruse every discourse by Dr. Juno, or, when he arrives at the most interesting part of it, he cannot comprehend what made him the hero of our story. The following discourse was delivered in his own hall, to a crowded house, immediately after his pardon. This is not fiction. SML. Beloved friends, we live in a progressive age. Everything around us moves and appears to keep pace with time, except the doctrines of our own bodily and spiritual functions. The true laws of life, or laws of soul, life and soul meaning the same thing, for he breathed the breath of life into man's nostrils, and he became a living soul, have not yet been reduced to a popular, practical, and scientific standpoint. Truly, the platform upon which mankind stands at present, in relation to human health and perfection of body and soul, is as far from being on an equality with the material arts and sciences as Satan is from attaining celestial glory, or as the Honorable Judge Sanctiblower is from a follower of decent judgment. Thousands, nay millions, have speculated and theorized over these dogmas for more than 3,000 years, and they are apparently no wiser or better now, indeed, if as wise and good as they were when they commenced. Ministers and doctors have been on a wild goose chase for fully 1,750 years, having perverted the simple though scientific teachings and practices of Jesus Christ, who healed both bodily and spiritual ills, and that without drug medicines. These teachings harmonized with the true physiology, or, in other words, the scientific doctrines of the laws of life. Before medicines were introduced as healing agencies, the cure of human ills was entrusted to the power of the inherent recuperative vital spark, or inner man, and the high priests, by recommending fasting and prayer, holy faith, cleanliness, ventilation, bathing, quietude, exercise, including the use of symbols, charms, beads, etc., to pacify the mind, restored the sick with wonderful success, as compared and contrasted with the methods of cure which are now so fashionable, but destructive to body, soul, and comfort by our numerous blind leaders of blind, who lead the millions into the broad road to hell. Very few were the wants, and fewer the diseases, that existed before medicines were introduced. But as soon as Paracelsus and others introduced mercury and a host of other medicinal nostrums, so soon did diseases increase in number, and the vital principle of life became vitiated. Also, the imaginary wants of the race multiplied, and it seems ever since, man has lived by art instead of nature, has doctored by art, and he is trying to fly to heavenly glory on golden wings. It is to the sorrow and fate of our bodily constitutions that medicinal poisons that are non-usable by a natural healthy organism have been swallowed ever since, in this delusive hope that the healing power lies in the material agency instead of the inner man or nature. No wonder that the most eminent lights of the medical world have denounced the whole materia medica and the concomitant practices of their profession. The celebrated Dr. Rush said, "As long as medicinal agencies increase in number, so long will diseases multiply." Sir Astley Cooper said, speaking of the medical profession as a whole, "It is founded on conjecture and improved by murder." Dr. Frank said, "Thousands are slaughtered in the quiet sick-room." Long-established customs seem to make law, and hence the popular belief that medicines are really needed to assist nature in curing the ills flesh is heir to, instead of being always poisonous, totally incompatible to and non-usable by nature. Although they may excite the inner life or nature, as a whip stimulates a horse, but to say that either the medicine or whip aids the life of man or horse is absurd. At the best, medicines only thwart the recuperative process of nature, galvanize or pickle the tissues, patch up the breach of the law of life, or at once burn out the vital spark. Beloved friends, having shown you plainly the error into which drug doctors have fallen, I will now open your eyes to the blasphemies and antinatural doctrines of the sectarian ministers, who advocate praying for everything they want, instead of learning and living out the fixed laws of God, and thereby letting their light shine in good works, by returning to truth and nature, and scientifically saving themselves and their children from the sins, diseases, and crimes that abound everywhere, notwithstanding their much speaking, blind faith, and long sanctimonious prayers. Jesus Christ says of such, "They that think that they shall be heard for their much speaking," and on numerous occasions commands us all not to pray as the hypocrites do, for they love to pray in the synagogues, that they may be seen of men, etc. We have therefore two kinds of institutions that are antichrist and antinatural, which causes also two kinds of poverty, both of which need immediate attention, if the human race is to be benefited, elevated, and Christianized. But I am sorry to be compelled to state that from the acts of doctors and preachers it appears the human species can continue to degenerate without any scientific voice crying aloud, "Improve the blood of your species," as the farmer improves his stock of cattle, for the fixed laws of generation and regeneration are at hand, and the spirit of the immaculate Son of Man knocketh at the door of the heart, but its hinges are rusted, therefore it cannot open to let in the monitor of grace and power divine. Hence, we have first, poverty in health of body and soul, which is produced by ignorant, willful, or accidental violation of the fixed laws of life. And secondly, comes poverty in purse, over which millions are made to moan and groan, which is caused by unphysiological domestic habits, such as expensive cookery, mixing and mincing messes of animal food, vegetables, spices, relishes, condiments, sugar and overdoses, teas, coffees, and a host of other drugs too numerous to mention, thereby producing more appetite than health would furnish, hence eating and drinking thrice as much as nature requires. Truly, each social gathering, religious or secular, must wind up with a feast. And at every corner of the street, in our boasted civilized and Christianized cities, we find several grog shops and as many eating houses, and each being filled with the most vicious qualities of ailment, plainly showing that saint and sinner look upon the stomach as a receptacle to hold all sorts of hash, trash, poison, and swill. Few of our clergy, as well as saint and sinner, miss laying in a good supply as often as an opportunity affords, not because the body or soul needs it, but to tickle a depraved appetite, to get a little pleasure from swallowing. Thus they swallow the devil, evil, by piecemeal, but withal claim a saintly name. Moreover, the ladies have their dining-room cupboards well loaded with game, rich cake, and sundry other unhealthy dainties, unfitted for the stomach of a Hottentot, and the poor stomach is made a laboratory for everything that is palatable to the gustatory propensities. The consequence is depraved digestion, which, according to popular Christianity and fashionable customs, must be aided by wines, tobacco, spirituous liquors, medicines, lager, ale, and schnapps. Immediately following these unchristlike and unnatural domestic habits, we find sickness, ugliness, peevishness, irritability, scrawniness, flabby muscles, morbid longings, perverted judgments, false ambitions, spurious modesty, malice, debility, disease, bloodless cheeks, etc., which are, in a measure, remedied by expensive dress, paddings, laces, braces, paints, powders, rouges, perfumes, to overcome bad odors, and the like, to imitate nature. But alas! What is this make-up as compared with pristine beauty, symmetrical contour of muscle, rounded form, elastic step, the natural, healthful rose leaf blooming on the cheek, coral lip and the soul-enchanting eye, with natural acute senses, and a sound mind in a sound body. These are settled truths. May I ask, with St. Paul, am I therefore become your energy, because I tell you the truth? Good friends, for uttering, publishing, and advocating such truths, I have been sent to prison, cast into a felon's cell, to appease the appetites of scribes, Pharisees, and hypocrites. And will you stand by and allow these vipers and bloody conspirators, in this age of science, to persecute a man who, knowing the truth, dare maintain it, in spite of ministers and doctors who neither comprehend nor care to learn or live out the fixed laws of God, but who do their best to inveigle you into their heinous sophistries and perfidious practices? Arise, or be forever lost. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 34. Pat O'Connor saves Harry Gossamer from drowning, but are both arrested. When Harry Gossamer, the apostate conspirator, who was sentenced to be drowned, was being hauled by Pat O'Connor into the latter's boat, Pat said, "Be me soul, but ye are a quare fish. Who air ye?" "I am the victim of a most foul plot, but who are you, that you have arrived at such an opportune moment, like an angel dropped from heaven, especially to save my miserable life?" responded Harry Gossamer. "Bejabers, I'm neither an angel dropped from heaven, nor an idle speculator." "No, sir, you are a Christian," interrupted Harry Gossamer, "for coming to my rescue, for which you have my never-failing thanks." "Plaise, don't blarney me wid your smooth tongue. Neither do you owe me any thanks, sir, because I was a fishin' for a bait what I may use some day for to catch a few cunning great fish wid," said Pat, laughing. "You are merry, but tell me, do you know how I came here at this time of night?" replied Harry Gossamer. "No," responded Pat, "bedad, and I think I ought to know. when I watched them squally curmudgeons this many a day." "Watched them many a day?" said Harry Gossamer. "What do you mean by them?" "Ach, Howly Murdber, don't you think I knows them bloody conspirators, and do you think I does not owe them a grudge?" spitefully exclaimed Pat. "I see that you have evidently been injured by these people, who brought me here bound, sacked, and boxed to drown me, and who now think I am dead and food for fishes," said Harry Gossamer. "Ach, they dirty divils! But what mane ye by sayin' that ye were bound, sacked, and boxed?" asked Pat O'Connor. "Well, please let me tell you. They sentenced me to be hanged or drowned. I was permitted the consoling privilege to choose which death I preferred, when I chose drowning, for I thought maybe I might be saved." "Bejammers, and your maybe has come true," laughingly interrupted Pat. "Yes, 10,000 thanks for your noble self," continued Harry Gossamer. "And after I had decided to prefer drowning, they bound me hand and foot, and also gagged me with a strong rope. Then they put me into a large salt sack, and after that they boxed me up in a dry goods box, nailing it tightly shut, and brought me here in that manner to drown me. I suppose you know the means by which they conveyed me here, for I don't." "And sure I knows all aboot how they brought ye here, but be me soul, I cannot know how ye comed out of bein' bound, sacked, and boxed. Ye air not a god, that ye could tear all them things away from your body. How then did ye get loose?" asked Pat. "Yes, truly, my dear sir, it would seem curious to be capacitated to extricate oneself from being bound, sacked, and boxed. But when they came to this spot, where they sent me overboard, they first took me out of the dry goods box and dropped me in the sack, which had heavy weights in the bottom. But by good luck I got my hand loose, and, when I was removed from the box, I opened my pocket knife with my teeth, and the moment they threw me into the water, I commenced to cut the sack and ropes to pieces, and lastly I cut the gag from my mouth. But you will see that my feet are bound yet," responded the poor victim. "Howly Moses!" ejaculated Pat, "and so they air. But begorra, ye made a narrow escape." "You are right, but thank you and the Lord for this deliverance. And now, as I am safe, what had we better do? For these bloody conspirators are dreadful people, who would go to any trouble to kill me," responded Harry Gossamer. "May I be so bold as to ax ye for what they were a-killin' ye?" asked Pat. "Certainly, with pleasure. I was fool enough to join what they call the Sacredly Secret Conclave, and whilst they were congregated in Tabernacle Hall this very night, for the purpose of contriving the most hellish work, I objected to cooperate with them, when they sentenced me to death for violating their ironclad oath," said Harry Gossamer. "Tanks for a-tellin' me all aboot it, and I now understand, and I was a-thinkin' what we better be a-doin', for ye knows them bloody varmint so well as I could tell ye." "But, sir, I cannot understand how you know anything about them, for you are an Irishman, and very likely a Roman Catholic, and therefore cannot be, or ever have been, a member of the bloody clique," interrupted Harry Gossamer. "And sure I be's an Irish Catholic, and niver belonged to them divils, but have I not been a sarvint with General Washington Armington, and has not Dr. Victor Juno and Miss Lucinda Armington been abducted and throwed into them insane asylum dungeons by them murdering curmudgeon, and haven't I and my Judy darlin' seen enough to know what divils them varmint air?" excitedly and angrily said Pat O'Connor. I see. You know more than I thought any mortal knew outside of their clique. But, my dear good saviour, do these people know that you are so well posted on these topics?" asked Harry Gossamer. "No, be Saint Patrick, they do not, and I never mane they shall know, until I be ready for 'em," ejaculated Pat O'Connor. "But you speak of this so freely to me, a stranger. Are you not afraid that I might inform them of your knowledge, and that by so doing they would murder you?" "Yis, as they did ye," interposed Pat, laughing, and continued, "Bejabbers, do ye take me for a stupid blackguard? Because, do I not know that ye dare not let 'em know that ye be's alive? How the divil could ye tell on me, if ye would?" "You are truly a philosopher, and anything but a fool, and as you have saved my life, I will trust it to you. Therefore, where had I better go?" responded Harry Gossamer. "I have thought of a plan. You go wid me to General Armington's house." "I am afraid of being detected there. Will you please give me your name?" interrupted Harry Gossamer. "Yis, sir. Me name be's Pat O'Connor, and Judy McCrea is me faithful—" "Now what air ye laughin' at?" said Pat sheepishly. "I was only smiling, when you could not say what Judy McCrea was to you, but I know she is your faithful darling," responded Gossamer. "And surely you have struck the nail on the head that time, and no one am at the house but she and myself, and she be's as wide awake as myself, and you could trust your life 1,000 times with Judy darlin'," earnestly said Pat. They now rode toward home, but it was getting daylight, therefore they had to spend their time along the banks of the Delaware until the following night. They landed at an obscure grove, and cautiously made their way to a hut and got some refreshments, when they returned to the boat, and sitting talking over the matters with which the reader is already familiar. The day passed hurriedly along, and, when right dark, they pushed up to the boatman's wharf, and just as they landed, Pat O'Connor was patted on the shoulder by an officer who said, "I believe you are Pat O'Connor?" "Yes, sir," responded Pat. "I have a warrant for you," said the officer, and continued, "Who is this with you? I'll arrest him also." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 35. Dr. Juno's Second Startling Sermon on Doctors and Ministers. Beloved friends, in my last discourse on Doctors of Physic and Ministers of Sectarian Christianity, I have as briefly and logically as possible laid open to public gaze the follies and fallacies that are taught and practiced by these misled inksuckers. Pardon the common parlance that I am often compelled to use in chastising the haughty vipers who sit in Moses' seat. Heaven forbid that the people, who are the bone and sinew of the land, should any longer be kept in ignorance of the fixed laws of their own beings, should be made believe in false prophets, false Christs, and false leaders, that thereby they can be made the easier dupes for those who possess more money than brains, or craft than wisdom. Jesus Christ lived a natural, normal life, and all his precepts and examples were in strict conformity with the fixed laws of life. But where do either the medical doctors or sectarian ministers follow the teachings and example of Jesus? Again, every one has duties resting upon him, which he cannot dodge without a train of the most deplorable evils following close upon his heels, and no one can mend a broken law by swallowing poisons, or by vain repetitions and long prayers. For such conditions he must do penance and return to truth and nature, if he wishes to be crowned with the laurels of pristine beauty, health, and salvation. Two wrongs never can make a right. Departure from nature's law is one wrong, whose penalty generally is sickness, and to take medicines is another wrong, because all medicines are poisonous to a healthy person, therefore cannot make right what departure from nature's fixed law has made wrong. Neither did Jesus ever attempt to heal the sick by poisoning the springs of life, nor by long dictatorial prayers, but he did it by the sick being willing to make themselves passive or penitent, trusting to the God principle within, which he was then capacitated and willing to magnify by animal magnetic and soul-arousing powers. Thus, he healed the sick, cleansed the lepers, raised the dead, cast out devils, and as freely as he received this power, so freely he gave it to all who were willing to do penance and believe in him, who was the representative of the fixed laws of life, both of body and soul. If we go back to the origin of life, and take a meager view at the popular customs of raising and educating children, we shall find a wonderful amount of barbarity and atheism practiced even at this progressive and boasted scientific age. Stuffed with unhealthy food and drink, and dosed with physic, as our infants are, is an outrage that cries aloud to heaven for reformation and enlightenment on this topic. Am I therefore become your enemy because I tell you the truth? St. Paul to the Galatians, Iv 16. When the babe grows to childhood, he is forced to attend your badly managed schoolrooms, where foul air and taxations of brain predominate over good sense, and thus the child's constitution is blasted before his bones are 1/4 matured, before the framework is half completed, and before the soul has established even the outline of a character, or molded the faculty of thought. The precious casket is shattered and shriveled, unfitting it for the indwelling of the Holy Spirit. The youngster, at once in school, must study letters and figures, which, when concocted together, teach him of brooks, rivers, lands, islands, seas, sun, moon, and stars, of arts and sciences, of wars, seats and rumors of war, of capitals, states, cities, and empires, of valleys, hills, and mountains, of mathematical problems, and, indeed, of everything else, except the rules, laws, and injunctions which concern his own bodily growth and mental development. The latter are looked upon, by our artificial and ungodly doctors and ministers, as improper studies, yea, even as vulgar and obscene objects, which these overlearned professors hold as irrelevant to the enthronement of the image of God, or salvation of mankind. Therefore, such matters as the science of life and functions of generation and regeneration must not be discussed or taught either by man or the Holy Spirit, which shows that they prefer the people to go blind through the world, probably, that the latter may be more readily gulled and led by their noses by these blind leaders of the blind. If what I have just spoken be not true, why, then, do these bigots conspire to imprison and murder your humble servant? They may endeavor to impress the popular mind time and again that God takes care of the body, if its mind is only prayerful, and watching him so that he makes no blunders. But the propounders of this impious onslaught upon an infinite and beneficent Creator shall not go unchastised as long as I have breath to gainsay these infidel and heretical doctrines. I tell you, dear friends, that God never takes care of anything wherein his plans and immutable laws are frustrated and violated. In these matters, like in the material sciences, lip service will not answer, but religion must become a science, in which we pray with wise heads, loving hearts, clean hands, and supple feet, if aught is to be accomplished. If, through ignorance, recklessness, or hypocrisy in the onset of life, the growth, replenishment, and physiological recuperation of the human frame are thwart sound, good, and holy, it is thus no wonder that, with all the church wealth and multitudinous doctors and preachers, this world is so full of loafers, drunkards, politicians, sectarian bigots, vagabonds, and cutthroats. Am I therefore become your enemy because I tell you the truth? Truly, this people run away from natural laws and commence to depend upon art and human government before they get their eye-teeth cut. And no sooner do they depend upon art than nature deserts them, and leaves them to rely altogether upon art. And this is the reason that they suffer from early old age, premature death, and from all the ills flesh is heir to. Moreover, they become homely, miserable, and degraded. Under these perverted trainings, they too often blame their Maker for the manifold sufferings which they are compelled to endure, and which they would escape were they to take an equal amount of interest in health and its laws, as they do in filthy lucre matters. Whilst they have healthy brains and bodies is the proper time to secure it for future enjoyment. A wise rich man secures his money by safe investments, according to the laws of finance. Equally so does a good, wise, healthy man study, heed, and obey the laws of life and health whilst he possesses the heavenly treasures. Whilst he has powers of discretion, he secures it, not only for his own selfishness, but for the purpose of transferring it to his children and grandchildren, which, let me tell you, is the richest and most glorious legacy that a parent can bequeath unto his children. But, as I glance around, where do I find our good wise men, according to this interpretation of wisdom? Looking at the negligence of the laws of life, at the smoking, chewing and snuffing poisonous tobacco, loving this filth more than God, Son, or Spirit, at the rum sipping, and at the rage for worldly gain, for wealth in the extremes of fantastic fashion in dress, houses, churches, equipages, and silly lavish expenditure in efforts to outdo or outshine one's foolish friends. Will any one, verily, can any decent person, blame me if I ask the question, are we an enlightened and Christian community, or do we go it blind? Are we even half civilized or moralized? Do we exhibit common sense? Certainly not good sound sense, for this is the growth of judgment founded upon scientific knowledge, and too few care to learn the path they should walk in. Alas, alas, the errors and follies of the fathers are copied by the children, and the stultified ignorance of the ancestors is perpetuated in the descendants. And in a physiological and Christian sense, we are all on the broad way to destruction of body, soul, and spirit. Indeed, few, if any, ask themselves the question, do I live aright? Are my habits of life in consonance with God's fixed laws of life and health? Such queries would indicate practical thought, causing the reasoning faculties to bestir the befuddled brains, which at this age of Pharisaism, sectarian piety, and drug medication, are carried in the stomach instead of the head. Hence, saint and worldling reason that their stomachs want and actually need rum, teas, coffee, grease, oysters, spices, relishes, fermented, concentrated, seasoned, and refined fixings. Thus our so-called civilized people do not reason through the medium of or from their brains, nor from data or sound principle, else they would conclude that they should eat, drink, breathe, exercise, rest, sleep, dress, act, feel, and think solely for health purposes, and thereby obtain Christ's pure blood and body, when the gratification of one perverted propensity would be esteemed no more legitimate than another. Gluttony and licentiousness would be found to be twin brothers, whose monitions smatter of the devil and his imps. Dear friends, notwithstanding all this perverseness of manner and discretion from natural laws, many sincere followers of the false prophets, who claim to possess vision and Christian virtues, profane the divine laws of life by ridiculing and spurning simple food and natural drink, water, and call their pernicious and serpent-like appetites the voice of profound wisdom and learnedness. And whilst becoming kin to all the ills, sins, flesh, and lust of the devil, and with all this wickedness upon their heads, like my prosecutors and persecutors who sent me to prison, and even without a struggle for the right path, often cry aloud for blessings from the divine Creator, whom they have so shamefully disregarded, and I might appropriately exclaimed, "Oh, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell?" However, with all the forenamed violation of God's laws, we boast of all this ingenious and enlightened 19th century, the general education of the people, the spread of knowledge among the millions, of steam engines, of railroads and telegraphs, of destructive war implements, of the triumphs of chemistry, of the wonders of the photographic art, but the highest of all arts, the art of living a natural, Christ-like life, what can we boast? Oh, for a praying, church-going Christian community to take so little care in the art of living is a most shameful sin, a wretched blasphemy, and a gross infidelity to God's never-changing laws of life and health. Money and fleshly lusts that war against the soul seem to rule and control this whole machine of humanity, while sensualists and cutthroats like Judge Sanctiblower sit on the judiciary bench to deal out damnation to those who vindicate the cause of God and mankind. Once more, in conclusion, permit me to ask you, who are the sovereigns of America? Shall these misled doctors and ministers tutor your minds in such a manner that you dare not protect him who has suffered already the severest persecution for the welfare of humanity? Have you a spark of the milk of human kindness left in your bones that will not exert itself to the utmost to aid me in subduing these vile conspirators, who claim to be licensed from on high to carry out their hell-born desires? Arise, O sons of earth, and strike for your inalienable rights, for your religious liberty, for your benefactors, for your health, for Jesus Christ, God, and mankind. Do this, and his will be done here in earth as it is there in heaven, and the millennium will indeed be established. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 36. The bloody conspirators in fear, and fight amongst themselves. The bloody conspirators almost ran their movements into the ground, breaking their camel's back by causing the state legislature to make several offensive laws, which, however, were only intended for Victor Juno. And when a certain newspaper was printing sentiments in its columns that came within these laws, and the friends of Dr. Juno arrested the publisher of this sectarian newspaper, they saw the blunder they made, as their instigated enactments were nauseating to their own saints. They called a very special meeting of the sacredly secret conclave to meet at Tabernacle Hall, sharp at 8 p.m. The president, Reverend Joe Peer, as usual called the saints to order, and after the minutes of the preceding meeting were read, a hot discussion took place about the reckless manner in which business is oftentimes transacted. Brother Savage Ragtag took the floor and said that he was arrested by some audacious scoundrel who was friendly to Dr. Juno, because he had published an advertisement of a certain celebrated patent medicine doctor, which came within the law that the Brotherhood had recently enacted for the special benefit of Dr. Juno. Now, then, this law was so recklessly drawn up as to injure the business of many of the saints, if enforced on them. And there are enough rascals amongst us who make no scruples to spring our own trap on us, which truly is breaking our camel's back. Influence must be brought to bear on the prosecuting officers to drop this charge of an obscene libel, now pending against him, for doing what all the other newspapers publish. Yes, even the Oracle prints this same patent medicine advertisement, and in a measure it would serve Brother Generous right if they should arrest him also, because he had been the leader in having this reckless law framed and enacted. Remember, brethren, I have no objections to any kind of law that will catch the renegade Dr. Juno, but I want it so cautiously framed as only to include quacks like him, without touching decent people's business, said Savage Ragtag. To this onslaught, by Brother Savage Ragtag, on Gold Eagle Generous, Colonel McStuckup pounced upon the floor and said, "Mr. President and Holy Saints, I am not going to sit here and allow the libelous ragtag insult the memory of my noble employer, whilst he is absent in Europe. Brother Generous is a Christian and gentleman of the first water, and he would give more money toward any of the saints' good work, as is often seen in the newspapers, than this growing libeller can raise in a lifetime." Here Deacon Rob Stew intervened and said, "Mr. President, I ask you to call these green brethren to order at once, because we cannot and shall not lose time in fighting over irrelevant matters for which this special meeting was called. The brethren are out of order, and Brother Stew must be heard," responded the President. "The devil he must," said Savage Ragtag, and was going to continue speaking, when a blow on his mouth sent him reeling like a top, after which he crawled into a back seat and shut pan. Deacon Rob Stew now arose and said, "Beloved saints, if you are wise, you will be silent and attentive whilst I endeavour to show you where great danger is breeding. Yes, danger that may bring every one of us speedily to the gallows, unless we plan and work like brave fellows." "Oh, Brother Stew, please let us pray," responded Reverend Joe Pier, "for I am scared already out of a year's growth. Bring every one of us speedily to the gallows. Great Mars, I feel choked already. Oh, beloved brethren and sisters, let us pray God to unite us in sentiment and action, so that we shall escape the hangman's ignominious rope, because I despise hemp when it comes too nigh to a saint's swallowing organs." "Brother Pier is right," continued Rob Stew, "and it must be self-evident to all of you that Dr. Juno, the accursed innovator, is gaining ground on us, notwithstanding our endeavours to disgrace him by convicting and imprisoning him for publishing an obscene libel. Why, the daredevil is actually making capital of his imprisonment by crying persecution, and I have a report at home of 2 sermons that he has lately delivered to large intelligent audiences on ministers and doctors, in which he shows without cavil that he is right and that we are all in the wrong. His hearers, I understand, from the reporter, whom I sent to get his speeches, were perfectly carried away by his logic and eloquent manner. Even my faithful saintly reporter esteems Juno to the greatest man living, and if such loyal brethren as reporter Sanctiblower, son of Judge Sanctiblower, are being carried away, who is safe that is really intelligent, provided Dr. Juno is permitted to go on in his determined way? The intelligent, temperate classes of the people, who are the most useful and respectable, will soon join this innovator. They respect him greatly, and before long he will make a move to crush us by rebellion. See if he don't, unless we can remove him from our midst. Lord, oh Lord, help us, sighed out Reverend Joe Pier, with uplifted hands, and, interrupting the deacon, continued, "I feel it, O brethren, I feel it. Dr. Juno is arousing the best people and carrying them away from us, and will surely be hung as common murderers. Oh, oh, oh!" "Do not be such a coward, Mr. President," angrily cried out Dr. Toy Pancy. "I also know that a certain class of people will join Dr. Juno, but these are few compared with all those who are his bitter opponents. Now listen for a moment, Brother Pier, and don't be a fool. Both you and the deacon forget that we can swell our crowd to an immense army by calling all the medicine doctors, medicine swallowers, tobacco dealers, rum dealers, and the users of these articles. Also the jealous, selfish, miserly crowd will come to our side, if we should ask them to do so, and the public press is our slave already. Therefore, take comfort, and feel safe and sound. Oh, dear, good, wise Brother Pansy, you really are a doctor, who can cure the weakness of the flesh by your deep thought, and I now feel I am myself again, ejaculated the saintly Reverend Joe Pier. Mr. President, I am not a public speaker, but I have a few words to say, and that is, that I am opposed to accept the services or be thrown into communion with unregenerate people like the dissipated worldlings who indulge in rum, tobacco, profanity, Sabbath breaking, and so forth, responded a sanctimonious brother. Silence, interposed Deacon Rob Stew, and hear me. We do not want your silly scruples on the habits of the worldlings, or on any one else. First, because such nonsense comes too near the accursed teachings of Dr. Juno, and, secondly, because we shall need all the help that we can get from all quarters. Furthermore, I call upon the President to order all such rebellious stuff as being irrelevant when we meet as a sacredly secret conclave, and remind all who belong here that I say our solemn oath cannot be violated with impunity. Remember the fate of the apostate Harry Gossamer. Yes, brothers and sisters, remember the fate of the apostate Harry Gossamer, whose death for dissenting with profound wisdom of Deacon Rob Stew should be a terrible lesson to all of you who are within reach of my humble voice, exclaimed the Reverend Joe Pier. I rise to request that Brother Rob Stew shall finish his speech. I want to hear his plans, and if they do not agree with mine, I shall take the opportunity to urge what I claim to be rational and will prove successful, said Sister Nancy Clover. O precious, holy, and profoundly wise Sister Clover, your angelic voice always charms my soul and calms my fears, and I now order that the floor belongs to Brother Stew until he has finished his speech, exclaimed the saintly President, with a countenance quite serene, as he threw an affectionate glance at Sister Nancy Clover. Brethren, I know that we have only one way left us to carry us safely through Israel, said Deacon Rob Stew, and that is by working in unison with the politicians and worldlings generally. We have reached that dangerous point when we cannot choose our company. In fact, we have not started right in the beginning, but we cannot go back and do over what is already done. Therefore, as our religion sanctions the moderate use of those things which physiological science totally rejects, and as we have always indulged in the same worldly habits as those do who make no professions of piety, why should we now, at this 11th hour, object to cast our fortunes with drama drinkers, tobacco indulgers, money seekers, gluttons, sensualists, warriors, politicians, and people of that kidney? I boldly admit, before the sacredly secret conclave, that Dr. Juno is right in the sight of God and science, but, in the sight of the people, he is wrong, and we cannot change the people's tastes without sacrificing millions, and beginning with the unborn generations, by starting communities, as Dr. Juno says, and in those communities train the young to lead natural physiological lives, and grow them sound in body and mind, before they increase and multiply and replenish this wicked earth. These sentiments I have learned recently from a sermon that I had reported, which Dr. Juno delivered in his own hall, and, whilst I must admit the soundness of his doctrines, I say that such views do not suit the elect. Nay, such work does not become an old established sainthood, which is always called upon God for all its wants and blessings. Why, brethren and sisters, such teachings would ruin us body and soul. Therefore, I say we require to be a unit in carrying our old established work fearlessly ahead, and to prevent a crisis, a war that will cause our downfall with the only source we can look to for succor. I mean, the people. We must remove this Dr. Juno, this vile agitator of a cause that would have been worthy our best efforts had we understood it as this innovator does. "May I ask the brother a question?" said Dr. Toy Pancy. "Certainly," responded the deacon. "Well, sir, if what you have just said be really true, would it not be better and wiser for us to cease our erroneous work, and, instead of prosecuting long-established ungodly usages, join Dr. Juno and work with him? He is very generous, most benevolent, and would forgive any injury, if asked to do so. What say the saints?" This reckless speech of Deacon Rob Stew and the proposition by Dr. Toy Pancy caused a terrible hubbub amongst the brotherhood, which resulted in a furious fight with fists, chairs, and knives. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 37. Dr. Juno again in the Insane Asylum. Inside of the Insane Asylum, blood was frequently shed by those who were made victims by the actions of the sectarian practices. When the physician-in-chief entered the cell of General Washington Armington, the general was talking to himself for several minutes before he took notice that the doctor was present. But the moment the crazy man saw his keeper, or doctor, he sprang upon him like an infuriated fiend, and cried aloud, "You are one of them!" which fairly unhinged the brave physician's nerves, and caused him to lose his presence of mind, when the general tore the flesh from his face, and caused the blood to fly in streams. The physician-in-chief screamed terribly, but in insane asylums there is so much noise made by the inmates that no one who was close at hand took any notice of it, until the unlucky doctor cried in a very boisterous voice, "George, come here, quick! I am being murdered by General Armington." George was a keeper of the ward, and he was only a short distance from the general's cell, therefore heard and knew the doctor's voice, which caused him to make for the place. And when he reached the cell door, behold, the physician-in-chief had bolted the same, and let the key remain in the inside, which prevented George from unlocking or opening the only passage of access to the place where the crazy general was sitting astride the physician-in-chief, and with one hand and his weighty body the general held the hands of the doctor, and with the other hand he was pounding the bleeding physician in the face with fiendish fury, whilst the general continually cried out, "Give me my daughter! Give me my daughter, you fiend! You fiend!" What to do George did not know for an instant, but he quickly ran toward the office and screamed, "Bring help! Bring hammers and cold chisels, for my master is being murdered by General Armington." Instantly dozens of the help, and besides innocent lunatics, rushed to the spot of danger, and in 30 minutes they succeeded in forcing the stronghold open. All this time the crazy man continued pounding the doctor, who was nearly exhausted from the loss of blood and the terrible bruises which he received. They grasped the general and ironed him, and carried the almost murdered doctor to his office. Medical attendance was bestowed upon him, but all hope of restoration was well nigh abandoned. He sank into an unconscious state, and remained so for 3 days, when he seemed to improve very rapidly, and in several weeks he was able to be about his business. But he always gave the crazy general a wide berth, and was very cautious to keep him securely locked up. Dr. Juno learned that General Washington Armington was confined in this model asylum, and he was very anxious to visit him. But every attempt that Dr. Juno made to get access to the asylum was thwarted, until finally he got acquainted with some influential public men, and through their instrumentality he was granted permission to visit the general. The moment the latter saw Dr. Juno, he began to weep and moan in the most heart-rending manner, and mumbled, "Oh, my dear son, where is my daughter?" Dr. Juno said, "Noble father, I have done my utmost to find her. Still I have failed to learn even the least traces of her. But I have some suspicion that she is not very far from here." To this reply the general made no answer, but repeated the above sentence without cessation. Dr. Juno saw that the man was really insane, therefore he got ready to leave the asylum. But as he moved toward the door of exit, suddenly he was seized, blindfolded, and gagged. End of chapter 37. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 38 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 38. Deacon Stew frantic with delirium. The riot amongst the bloody conspirators in Tabernacle Hall lasted for nearly 1 hour before anything like order was established. The principal party that was being assaulted was Deacon Rob Stew and Reverend Joe Pier, because the majority were overawed time and again by these two great leaders, and Deacon Stew had just a moment previous summarily chastised a brother for uttering similar, but less offensive, language. The deacon even threatened that brother, and all the saints, without compassion, with the penalty of the solemn oath and fate of Harry Gossamer, the apostate, and then spoke himself in the most reckless, silly, and apostatic manner, when the Reverend Joe Pier confirmed the same by permitting the deacon to go on, until Dr. Torrey Pansy asked him a question, which so opened the deacon's eyes as to almost cause them to start from their sockets. Deacon Rob Stew evidently had forgotten himself at the time he uttered those words, proving the course and teachings of Dr. Juno, which so enraged the balance of the brothers, who were always snubbed and chastised by his deaconship if they made the least slip of the tongue, that they almost killed both the saintly deacon and cowardly Reverend President Joe Pier. Had it not been for the wise and dignified Nancy Clover, these two tyrants would have surely had their beating hearts torn out by their roots. But Sister Nancy Clover evidently considered it wisdom to permit the snubbed saints to thoroughly beat these domineering twain, who became rather too overbearing. And when she thought they had enough, she mounted the president's rostrum and, springing into the chair, cried with a loud but dignified voice, "Hold, fellow saints! You have done enough of this for the present. I wish you all to comprehend that neither of us can be benefited by fighting, for assuredly a house divided against itself must fall, and great will be our fall. You are all sure of that. Then, why beat and abuse these zealous, hard-working brethren, who have devoted more time, money, and mind to this holy work of sustaining the cause of the elect than this whole community combined? I say justly, therefore, that they have a perfect right to express themselves more freely in this conclave than the rest of you. Although I think myself that Brother Rob Stew made some foolish remarks, but I want you, and him also, to understand that I do not say this because he is almost dead by the thrashing which you gave him and Reverend Brother Joe Pier, for I am not afraid to speak my sentiments on any occasion. As Brothers Stew and Peer will not be able to transact any more business for a short season, I propose to take the floor, if Dr. Tory Pansy will take the chair, after the 6 brethren are removed to the antechamber, their wounds dressed by the doctor and each made comfortable. They were at once carefully carried into the handsomely furnished antechamber and placed on separate lounges. Deacon Stew was beaten so badly about the head that his mind wandered and his face and head swelled awfully. Reverend Joe Peer was not so much hurt on the head, but he complained greatly of his side, and lamented as follows, lest he should die. O Lord, save my miserable life only this time, and I will be a better man in the future. Indeed I will. Therefore save my life. Sister Nancy Clover made a slight examination of the sufferers after the doctor had dressed their wounds, and when Reverend Joe Peer spied his beloved Sister Nancy, he said, "O holy sister, pray for me, and dear sweet sister, tell me, do you think I will die from this bruise? God save me." "No, Brother Peer, you won't die. Be more manly, and you will soon be well again," responded Nancy Clover. 10,000 thanks, angel sister. Your charming voice and enchanting words always thrill my heart with joy, and cause my whole physical nature to warm and strengthen. I am much better already by your ethereal power. Do stay by my side, won't you, angel of my soul? Sadly said the awfully pious Reverend Joe Peer. No, sir, I cannot remain with you, for I must go to pacify the saints, or they may get to quarrelling again, and in the heat of passion come in here and beat you worse than before," exclaimed Nancy Clover. "Oh, Lord, help me! Go quick and prevent them from assaulting me again," said he. "I will do so, after I ask the deacon how he is. Brother Stew, how do you feel? Are you conscious of what is going on?" asked Nancy Clover, but the deacon made no answer when the queenly saint passed into the hall, and after Dr. Tory Pansy was seated in the chair, she spoke as follows. "Beloved saints, whilst I regret very much that this war amongst God's elect has taken place, I nevertheless do not doubt but what he so willed it. For everything is preordained, and the elect may anger and sin not. This has been the case with some of us this evening, and as our worthy president and more worthy deacon are lying probably on their deathbeds, we should pour out our hearts to God in humble supplication to strengthen us in love and charity for the saints. And now, as I feel and see that you are all grieved at heart at what has occurred, I am free to say that we can confide in one another, and go on as if nothing had happened. It will take several weeks' careful nursing to restore our brethren, and in the meantime I propose that we unanimously arouse the worldlings, by telling them of the great danger that hangs now over them on account of Dr. Juno preaching and spreading forth energetically his vulgar natural doctrines. We all know that by nature we are defiled and abased. Therefore, to me his teaching of natural things is repugnant to my maiden feelings and inherent saintly modesty." At this moment Deacon Rob Stew staggered into the hall in a demoniacal manner, and proclaimed damnation to apostates and usurpers, which caused a furious rush toward him. End chapter 38. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 39 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 39. Nancy Clover makes a master speech to the conspirators. Had it not happened that Sister Nancy Clover had been lecturing the belligerent saints, the deacon undoubtedly would have been killed then and there. But the royal sister was still on the floor when the delirious deacon came into the hall, and she simply waved them back with her hand, and ordered the sentinel to remove him to his lounge, which was more, however, than one man could do, because delirious people are always stronger when in this state than when calm. It took 6 men to carry him back to his chamber. Dr. Pansy was compelled to leave the chair and attend to the deacon. Nancy Clover, therefore, asked a meek brother to act as president for the balance of the evening, when she continued, "I reiterate that it is vulgar, in fact, bordering on the worst form of obscenity for a man to be continually preaching, lecturing, and writing on natural religion, natural laws, natural improvement of the race. The only way in which the race can be improved is by conversion, by faith in the atoning blood, and by the grace of God. The elect saints receive all the grace that God designed for His chosen people, and as we are so blessed, as we are the elect who cannot sin, therefore in our hands all things are purified. We have a right from on high, through the grace of Christ, to use everything that we see, and use it as we please. But what right have the non-elect to the kingdom of God, and to the rights and privileges that are only vouchsafed unto us? We, as the chosen people of the Lord, have a perfect right to use these people to our liking. Hence, I say, why not conspire with, or solicit our enemies, or slaves? I mean the giddy worldlings, such as tipplers, rogues, politicians, or whoever or whatever they are, to join us, because they were born for our use. They and their everything belong to us. Then, what scruples can we have to get them to fight as our allies, to subdue and annihilate all innovators? And this Dr. Juno is the only dangerous man that lives, because he endeavors to give a new and scientific explanation of the Holy Bible, and by that new interpretation he proves to his hearers and readers that the Bible and science agree, a thing that cannot be, or, if such would be the case, then our holy religion surely could not be sound. We need not dread any innovators who denounce the Holy Bible as being a fallible work, because they can easily be cried down by us. But this audacious Juno takes our own instrument of salvation, and endeavors to explain every portion of it upon fixed natural principles, upon principles that the natural man and carnal mind can understand, as people comprehend the multiplication table. Now, brethren and sisters, I want your vote upon this question. Do you not think that, if Dr. Juno can make the natural man understand that the teachings of the Divine Master are only the teachings of nature, or the teachings of a natural law, that our holy cause will be esteemed as a bogus one? All those who believe in the affirmative, please rise to their feet and say aye. The entire sainthood unanimously agree with me. Then, again, does not our sainthood suffer from such a man as Dr. Juno than from all the balance of infidels, atheists, heretics, worldlings, and agitators of isms and schisms combined? Those who think so, please rise and say aye, as before. Again unanimous, continued she. And, as such, we shall set ourselves individually and collectively to work, tomorrow, to urge all classes to aid us in subduing Dr. Juno. Voices rang out vociferously from all parts of the hall. Hear, hear! The physician-in-chief of the insane asylum rose and said, I did not expect to make any remarks this evening, but things have taken such a peculiar turn that I wish to express my views on the appropriate remarks of our excellent sister Nancy Clover. Should her counsel be rigidly heeded by every individual of this brotherhood, I am sure victory would crown our efforts. I see a great deal of danger breeding, and although those who are now in high offices, as well as the evangelical ministers and standard medical doctors, are our friends, but these are nothing compared with the masses of the people. And once let a furor be made in favor of Dr. Juno, and you will see what one man can do, who is bad, bold, and indomitable like he. It has always been one mind that moved the masses. Look at Napoleon I, and from time immemorial the fearless agitator of reform or deform, by perseverance, gained his end. Because a lie often repeated becomes a truth in the estimation of the masses of the people. And we certainly should not be blind to the fact that it was a bad move to have given Dr. Juno an open trial in the Court of Sessions, and permit his friends to publish the same in pamphlet form to the world, because the people are always crazy to read sensational matters. Therefore, the sale of his book on the Physiology of Marriage has been greatly increased, and the masses of the people say it is just the book they need and want to enlighten them how to prevent the various domestic ailments, which injures both the business of our medical profession and that of the ministers. Because he reasons in that book that man must and can become his own savior by learning and returning to the laws of nature, a thing that is very absurd. But, nevertheless, such heresy suits the non-elect, who are very greatly in the majority, and whose attention has been riveted to the name of Dr. Juno, through that open trial, conviction, and imprisonment of the innovator. Our people have made a martyr of him, is the cry everywhere, except among the elect and a few others. Now, I have closely watched all the plans that have been laid and discussed to disgrace, ruin, and kill him, but there is one excellent method of branding him as an abortionist, and no one has thought of, and it must be known that even the masses of the non-elect despise and detest abortionists. In sooth, they are murderers. Here is my plan. The druggists who can be trusted will manufacture specific pills for producing abortion, and label them Dr. Juno's female regulating pills. And if these druggists do not desire to sell them to the people themselves, they can introduce them to the patient medicine trade, and then get up a talk that Dr. Juno is manufacturing and selling specific abortion pills, which are sold publicly by that class of druggists who deal in patent medicines. 3 birds will be killed with one stone in so doing. First, the manufacturers will make a great deal of money on these pills at Dr. Juno's expense, and through his notoriety. Secondly, the patent medicine dealers, who are none of the standard bearers, will be despised and disreputably touched up. And, thirdly, the celebrated Dr. Juno will get a fame as the great abortionist, which will be as good as stabbing him to the heart in the estimation of the million, who he might chain and charm without this stigma. Noble thoughts, brother, worthy the esteem of the whole sainthood, and I hope that several of our faithful druggists will be selected instantly, who are here present, as a committee of operation, because the plan is excellent, and if brothers Stew and Peer were well enough to comprehend it, they would cheerfully cry yea and amen to this most cunning little game. Brother, you have my heartfelt thanks for these holy thoughts. I move that the President pro tem will appoint the 3 brother druggists, whom I see in the hall, as a committee to manufacture and motion these pills into circulation, said Sister Nancy Clover. I second that motion, responded a brother. All right, exclaimed several voices, and, just as the President pro tem had announced the names of the committee, Dr. Toy Patsy entered the hall with a downcast expression and said solemnly, "I fear Deacon Stew, the beloved, is expiring." End of Chapter 39. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 40 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 40. Dr. Juno, Pat O'Connor, and Judy McCrae in private council. In the insane asylum, after Dr. Juno was seized and gagged, a consultation of the managers was held to devise plans what to do with him. Some wanted him confined again in his old dungeon, but the physician-in-chief said, "Since Deacon Rob Stew and Reverend Joe Peer are lying at the point of death, and from the fact that an influential person caused Juno's permission to visit General Armington, I esteem it highly imprudent to retain him, or even harm him in any manner." "But what can we do with him, now that we have had him thus summarily seized and gagged?" said another. "That may be bad for us, because he may go out and expose us," responded a third party. "Yes, and I heard him say to General Armington that he suspicioned that Miss Armington was confined not far from the General's cell," said another. "I wonder if he really believes her to be in our possession. If he does, I dread the consequences should we let him off now. Anyway, we dare not retain him in custody. But, I have it, some of the keepers can free Dr. Juno from his present shackles, and feigned great anger and surprise at discovering this assault on him, stating that it was the innocent lunatics who did it, that are permitted to run loose in that ward, and who were grievously annoyed when, a short time since, General Armington assaulted and almost killed the physician-in-chief. They evidently concluded that Dr. Juno was a friend to the General, and therefore took it into their heads to grab him. This will explain the matter satisfactorily to Dr. Juno, especially if caution is exercised and great innocence assumed. Go then and do this instantly, for every moment will aggravate the matter, and should he say, 'Why did the officers not then and there stop them from this outrage?' say that the latter were afraid to do so without assistance, which they now come to offer," said the physician-in-chief. Dr. Juno was once relieved, and the foregoing explanation was made, but he said, "This is curious," and looked as if he had great doubts about the matter. He did not say anything more, but he thought, "How is this? I cannot understand exactly why they should seize and gag me one moment and free me the next. That apology about the innocent lunatics was a lame one, which will not go down with me. I think they had fully intended to again cast me into that cell, or probably murder me, but they are commencing to fear my influence. Wait, boys, a little longer, and provided I live, if I do not bring your shanty down, I am a fool, and thereby free my darling Lucinda, who, I am now more than ever convinced, is incarcerated in some secret cell in this hellhole. If I only knew someone that was acquainted with this place, or who knows any of the servants in this asylum. The Armingtons are all in this place, but there is Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrae, who may know what I want to know. I will instantly go to Pat O'Connor and question him. However, he seemed to shun me on previous occasions. but that evidently was through fear of the bloody conspirators. However, I can try him. I will see him privately, and, if he only fears exposure, and has no other feelings against me, he will aid and enlighten me all he can." He went in disguise that very night, about 10 o'clock, to Pat O'Connor's residence and asked to see him. Judy came to the door and said that Pat would be in a few minutes. Would he take a seat and wait? "Yes, ma'am," said the doctor, and asked, "Are you Judy McCrae?" "I be's that lady," she replied. "Do you and Pat O'Connor live alone in this large house, since the General is in the insane asylum?" asked the doctor. "Yes, sir, we do. And is there anything more that ye ilk to know?" interposed Judy rather angrily. "There is something more, Judy. I love your lost mistress, Lucinda, and I have news for you, and I came here to ask you and Pat to assist me, if you can, to relieve her from her cruel imprisonment." "Ach, holy Moses! And who be ye? For what I knows you may be a-tryin' to get myself and Pat darlin' into trouble," interrupted Judy. "I'm Dr. Juno, your friend, in disguise," said he, and removing his disguise, proved to Judy the truth of his assertion. "Thanks to the Lord for a-comin' to see us, for Pat wanted to see ye badly, but he was afeared to go where ye was, for he was a-dreadin' them bloody divils," responded Judy, overcome with such vehement joy that she laughed and cried at once. At this moment Pat O'Connor entered the house, when Judy called to him, "Pat, darlin', air you be yourself alone?" "Yis, Judy, me darlin'," said Pat. "Then come in. Someone ye know be's here," she ejaculated. "God bless ye, good Dr. Juno. But I's glad to see ye. And do you know anything of our mistress and master?" choking with delight, said Pat. "Yes, sir, faithful Pat. I have been to see the General in the insane asylum, and found him really insane, but I could not learn anything of Miss Lucinda Armington. However, I sincerely believe that she also is imprisoned in that place, not for insanity, but for having been my friend. I came to see you particularly to inquire if you can give me any information in any way of the dark deeds of these bloody people," exclaimed Dr. Juno. "And sure, ye noble sir, I can give you such information, if you can manage not to tell on me," said Pat. "Certainly, good Pat. I would not expose you," said he, "because that would ruin everything. We must work in secret as well as they, or we cannot save our dear friends and benefactors. I mean Miss Lucinda and her father." "And sure, ye air right," interrupted Pat. "And I will tell ye that I knows this many a day that ye were confined in that divil of a dungeon, and that our mistress be caged in one of them third-story cells of that place." "Pat, you say you know it, but can you inform me how you know this?" asked he. "Yes, sir, I'll tell you how I knows it. Jemmy, me friend, what is now in the penitentiary, was an overseer widin that asylum, and Judy and myself told Jemmy to hunt for ye and our mistress, and he did so and found ye both, and he told me that he would let ye both out, if he could, and I think he was caught a-doin' they work, and that is why these divils put him into the prison," said Pat, very much distressed. "Oh Lord, Pat, I have it all now in my mind. Jemmy opened my cell and was the sole cause of my escape from that hellhole." Was he, bedad? I told Judy I believed he had to do with your escape, said Pat, half crazy with joy. But will ye not do something quickerer than lightning to get my sweet mistress out of that divil of a place? Yes, sir, I will do that just as soon as I can gather sufficient people and influence around me to do it successfully. But it would be foolish to try sooner and fail. Much better keep everything quiet until I am strong enough to strike a fatal blow. I will get a permit from the governor of the Commonwealth to visit Jemmy in the penitentiary, and will learn particulars, said Dr. Juno. Ach, murder! And ye knows how to work them curmudgeon, and I have more to tell ye of things I knows, responded Pat. Well, sir, now is your time to speak, and it is very necessary for me to get all the information instantly that it is possible for me to receive, said he. I'll tell ye, I saved a man's life what was a-goin' to be drowned in the deep sea by these bloody devils, and just as we, Mr. Harry Gossamer and myself, reached that wharf, begorra, we were both arrested. Judy, darlin', I hears a knock on the door. Doctor, please, get in this closet, ejaculated Pat. End of chapter 40. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 41 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 41. Dr. Juno's stunning sermon on the improvement of Church and State. Beloved friends, until Church and State, in my sense of what the Church is, become one, and an indivisible institution, there can be no perpetual natural or Christian government established, where God's will be done in earth as it is in heaven, nor can peace and good will reign between the children of his footstool. Before being able to elucidate this subject scientifically, it behooves me to show you that Church and State simply aim at government, the government of mankind. But before mankind can be governed aright, each one must first learn to understand God's fixed law that was ordained for man's government, and he must then be able to govern himself, and that fixed law is his king, which he must obey, or suffer the penalties that are sure to follow all violations of the Creator's immutable injunctions. Now then, look at Church and State as they are conducted at this age, whether in this or any other country, and you will see that both are antichrist and anti-natural institutions. They are like a perfect fruit tree that has been split in two, and each half hacked to pieces by the woodman. And whilst nothing but God's fixed law can sustain and again heal the tree, it therefore behooves the governor of treehood to return to this unchangeable scientific law of the Creator, and thereby bring into existence a new stalk, stem, blossom, and fruit, the latter of which will contain good seed, which, when planted in new earth, produces a new heaven on terra firma, when love to God and love to man would be the only statute that would be necessary for the government of all people and all nations. And thus, indeed, the millennium would be established, and stupid sects and wicked politician parties would be esteemed by the sons and daughters of earth as mean, low, and vulgar. Thus, Parliament, Congress, and state legislatures would be useless institutions, and the ruinous business of continually much and often voting by a people who know not a whit of the fixed law of a Christ-like government would cease to exist, whilst love to God and man should drive selfishness from the heart of mankind, and the infallibility and beneficence of God would be recognized by every human mind, and the following divine mandates would be heeded: that he allows the sun to shine and the rain to fall upon all alike, and that no one brings anything into the world, nor takes anything out of it that is carnal. On the contrary, let me briefly picture to you the heathen barbarity that the people practice upon one another as church and state move now, or have done since the fall of man, or since money and voting have been the cardinal virtues of the government of this whole machine of human affairs. The Church as now conducted, including all sects, is an institution that throws all the responsibility of mismanaged government of body, soul, or spirit upon the blessed and immutable Creator of all things, an institution that recognizes no alterable science of life in its tenets, an institution that, in its short-sightedness, has inscribed upon its banner, "Believe and be saved," whilst it overlooks the multitudinous injunctions of God, nature, and Jesus Christ, that point with the finger of science to good works, by which all are to let their light shine before men. These good works consist in the government of thinking beings, so that they understand, appreciate, and live the natural life that Christ himself led, showing that although one has no place where to lay his head, still he would continue faithful to the end. An institution that builds brick-and-mortar houses, and dedicates or devotes them to God, instead of its devotees devoting themselves, body, soul, and spirit, to God, as Jesus did, and instead of establishing one universal Catholic Church, which is composed of all the fixed laws and wonderful works of God, it splits the Church of Christ into hundreds of contemptible, ignorant, bigoted, narrow-minded sects, whose dupes make excellent fodder for politicians, legislators, governors, and petty office-seekers, who contrive to run the state or states to suit their opinions, tastes, and feelings. An institution whose ministers or apostles sell out to the highest lucre bidders, like all the voters in state, hence, love the uppermost seats as feasts, and who do not despise to be called of men, Rabbi, who do not first seek the kingdom of God, in the fixed laws and wonderful works of God, because their prayer-hearing master is as changeable and fickle as their opinions and perverted propensities are variable. Thus there is no one king, but each can be saved by believing and dictating to his sectarian, money, and voting God what he wants or needs in the shape of grace, and the little trifles that each peculiar sect approves. An institution that inculcates nothing whereby the blood and body of mankind would be improved in physiological quality, thereby resembling the pure blood and body of Jesus Christ, but their sectarian, lucre, and voting God rectifies all these little physical matters, if faith and prayer are kept a-going. An institution that spurns the fixed laws of generation and regeneration, because these devotees love all sorts of good, palatable things, wherewith a little physical pleasure can be drawn out of these palaces of the believers, and by blarneying their God a little, he purifies the blood by washing it in the pool of faith, prayer, and voting. An institution whose devotees need not make any change in their habits that pertain to physical perfection, because faith, prayer, and voting changes the heart and purifies the soul, even if the body is rotten. An institution that spits God in the face, mocks Jesus Christ, defies natural fixed law, and crucifies and martyrs the benefactors of the human race. Look at my persecutors, the midnight cutthroats, the bloody conspirators, the companions of the right-hand imps of the devil. These are parents of the sectarian church, an institution whose cunning leaders laugh into their sleeves when they can dupe and mislead millions of sincere people, who, if they had an opportunity to learn the laws that govern God's kingdom in heaven and earth, would freely embrace the hallowed, immutable, and beneficent gifts of the Creator, and become the followers of Jesus Christ in word and in deed. An institution whose members and hangers-on are moved by some kind of gain. Yes, gain that has no significance to the attainment of heavenly glory, but gain in wealth, influence, sensuality, fashion, folly, domineering, and the dainty deviltries that are pleasingly hid under a sanctimonious and hypocritical exterior, and which so adorn the elect for the more effectual dispensation of nonsense to their galled hearers. From all such pharisaical and antichrist acts, good Lord, deliver us. End of chapter 41. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 42 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 42. Dr. Juno's scathing sermon continued. The state, as now conducted, is an institution where cunning men mislead and make drunk, with rum and flowery, meaningless logic, the masses of the voters, who are esteemed by the wily scoundrels good fellows when voting is to be done to elevate them to positions which they yearn to usurp, that they may rob the children of earth of lucre and of their inalienable religious or natural liberties. An institution that places haughty cutthroats and wholesale thieves into the offices of trust of the government, who love filthy lucre, Moses' seat, the uppermost seats at feasts, and prejudice more than God, nature, man, or Jesus Christ. An institution that can place a Judge Sanctiblower on the judicial bench, whose prejudice and malice far excel his virtue and wisdom, and who can be pompous and elated over those who honestly, and by hard labor, earn the money which he steals unmeritoriously from the coffers of the state treasury. An institution that bribes its legislators to enact laws to suit the Pharisees and wholesale thieves, that they may continue to control the filthy lucre and domineer and enslave the innocent, poor, and confiding. An institution that drives thousands into the broad road that leads to hell, impoverishes the millions at the glory of the few, drives many thereby to commit crime, who are compelled to steal or starve, and builds prisons, penitentiaries, insane asylums, and poorhouses, for which the poor are taxed to pay for the erection and sustenance of these hellholes, into which they are cast for acts and conditions over which they had no control, and there to eke out a more miserable existence, whilst the popular cutthroats and wholesale thieves revel in wealth and power. An institution that spurns those whom the beloved Jesus came to heal and save, and in the government of which institution Christ himself, should he return to earth, could not get a voice or position, unless he would denounce all his former teachings and turn scribe, Pharisee, hypocrite, and robber of men's rights to live, breathe, feel, think, and act as nature and nature's God demand. An institution that is founded upon error and improved by the votes of the drunken rabble, who will sell their birthright for a mess of pottage or a drink of rum. An institution that sustains its paramour, the sectarian church, as long as the latter plays into the former's coffers, and breeds enough dupes to fill the field of state with deteriorated voters, that the majority may rule, although Christ says, "Narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it, whilst wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be who go in thereat. Therefore, gainsay my doctrines, if you dare, by scanning the subject from any standpoint. Again, I assert, and defy contradiction, by theory or practice, that a republican government that divides church and state, and permits the Pharisees, willful and ignorant sinners, to rule it, is a perfect failure. As an example, look at our own American Republic. Is it not the meanest monarchy, filthy lucre monarchy, and most thieving and profligate tyranny on the globe? Certainly, it is not a government of an Eden nor paradise, where clear-headed, clean-blooded, and graceful people govern themselves and one another according to the injunctions of Christ, God, or nature. However, I cannot ask the sectarian and political people to jump from their anti-Christ, anti-natural, drunken, money-grabbing, and hoarding condition into a state of Eden gladness, because to ask this would be throwing pearls before swine, and they would trample them underfoot, and turn around and rend me, as the bloody conspirators have already tried their best to do. But I shall propose, as the first and foremost thing to be done to bring about the day of the millennium, is to so change the constitution of our government as to make it a crime for any person to own more than $10,000, that the nation shall have a treasury, into which all moneys over and above $10,000 of each owner shall be placed, without interest, but that for all sums of lucre that any person shall put into the treasury, he or she shall receive a deed for such amount or amounts, and, if he or she should at any time have an increase of family, or be unfortunate in life, he or she, or his or her heirs, may draw out again the principal of all that he or she has placed into the treasury. The treasury shall provide necessary labor for each man and woman who is not able to take care of himself or herself, that no one shall fail to do his or her share of work who is not independent, and idling and vagrancy shall be punished by incarceration in the physiological institution, where farming and all the necessary trades shall be carried on healthful principles. After the machine of a Christ-like government will be carried on in this way for 1 or 2 centuries, the Holy Ghost will find such an abundant room in the temples of God that filthy lucre and an artificial or political constitution will be considered entirely obsolete, and the millennium will be established, when love to God and man will constitute the only constitution which each person will carry within this palace of the soul. Thus, diseases, crime, avarice, penury, and all the multitudinous ills and vices of human nature would vanish. When pettifoggers, quacks in their healing art, lawmakers, judges, hireling ministers, misers, wholesale thieves, tyrants, blind leaders of the blind, and bloody conspirators would be the very ones who should fill the cells of the prisons, houses of correction, etc., which they now erect and fill with those whom they manufacture by their pharisaical charlatanism. These governors of church and state make men-traps, and then generate victims to fill them. Therefore, they do nothing to prevent disease and crime, but they are experts at punishing those who were bred, born, circumstanced, and in every way hewn out for criminals, congenital criminals. Thus, the sectarian ministers have employment to pray for them, the drug doctors a lucrative trade to dose and drug them to make a business, the lawyers and legislators, seeing the fallacy of their leaders, or fathers in professions, make an excellent living at grab game, by framing laws and enforcing them or not, as it best suits their pockets and feelings. Good people, awake to a sense of duty, and shuffle off these miserable bloodsuckers in your antichrist and anti-natural church and state. Look through nature up to nature's God, and learn to know that virtue is nothing but voluntary obedience to truth. End of Chapter 42. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 43 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 43. The Bloody Conspirators Mobbed. The night at Tabernacle Hall when the bloody conspirators had a row, on account of Deacon Rob Stew's peculiar sentiments, which caused almost fatal assaults upon the deacon and Reverend Joe Peer, it seemed that they could not finish all their plans. And at that part of their proceedings when Dr. Toy Pancy announced that he believed the deacon was expiring, another hubbub arose that nearly amounted to a terrific fight amongst the holy saints. But the dignified and influential Sister Nancy Clover nipped the thing in the bud by her cool and determined eloquence. The cause of this hubbub was the various expressions of the saints, upon learning from Dr. Toy Pancy that Deacon Rob Stew was dying. Several downtrodden brothers, who despised the usurping deacon, cried out, "Thank the Lord, he is dying!" which immediately aroused the friends of the deacon, who mourned and lamented heartily the dying state of the heroic man of the elect, and who shouted, "Silence, apostates!" Instantly the latter moved to assault the former, when Sister Nancy Clover cried out vehemently, "Shame, shame, brothers! Be men, not brutes. If these dissensions are permitted to continue, I feel assured that we shall be our own destroyers, which will prove that we are Dr. Juno's best friends. I have, therefore, one single question to put to you, which I wish you to answer as soon as you understand it. Who do you love best, Dr. Juno or Deacon Rob Stew, and for which of the two will you work as a unit? For you are compelled to choose between the two antagonistic causes which these two heroes advocate. I ask emphatically, for which will you work as a unit until you die?" Like lightning, a tremendous unanimous cry rent the air. "For Deacon Rob Stew!" "So I thought," said Nancy Clover, soberly. "Therefore, be silent until I go to the deacon's side, with Brother Pansy, and learn the state of our beloved brother's health." Whilst Sister Nancy Clover and Dr. Pansy were examining the deacon, the saints were exchanging words on their favourite topic of destroying Dr. Juno's influence. They esteemed it impolitic to make attempts upon his life, because he has too many friends amongst even some of the religious denominations. Besides, too many people believe, since he was sent to the county prison for publishing an obscene book, that we were instrumental in sending him there. Moreover, many believe that we had him incarcerated in the lunatic asylum, and have tried to murder him. Therefore, we must not be too bold in our work, but there are plenty of ways to ruin his reputation. The physician-in-chief has given us a capital plan, and we may get additional new ideas that will do the work. Whilst the saints were thus engaged in the pleasant anticipation of seeing this vile innovator ruined, Sister Nancy Clover returned to the hall and said, "Beloved saints, our worthy deacon is dangerously ill, but I have hopes that he will recover, and there is one thing for us to take into serious consideration and decide the matter before we adjourn. That is, what excuse shall we make to the outside world and the uninitiated saints for the absence from society of both the deacon and Reverend Joe Pier, because we dare not let them go home, where their friends and saints, who do not know of our sacredly secret conclave, will have an opportunity to visit them, as they would ask too many questions about the where and the how they received such awful blows. It would be impossible to lie out of the matter, and therefore it would assuredly leak out that something most mysterious and incomprehensible was on the tapis, which some of these prying religious brethren and sisters would be determined to ferret out. It is our duty to keep our private matters entirely hid under a bushel, thereby keep the members of the sacredly secret conclave above suspicion. Beloved sister, you are a trump at all times," responded Mr. Grumbler. "I do not know if I am a trump or not, Brother Grumbler, but I can assure you that I can prophesy what will come of us all if we are careless. Our own salvation lies in shrewdness and vigorous business tact. Prayers to God, asking Him to do our work, will not answer in such cases. That does well enough to hoodwink zealots and drones, but it cannot answer practical saints like us, who have work, responsible work, to perform," said she. "I think the best way to manage this matter will be to spread a report that the brethren were called suddenly away from home. A report like this can be started without letting anyone know that it came from any of us who are of the conclave," responded a brother. "Probably that is the best that we can do. At any rate, should we remove them to their homes, and they would not expose the matter when in their right minds, it is still unsafe to trust them as long as they are delirious betimes. Moreover, I am not sure but what Brother Pier will go back on the conclave. He is such a coward, and therefore may never come to the hall again, or should he see danger breeding on our side, and behold safety on the side of even Dr. Juno, he would fly to him for succour, and expose and have us forthwith arrested. Therefore, beloved saints, you see into what great danger this fight amongst the saints of the conclave has brought us. I do not want you to think that I am cowardly, but duty compels me to be prudent and wise, lest our holy cause will be lost forever. I am, then, in favour of keeping brothers Stew and Pier closely confined, guarded, and carefully nursed in this place until they are well, and promise to continue their allegiance, and spread a report, as the brother proposed, that they left home on an important mission. Brother Pier raves frequently in a delirious state, and threatens exposure and vengeance to those who have assaulted him. I move then that we adjourn to meet tomorrow evening, and in the meantime one of the faithful sisters, Dr. Toy Pancy, and myself will provide comfortable beds and nursing for the sick," said Sister Nancy Clover. The conclave adjourned, all feeling gloomy over the work of the night. They had their eyes opened wide to the danger of quarrels amongst themselves. Nancy Clover had no fears of either of the sick brothers that they would desert the cause, or expose anything in their delirium. Really, Brother Pier was never yet delirious, but she wanted to completely subdue the spirit of rebellion and quarrelling, and now was the opportunity to work effectually. She was a long-headed woman, who would not stop at anything to gain her end. The sacredly secret conclave met regularly every evening for a week, which aroused the suspicion of Pat O'Connor, who was sure that some new diviltry was a-breedin', and Pat connived with some of his friends to oust them from their hiding-places. There was great anxiety in the religious world, asking where Deacon Rob Stew and Reverend Joe Pier were, and whilst the saints of the conclave spread their report, as already known by the reader, Pat O'Connor and his friends started an opposite report, which was, however, not made too public, but was only talked about among those who were suspicious of the sanctimonious, who assisted in convicting and imprisoning Dr. Juno, and who could not see any crime in the latter. Therefore, on the evening previous to a great religious celebration, the conclave were in session, having much business before them, when the sentinel stepped into the hall and said, "A stranger is insisting to be admitted. What can I do to pacify him, for he will not go away from the outside door?" The President Pro Tem said, "Take 2 or 3 brethren with you, and go out to him, and ask him to leave, and if he will not leave, go for a policeman and have him arrested." As they opened the outside door, a crowd of policemen and citizens rushed in and overpowered the sentinel and his companions. End of chapter 43. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 44 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 44. Dr. Juno informed where Lucinda is imprisoned. The time Pat O'Connor ordered Dr. Juno into a closet at General Armington's residence when someone knocked at the door at a very unusual hour of the evening, it proved that the bloody conspirators had kept a sharp eye on Dr. Juno after the mistake they made in the insane asylum, when the latter, by permission, visited the insane General Armington. The circumstances are familiar to the reader, and when the person who knocked for admission was admitted, Pat O'Connor recklessly asked him, "Your Honor, and what can I do to serve ye?" The visitor, being no one long or short of Mr. Grumbler of the conclave, stammered, and hesitatingly said, I called here for Dr. Juno. A friend of mine is sick, and I was told that he was seen coming to this house. I am to bring him quick as possible to the sick man." "Your friend be's sick, be's he? And you were told that Dr. Juno was seed a comin' here? Bedad, that craytur what seed him a comin' here must have seed his ghost. For, I tell ye, Dr. Juno and myself be's mortal enemies. Do you mind that? You better go to his office, and not be a-huntin' around here for that dirty divil," angrily said Pat O'Connor. So, responded Mr. Grumbler. "You then are no friend of this man? Begorra, how can ye ax me such a thing again, when I told ye? I hate the seducer of dacent damsels. If this Dr. Juno should come to this house now, while I have the honor to be boss, I'd murder him. Do you mind that?" "Yes, and I wish you would tell him so, and if you was nothing more, I tank you to hunt this fine doctor, where you may find the divil," sarcastically said Pat. This cool language and defiant air of an ignorant Irish man threw Brother Grumbler entirely off his guard, and convinced him that Pat was an enemy to Dr. Juno, who gave him, Grumbler, the cold shoulder, because Pat believed him to be the doctor's friend, and if Juno's patrons would receive such severe treatment from Pat O'Connor, what would Dr. Juno himself get, should he call on Pat? Thus Mr. Grumbler departed in a serene and satisfied state of mind, reporting his convictions to the saints in whose service he was operating, and they also felt easy on that topic. Still, they knew that Jemmy and Pat O'Connor were chums, and therefore Pat had better be watched. When Mr. Grumbler had gone, Pat and Judy closed the house thoroughly, and set their prisoner free, who was locked up in the closet, when Pat asked him, "Good doctor, and did you hear me blarneying that bloody curmudgeon?" "Yes, Pat, you are a tramp. Surely, your ready answers and deliberately cool deportment, if the tone of your voice proves anything, were excellent, and you threw that guilty scoundrel entirely off his guard. Now then, Pat, I am ready and very anxious to learn more about my dear Lucinda, about Jemmy, and the man that was to be drowned," said the doctor. "All right, I'll tell you, and I'll begin at the beginning. Jemmy be's Judy Darlin's cousin, and he told us that he seed our sweet Mistress Lucinda. Here Pat and Judy snivelled like innocent children. That he seed her, looked up in a third-story cell, and this be's all myself and Judy knows of it. Jemmy, then, I suppose, was caught at his work of aiding us? He spoke to me on several occasions, but he said nothing of dear Lucinda. Oh, God, comfort and save her until I am ready to free her, ejaculated Dr. Juno. Ugh, good doctor, Jemmy did not wish to hurt your feelin's, and that be's why he did not tell ye, said Judy McCrea, modestly, but still snivelling. Undoubtedly you are right, responded Dr. Juno. I knows Judy darlin' be's right, because Jemmy told us both that he did not wish you to be made feel so bad, said Pat, and, wiping his eyes, added, Oh, Jemmy be's a good man, if he be's a strong Roman Catholic. God bless Jemmy, and also bless you both. But I want to disabuse your minds about my ideas of the Roman Catholic Church. The Catholic is the only true church, when in its pristine state. I am a Catholic in every sense of the word, responded Dr. Juno, whose eyes were filling with huge drops of tears whilst he was uttering these words. He was thinking of his beloved Lucinda, and as he was now satisfied that she was in that third story, closely confined in a cell, he could not think of anything else but to free her at once. Faint heart never won fair lady, and a cowardly knave was not worthy of so excellent a creature. Still, a voice cried, Prudence, prudence. These three distressed souls sat, like innocent children, for some minutes, weeping and meditating on the same subject. They were evidently in this one place with one accord, which caused them to be inspired with the Holy Spirit, when all at once Dr. Juno exclaimed, Good, most faithful friends, God, and right here on our side, and who can be against us when He is for us? We shall trust confidingly in His holy laws, but shall rigidly work with all our might to free every one of our friends as speedily as possible. Ah, Dr. Juno, may the Lord bless ye for that word, sighed Pat, for poor Jemmy must be a sufferin' much, and so do our swate lady and master, and myself and Judy darlin' would give our lives to see them every one free. Pat, your great heart is full of the milk of genuine Christian kindness, and God will guide us, provided we shall cautiously use our inwrought faculties, which we shall assuredly do, said the doctor. 10,000 ideas flashed through Dr. Juno's brain at that moment, and he at once tried to arrange things, which he knew to be true, so that instant relief might come to his precious Lucinda. Thought he, what insults may that angel not have suffered, and all on my account. O Lord, fill her soul with hope and joy, for the hour of her deliverance is not far distant. Let me see. Jemmy is in the penitentiary. I must at once seek our noble-minded governor of this commonwealth, and ask him to pardon Jemmy, who will be of great service to me. I will do this discreetly, if I can. Then I must organize a secret society for the purpose of matching these bloody conspirators. And as soon as I can get sufficient men together to free my beloved Lucinda, I will make a dash into that hellhole of an insane asylum. But would it not be better to sue out a habeas corpus, and compel the physician-in-chief to produce her in court? No, no, there is no judge now upon the bench who dares to insist to search for her in this hellhole, if the bloody clique say that no such person is there. Truly, they have made the impression that I seduced, carried away, and deserted the beloved of my soul. Oh, they would make a laughing stock of me for the presumption of asking for a writ of habeas corpus. End of chapter 44. Recording by Meg Turecek.